The world of Five Nights at Freddy's has a lot of strange technology. On the surface, it seems like a simple story of ghosts possessing Chuck E. Cheese-inspired animatronics. But the further down the robot rabbit hole you go, you start running into advanced AI algorithms, crazy VR masks, Terminator-level robotics, sounds that give you visions, Play-Doh that can clone you. They throw the word Springlock around like a Marvel movie using quantum to explain everything, and then you loop back around to the stuff that you thought made sense and realize, wait, these guys made animatronics that can walk around in the 1980s? That's somehow the craziest thing yet! Now, most FNAF fans are willing to hand-wave all these weird technological marvels as just a strange bit of world building. It's a sci-fi world with more advanced technology than we have here. For most people, that explanation is good enough. But I say it's not good enough. Over the past several years, I have made it my mission to explain all of the weird technology in this series with real-world science. And today, mostly because I'm moving and didn't have time to make a full video but still needed to pay the bills, I decided to compile every single FNAF video I have ever made into one massive FNAF Palooza for your binging pleasure. Over the next 6 hours, boy, I have talked about this game way too much, we are going to unravel every single little detail of Five Nights at Freddy's using real-world science. And, hopefully see how much my video production has improved over the years, because the first few are kind of old. Alright, Richard, hit that video. Yeah, no, don't hit the intro yet, because the intro is going to play in the first video, so they don't need to hear it like 50 times. So just, transition into, just figure something out. You're the editor. That's literally what I pay you for. Yeah, I know there's no precedent for it yet. Just set the precedent right now. I don't understand what's so complicated. Five Nights at Freddy's, everyone's favorite game franchise about creepy Chuck E. Cheese mascot knockoffs that come to life and try to kill you with very dubious motivations. Come on, that's gotta be true, right? Even if you don't like them. What's even gonna compete with that? Despite the fact that this franchise has churned out about 1 million games, books, short stories, crossword puzzles, and scavenger hunts hidden within the HTML codes of websites, none of those are a joke, by the way, when it comes to Freddy's, there's one thing that's always been tricky to figure out: the plot. And by tricky, I mean when you Google Five Nights at Freddy's theory, 7 million results come up. Now, I must admit, I'm not a FNAF aficionado myself. I'm just not much of a horror game guy, so whenever I hear people talk about this franchise, I just hear animatronics, Purple Guy, Michael Afton, Fazgoo, Springlock Springlock Failure? For those of you who don't know, I have a master's degree in mechanical engineering, so, deep lore about ghosts possessing robots and complicated family drama, I'm alright. But references to very obscure spring-based mechanisms? Say less! From what I've gathered from the hundreds of FNAF theory videos that YouTube keeps recommending to me, a big goal of the theorist community right now is to piece together a definitive timeline. And the comings and goings of certain animatronic models can be a big clue to figure out what happened when. The ones that I'm the most interested in is a specific type of animatronic called the Springlock suits, which in the lore were made for the first Freddy's location. But after a fatal accident involving a Springlock failure at one of the restaurants, the suits were retired. So anytime we see a game or cutscene or something with one of these suits up and operational, we know that it happens early in the timeline. Trouble is, we've been shown a couple of events that seem to depict a Springlock failure, and we don't know which one is the one that caused the suits to be officially decommissioned, so we don't know where to place our benchmark. But there is one thing that we know for sure. If the games are to be believed, these spring locks and the suits that they power are incredibly dangerous. So I did what any logical person would do. I bought one. Richard, hit that intro. Richard, the intro. Hey, are you playing Marvel Snap on the Java? So first, to answer the obvious question that I bet you're all asking, yes, a spring lock is a real thing. They're not super common, and they're pretty hard to find. When you Google them, a bunch of stuff about Five Nights at Freddy's just comes up. But yes, this is a real spring lock. Now, I hear you. What sort of government-restricted military source or dark web black market did I have to go to get my hands on such a dangerous piece of equipment? Well, I hesitate to even tell the masses, lest this dangerous piece of machinery get into the wrong hands, but I suppose it's only right. I got it for like $8 on Amazon, and they just sent it to me in the mail. Because honestly, despite what the games might lead you to believe, this really isn't all that dangerous at all. I mean, I guess it's pretty heavy. Maybe you could do some damage if you chucked it at someone or something. But I mean, in reality, it's no more dangerous than a paperweight or something. So putting all the game's confusing lore about serial killers and possessed robots to one side, what is a spring lock and what does it do? Well, put simply, it's exactly what the name says. A spring, as I'm sure you're all aware, is this little coiled part right here. Springs are useful because when you compress them or stretch them and then let go, they return back to their original position. A spring lock basically holds a spring in place. In this one that I have here, you just pull the spring back, twist it so these pins go into the frame, and there you go. Spring locked. To release it, you pull it back, you do the opposite, and it's back to just being a spring. This is a very industrial one used in, well, actually I have no idea, but it's the strongest one I could find, and even it is really not dangerous. But a much more common example of a spring lock mechanism is this, a pen. Apparently when I wrote this script, I forgot that I was a Gen Z kid who lives on his own, so I don't actually own a real pen. Richard, if you could just animate one in here real quick for me, that'd be great. It works a bit differently from the big industrial one, but there's a spring in here that holds the tip back in the body of the pen. Clicking the pen pushes the tip out and locks the spring in place so it doesn't fall back in. Click it again and the spring unlocks, pushing the tip back into the body of the pen. Simple as that. So now that we know how spring locks actually work in real life, let's compare that with how we see them used in the games. The whole point behind these spring lock suits is that they can be worn as mascot costumes, or you can set them up on their own and make them animatronics. We never get specific details as to how exactly they work, but from what we do get, I think we can get at least a sense of how the game creator envisions them working. It seems to me like all the supports, motors, and what have you that fill the suit's insides when in animatronic mode can be pulled back and held in place with spring locks, allowing a guy to fit inside. And then when you want to put it back in animatronic mode, you release the spring locks and the springs push all the gears and bits back into place. Is this feasible? With some allowance for BS video game science? Sure. The logic here at least makes sense. A suit like this using spring locks is at least theoretically possible. Is it a good idea? No, it's really, really stupid, but we'll get back to that later. Okay, so we know how real spring locks work, we know how they are implied to work in the games, so let's look through the whole franchise and see what events we could chalk up to a spring lock failure. If you want to know the whole story of these games, you should probably go literally anywhere else. But if you already know the story or just don't care, there are really only a few characters that you need to be familiar with today. The first, obviously, are the two spring lock suits. Do they count as characters? Yeah, they got a lot of merch made out of them, so I'll say sure. As far as we know, there were only ever two spring lock suits made, known as Golden Freddy, the bear, and Golden Bonnie, the rabbit. yeah, they've seen better days. The next guy you need to know about is William Afton, or Purple Guy to his friends. He's the engineer who made all of the animatronics we see in the game, and he's the owner of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, so things were going pretty well for him. Until he decided to become a serial killer, and then things weren't going too great anymore. He's basically the main antagonist of these games, and his whole shtick is that he would wear the Springlock Bonnie suit to lure kids into the back of the pizzeria, kill them, and then hide their bodies in the other animatronics. I'm sure no one will ever find them in there. Except, whoops, turns out ghosts are real in this universe because the spirits of those kids go on to possess the animatronics they were stuffed in, which basically sets into motion the events of the whole franchise. And the last kid you need to know about is, Richard. I know you've been playing a lot of Snap, so maybe I don't think you included the name of this kid in the notes. Oh, what? He doesn't have a name? One of the main characters in this story, introduced 8 years ago, doesn't have a name yet? Yeah, okay, that's fine. Anyway, this kid right here is the son of William Afton. He doesn't have a name, so people just call him the Crying Child. And that's basically all we know about him. He's probably the son of this dude, and he cries. Both of these are potential candidates for the victim of the Springlock failure, but let's take a closer look and see if they still hold up, starting with William Afton. In the third game of the franchise, where the Springlock suits are first introduced, the main guy trying to kill you is Springtrap, or Evil Springlock Bonnie. The real important part for us today is the secret ending of the game, told in glorious 8-bit style. In it, we see Purple Guy, who, remember, is William, get chased into a room in the back of the pizzeria by the ghosts of all those murders that he did. Trapped and with nowhere to go, he jumps into the golden Bonnie suit to do something, but it's irony. The suit malfunctions and Afton manages to kill himself and stuff himself into one of his own suits. Hooray! Except then he can possess the suit himself as Springtrap, and now he's trying to kill us. Ah, shucks. Because this is from the same game where we first hear that Springlocks can fail in a dangerous way, most people assume that it was a Springlock failure that killed Afton. And you know what? Yeah, I buy it. If the suit really does work in the way that I described earlier, then if the Springlocks ever failed and prematurely released the mechanisms they were holding while someone was inside, yeah, that's pretty much what would happen. Could this have been easily avoided? Yeah, actually, yeah. If William Afton really did make all these robots, then he is crap at his job. Like, honestly, he is really, really dumb. Hey, you know what? Kind of reminds me of you, Richard. Are you playing Snap again? You see, in engineering, we have this thing called an FMEA, or Failure Modes and Effects Analysis. What it means is you basically look at all the ways whatever you're making could fail or break and figure out what would happen if it did break. We do this because we want to make sure that if our mechanism does fail, it will fail safely. So, just as a hypothetical example, you might want to ask yourself what might happen if the Springlocks failed while a guy was inside. And if that answer is the guy would be impaled by sharp machinery from every angle and die, I mean, that's not a great sign. So, let's do a little design review for Mr. Afton because I have some notes. First of all, while the use of Springlocks isn't in and of itself a terrible idea here, he's using the totally wrong type of spring. You see, in theory, if you take any spring and compress it or stretch it by a given amount, it will always return back to its original state. However, in reality, if you deform a spring too much, you can permanently damage it. For that reason, there are actually 2 types of springs. Compression springs are designed to be compressed, while tension springs are designed to be pulled. It's pretty clear from, this, that these Springlock suits use compression spring locks. You pull the parts back, compress the springs, and then when the spring locks release, it pushes everything back into place. What he should have done was use tension springs. Have the natural resting place of all the parts be out of the way. And then when you want to turn it into an animatronic, you pull all the parts towards the center and lock them in place. Then, when you want to turn it back into a suit, you would release the spring locks and everything is pulled out of the way. That way, if the spring locks ever did fail, it wouldn't be when there's a guy right where the springs are trying to go. Not only is this a much safer option, it's also just a more mechanically sound one. If you have a bunch of parts held in place by nothing but springs, then those parts are going to vibrate like crazy. Things are going to move out of place, and your suit is going to break pretty quickly. When your parts and motors and stuff are operational, you want them to be locked soundly in place. But the best solution, both from a safety and a cost perspective, just don't have a robot that you can wear as a costume. Making something like this actually functional in real life would be so complicated. So many things could break and go wrong. I guarantee you it would be faster, easier, and crucially, for a mad scientist that probably doesn't care about safety too much, less expensive to just have two suits. One that's always an animatronic and one that's always just a cloth mascot costume. Sometimes in engineering, you gotta stop asking yourself if you can and start asking yourself if you should. Also, side note, if you're gonna make a mascot to try and appeal to kids, don't give it creepy teeth. I mean, who's that helping? But back to our question of whether or not this is the spring lock failure that we've been hearing about, assuming that William is indeed terrible at his job, which seems pretty likely at this point, I do buy that this scene is depicting a spring lock failure. And I don't know, finding the CEO of the company dead in one of his own costumes would probably be grounds to decommission the spring lock suits. So I'm gonna say this one is definitely possible. So let's take a gander at the second instance and see how it compares to the first. Also, fair warning, this one revolves around a child getting killed instead of a serial killer. So if you don't want to hear about all that, just skip to this timestamp. So one game later in Five Nights at Freddy's 4, we are introduced to this kid, crying child. He's crying because he is terrified of the animatronics at Freddy's, and honestly, fair enough. Despite that debilitating fear, his family decides that the local Freddy's was the perfect place to hold his birthday party. The kid hides under the table crying when his older brother and his gaggle of friends pick him up and, to tease him I guess, shove his head into the Golden Freddy animatronic's mouth while it's performing. And based on the fact that this is literally a game franchise about dead kids, I think you can guess what happens next. Told you it was bad! The jaw of the Golden Freddy clamps down on the kid's head, which eventually leads to his death and the possession of the Golden Freddy suit. Now, because we know that all of the golden animatronics are spring lock suits, most people attribute this to another spring lock failure. However, just because they're called spring lock suits, that doesn't mean that the whole thing is made of spring locks. So the question here is, would it make sense for there to be a spring lock in the jaw mechanism? And the answer, based on what we know about how actual spring locks work, is a resounding no. Let's break it down. Unfortunately, it's not super clear how exactly the jaw mechanism here is supposed to work. When you get jump scared by the Golden Freddy suit in various games, it appears to have a hinged jaw. But when we see it in the 8-bit minigame, it looks like it has two pneumatic pistons that push the top of the head up and down. It's not super clear which design is supposed to be the true canon one, but it actually doesn't matter, because neither of them should involve any springs, let alone spring locks. Think about it. In the cylinders design from the 8-bit minigame, if you have a pneumatic cylinder that pushes the top of the head up, why would you need a spring to pull it back down? You can just release the pressure in the cylinders and let gravity take care of it. If there were springs involved anywhere, they would presumably be used to hold the top of the head up. You'd compress the springs to close the mouth, and then when you release the pressure, the mouth would pop back open. Same goes for the hinge design. There's really no reason to have springs involved here. There's so many simpler ways to do it. I suppose if you were determined to make the jaw spring-loaded, you could have tension springs that you would stretch out to open the mouth. I guess you could include spring locks if you wanted the mouth to permanently stay open, and then if you released the locks, the jaw would be pulled shut. But the bottom jaw is not a big piece. It's probably just some sheet metal covered in cloth, maybe a support beam in the back, so it's not like it would be super heavy. So the springs you would need to pull it back up don't need to be that strong. Certainly not strong enough to break through bone. Not only is using a spring this strong just overkill, it's also bad from a design perspective. If the jaw clamps shut with this much force, then it means you need to exert more than that amount of force just to get it open, meaning you need to buy a more powerful motor, meaning you need more energy. It's just bad all around. What he should have done here was bust out the old free body diagram and find the weakest a spring could possibly be that would still be strong enough to pull the jaw up and closed. But even if we did assume that it was a hinged based mechanism and Afton was determined to drop a ton of money on way too strong springs, we know for a fact that there is no spring lock mechanism at play here. Take a closer look at this cutscene. I'm sure most of us were focused on the kid, but take a closer look at Freddy. See its mouth? It's clearly moving up and down on a set cycle to make it look like it's singing or whatever. This implies to me that either there is a motor attached directly to the jaw that turns a bit clockwise to open and then back counterclockwise to close, or some type of cam or linkage system in there where you have a motor spinning at a constant speed that makes the mouth repeatedly open and close on a loop. And if you have a system like this, well, first of all, you probably don't have any springs, but even if you did for some reason, you definitely wouldn't have a spring lock, because if you locked a tension spring open while the motor was running, you just break something. So does this scene here depict a kid dying at the hands of a spring lock suit? Yes, but was it the result of a spring lock failure? In my professional opinion, no. While it may make some sense to utilize a spring lock to hold things out of the way while you wear a suit, there is no good reason to utilize a spring lock in the moving jaw mechanism. In fact, it seems like this death was not caused by a failure at all. By all accounts, the suit was operating exactly as it was intended to, moving the jaw open and close repeatedly to mimic singing. It's just a shame that, when selecting a motor, William didn't anticipate what would happen if something or someone got in the way of the moving jaw. But you know what, that's kind of exactly on brand for him at this point. If I've said it once, I've said it a million times. William Afton is just like my assistant Richard. They are both terrible at their jobs. Hang on, you're not like secretly a villain or anything, are you? Are you? So, is this definitive proof that the death of William Afton was the event that caused these springlock suits to be decommissioned and that it couldn't possibly have been the death of the crying child? I mean, probably not, considering the fact that the guy who made this game was, well, is a game designer and not a mechanical engineer. I'm assuming he didn't do an extensive analysis of the feasibility of spring locks in a suit animatronic hybrid, nor should he have. I mean, it's a video game about ghosts and pizza. It's entirely possible that this is supposed to be a spring lock failure in the eyes of the story, but I mean, come on. You know how often I get to put my real engineering degree to use on this channel and not just some statistics class that I took one time? It's practically never. And I mean, look, I'll be real. I just wanted an excuse to buy a cool new fidget toy. You can just pull. Honestly, when I bought it, I thought it would be a lot smaller and a lot easier to play with, but you really gotta really crank that thing back. Whew. Or, I don't know, maybe I'm just weak and out of shape, so that's kind of embarrassing. Richard, you'll cut this part out, right? Richard, are you playing Snap again? Welcome, everyone, to the Chip Tide Show Season 2, where everything's pretty much exactly the same. A couple of weeks ago, I made a video about Five Nights at Freddy's, and you all really seemed to like it. So today, I'm checking back in for night 2 at the pizzeria to talk about some more oh, jeez. No, get bad, Lord. Bad. Whew. For those of you who don't know, I'm not really much of a Five Nights at Freddy's expert. Hell, I'm not even a novice, but it's not because I hate jump scares and am too scared to play any of the games. No, I am a novice for other reasons. Yes, other reasons. What are those other reasons? Well, you know, it's because I don't like this, okay? But while I may not be qualified to talk about the implications of computer viruses that can take over your brain or whatever the hell this series is about nowadays, I do have a degree in mechanical engineering, and I'm not afraid to use it. Last time, I talked about Fredbear and Spring Bonnie. See, guys, I fixed it. Their names aren't Golden Freddy and Golden Bonnie. I got it. Thank you to all 60 of you who corrected me in the comments. That's right, I counted. That's not true, actually. I just did Control F and found every mention of Fredbear. I don't actually care that much, but I got it. Fredbear and Spring Bonnie. Stupidest name I've ever heard, by the way. Spring Bonnie? What, because it's got spring locks in it? It's like if I were called, I don't know, Carbohydrates Man, but I digress. So Golden Bonnie. Last time I looked into how real life spring locks worked and determined that this scene depicting that evil Winnie the Pooh biting someone's head could not have been the result of a spring lock failure. At least not from a real life engineering standpoint. There is just no good reason to use a spring lock in the jaw of an animatronic specifically. So if you're curious to learn about how real life spring locks work, because yes, they are real, a link will be in the end card. Check it out when you're done with this video. However, there was one thing that I overlooked in that video. You see, Brassy Bear and Honey Hair aren't the only two spring lock suits that we see in the games. I wasn't aware of this, but apparently in the 5th game of the franchise, Sister Location, we not only get to see another spring lock suit, but we also get to go inside one. So I picked apart this minigame, figured out exactly how the spring locks are supposed to work, and in the process, I've come to a startling conclusion. William Afton, notorious engineer and serial killer antagonist of the series, is an idiot. Richard, hit that intro. So just as a quick recap, a spring lock is exactly what the name says. It's something that locks a spring in place and keeps it in either a compressed or stretched state. They're usually not all that dangerous or sensitive. I literally just bought one off Amazon, and they're mainly used in pens and gate latches. Very spooky stuff. There are a few different styles of spring locks, but in the last video I showed off a pretty basic design for one. You pull the spring back, you twist the middle part so the pins slide into the frame, and bada bing bada boom, you got yourself a locked spring. I had assumed that these spring lock suits in FNAF used a similar style to this, but now looking at the minigame from Sister Location, I'm not so sure. For those of you who are totally chill with jump scares but haven't played the games yet for completely unrelated but understandable reasons, there's a segment in Sister Location where this creepy clown robot named Baby puts you in a spring lock suit and you gotta survive the night. If you look around while in the suit, you'll see these little dials on the side that are slowly unwinding, and you gotta click on them to keep them wound up. If you let one unwind all the way, then the spring locks fail and you die. Alright, so already a slight problem. You may notice that this spring lock that I have here doesn't have any dials. Sure, you can turn the top part to lock it and unlock it, but I mean, once it's locked in place, this thing's not unwinding no matter what you do to it. This thing is solid. Alright, so clearly this design is out. But then what the hell is going on here? For a while, I'll admit I was pretty stumped. This dial spring lock design isn't a real thing, because think about it. Springs move linearly, so where would a dial that rotates be useful? Yes, there is such a thing as a coiled spring that could be wound up with a dial, but they're more for spring-loading axles and wheels, things that spin. In the case of a spring-lock suit, we're trying to pull stuff out of the way, so these wouldn't be of any use. At first, I thought there was no explanation for this outside of just game design. Maybe it was easier to tell at a glance how close each spring was to failing with like a wheel rather than a slider. But the more I thought about it, I realized that there was another real-world explanation, one that answers a lot of questions about the spring-lock suits and why they fail. And funnily enough, answering questions is not something that William Afton is probably particularly good at, because if I'm right, then he's an absolute moron. Let's break it down. Picture, if you will, an elevator brake, or one style of elevator brake at least. There's a bunch. I'm sure you all know that an elevator is basically just a box suspended on a cable. The other end of that cable is attached to a big old wheel at the top of the shaft. A motor can turn the wheel to wind up the cable, which pulls the elevator up. When the elevator reaches the desired floor, the motor stops and brake pads clamp down on the wheel, or usually a separate flywheel attached to the same axle. Brake pads are made of some type of rough material like a ceramic with a lot of friction. As long as the force of friction between the pads and the wheel is higher than the force of gravity pulling the elevator down, the elevator will stop. Real elevators also have a ton of fallbacks and safety mechanisms implemented in case the brakes fail. To keep it simple though, we're just going to stick with this basic system because it'll become pretty clear soon enough that safety wasn't really a priority for Mr. Afton. Safety mechanisms? More like lame-ty mechanisms. Got him. I think that these spring locks in Freddy's work similarly to this. All the motors and supports and stuff that make the animatronic work are attached to the outside of the frame with springs. And through that spring runs a cable which is attached to this dial. Turning the dial winds up the cable, which pulls the parts back and compresses the spring. When you want to lock this spring in place, you just apply the brakes. Ignoring the fact that this is, by definition, not a spring lock, I think that this explanation matches up surprisingly well with how the spring locks work in the game. Not only is this the only way that these dials make any mechanical sense, it could also explain why they fail so dang much. See, the problem with brake pads is that they can wear over time, slowly becoming less and less effective, so you need to regularly check up on them and replace them when they get too worn down. So, if you had a suit that was pretty old, maybe sitting in a warehouse for a while without being inspected, yeah, maybe those brakes aren't quite up to snuff anymore and can't hold those springs as tightly as you like, especially when you jostle it around like you do in the game. It's also heavily implied that the spring locks in the game are hypersensitive to water and moisture. For a real spring lock, this doesn't make any sense. I could literally dunk this thing completely underwater and it would work exactly the same. Heck, there's a higher risk of it rusting shut than snapping open. But if you're using brake pads, then water could reduce the coefficient of friction, making the wheel more likely to slip when you don't want it to. Honestly, this explanation fits way better than I was expecting it to when I started. It explains everything, the dials, the sensitivity, the moisture problem, so much so that I genuinely think this is along the lines of how the game creator envisioned them working, and not just me trying to bend over backwards to justify things. There is just one very slight difference that the more astute of you may have noticed between these spring locks and elevators. That's that elevators usually aren't constantly falling. The fact that pretty much every single spring lock we see in the games is hypersensitive means that either the brakes aren't being maintained enough, or more likely, they were cheap brake pads that weren't strong enough to begin with. When making something like a brake, you want a very large factor of safety. That way, if someone, say, piles a bunch of heavy boxes or something into your elevator, way more than you were expecting it to have to carry, it's still gonna work. It seems to me like William found the weakest possible brake pads that could still hold the springs back under ideal conditions and called it a day. A lot of you are probably thinking, yeah, actually that makes total sense. William and Fazbear Entertainment were clearly cutting corners to save money. I mean, William is a serial killer, for crying out loud. I don't think safety was his #1 priority. He's not stupid, he's just callous. Except no, that can't be true, because this whole design here isn't cutting any corners. It's adding in like 50 extra corners and flushing thousands, maybe tens of thousands of dollars down the drain for no reason. Brake pads, flywheels, cables, all of that is pretty expensive, and each suit seems to have at least 6 of each of them. You also need some type of mechanism to apply the brakes, be that with brake fluid, electromagnets, whatever it is. That's gonna add even more cost and a ton more bulk. This suit is gonna be heavy. And again, you could have just used real spring locks that you name the suit after, or like I said in the last video, just make the animatronic and the costume 2 separate things. I guarantee you it'll be the cheapest option in the end. These suits are literally going out of their way to be more complicated and more deadly than they need to be. But again, you're probably saying, yes, that is the point. William Afton is a bad dude. Clearly, he built these suits to be dangerous on purpose in hopes that someone would get killed in it and he wouldn't be blamed for it. And that's all well and good, but stick with me here. If you're secretly building a mascot costume designed to help you get away with murder, maybe don't put your name on the blueprints. Also, if you've designed them to kill the person inside, don't get in it. No matter how you try to justify it, there's no getting around it. William Afton is stupid. Also, I wanted to touch on this real quick to cover my bases. I say that William is the engineer who designed all the suits of Freddy's, but he's actually one of 2. There was also his business partner named Henry, who is implied to be the real brains behind the animatronics, and notably, not a serial killer. Because I guess that's the bar for being good in this franchise. I'm pretty sure it's confirmed that William specifically was the one who made the spring lock suits, but if it was Henry or a joint effort, well then Henry's an idiot too. I don't care what the books say about him being a genius. Anyone who had any part in making these suits was objectively dumb. Unless, of course, Henry knew that William was evil and that he used the spring lock suits to lure kids into the back to kill them, so he purposely built this flaw into the suits to stop William, which is kind of big brain. But also, if you think he's a serial killer, just call the cops. So there you have it, the inner workings of the spring lock suits fully explained. Or at least this specific one from Sister Location. I guess we don't know for sure that they all work in the exact same way, but more importantly, we finally have objective proof that William Afton is not the brilliantly flawed mad scientist that we all thought he was, but rather just an idiot. As we've discovered over the past few weeks, the Five Nights at Freddy's games are full of interesting engineering choices. Oh, did I say interesting? I meant wrong. From a clown whose torso can open up to reveal a murder claw to sound illusion discs, which emit high-frequency noises that can trick your brain into perceiving an animatronic as something completely different, technology better known in the engineering world as straight up magic. There are enough safety code violations here to make OSHA void their bowels faster than, well, we'll get to that. But of all the walking death machines designed to serve pizza, which one is the most dangerous? Well, I've spent the past week diving deep into real-world animatronics and the history of robotics, and I think I may have stumbled across the answer. Richard, hit that intro. Now, I know what you're thinking. The original Foxy? This series has killer clowns, fully sentient gators, and a rabbit that literally has the body of an immortal serial killer inside, and the pirate furry is the most dangerous? Well, don't worry, I haven't lost my mind just yet. This is only my 3rd video about FNAF, so there's still time. For those of you who forgot, it has been 9 years since FNAF 1 after all. Foxy is one of the 4 OGs from a time before robot mind control and purple people, both figurative and literal. Most of the first game involves checking the cameras to keep track of the animatronics and closing your doors when they get too close. Freddy, Chica, and Bonnie only move when you're not looking at them, so they seem to sort of teleport around. Foxy, on the other hand, just sort of hangs out in his own little area, just doing his own thing. Unless, of course, you don't look at him frequently enough, and then he might just sprint down the hall to come and kill you. Big mood. From a gameplay perspective, this is great. In a game where nothing really moves, having something suddenly book it at full speed towards you is super scary. But from a real-world engineering perspective, well, the first Five Nights at Freddy's game is believed to take place in 1993, but by this point, all of the animatronics are looking a little rough around the edges, so I'm gonna hazard a guess and say that this Foxy was built somewhere in the mid to late 80s at the latest. And a two-legged robot from that time period running is insane. To understand why, we first need to learn a little bit about real-world robotics and the very slow race for bipedal locomotion. You want to know how to survive an animatronic attack? Don't hide behind some doors that run on battery power for some reason, like a coward waiting to get cornered. No, you gotta fight back. Take that bear to Suplex City. Here, why don't you practice on that subscribe button below this video? Just give it a smack, give it a click, a tap, whatever you want, and then you hit it with one of these. Our story begins in the mid-80s at Honda. Yup, once upon a time, the same company that made your mom's old minivan was out there making robots. Now, the field of robotics wasn't exactly new at the time, but they weren't looking to make any old assembly line robot. They wanted to make a two-legged walking robot. Why? Well, they weren't sure what the applications of this technology would be at the time. Nobody had ever done such a thing, but they did have money to burn and a whole bunch of lab techs who were super into anime. That is not a joke, that is literally the only reason. In 1986, they completed work on E0. E for experimental, 0 for, well, 0. This little guy. Aww, he's hideous. It may not have been glamorous, but they had successfully created the first robot capable of bipedal locomotion. Or basically, the first robot that could walk like a human. Sort of. Being the first of its kind, E0 could only walk in a straight line and took nearly 5 seconds between each step. It was slow, clunky, and very unsteady. If this thing ever got possessed and was running amok in the pizza place you worked at, just open a window and wait for a breeze to come through. You'll be fine. Now, this whole project was kept a complete secret for 10 years, and to this day, there is no publicly available information on how exactly these robots worked, at least none that I could find. But we do know one of the main challenges that they faced: balance. If you take an object, anything that has mass, and find the exact point on the object where if you apply a force, you will push it, but not turn it at all, that's called the center of mass. It's kind of abstract and hard to think about, but for humans, it's right here, kind of in the middle of your stomach area. Why do I bring this up? Well, look down at your feet and imagine a rectangle drawn around them. If your center of mass lies over that rectangle, you'll stay balanced. If you lean away enough so that your center of mass drifts outside of that rectangle, you'll fall. Basically, in order to stay upright, an object's center of mass needs to be supported by something underneath it. Humans are usually able to detect gravity pretty well thanks to some fluid-filled organs in our ears called the semicircular canals, the cuticle, and the saccule. If our brain detects that our center of gravity is off balance, it will subconsciously make tiny adjustments in our muscles to keep you upright. Those of you who have ever gotten motion sickness before have these little organs to thank, because if they ever get confused for even half a second, they start freaking out. Oh, sound the alarm! Sound the alarm! We lost track of which way is up! It's anarchy in the streets out there, guys! Stomach, you there. Dump everything. No, I don't care, Dump it all. It's the end of the world out there! Alright, so back to our good friend E0. Obviously, robots don't have ears, but they can be pretty good at detecting gravity using something like a gyroscope or accelerometer. Check out my video on Wii remotes if you want to learn more about that. There is one problem though. The brain can receive, interpret, and send signals super quickly. Computers and electrical sensors, especially ones from the 80s though, not so much. On top of that, E0 only had 6 motors in its legs, meaning that it wasn't nearly as articulate as we are, so it's much harder for it to make micro adjustments to keep it balanced. So even if E0 realized, oh hey, I'm falling over, there's not a whole lot I can do about it. Granted, balancing while standing still is pretty easy, even for a robot. But once you start walking, you're constantly changing the area you're supported by, and your center of gravity is moving all over the place. You're basically just perpetually falling forward and catching yourself. We can learn to do this through muscle memory. We don't even have to think about it at this point. Robots don't have muscle memory, and until recently with the advancements in AI, they couldn't learn anything, so they just had to act on their initial programming. Basically, all of those factors combined made E0 look a little tipsy sometimes, or maybe wasted out of its mind, but the anime-loving techs at Honda weren't to be defeated so easily. Over the next 7 years, they continued to refine and evolve their design, culminating in the E6 model completed in 1993, the same year FNAF 1 takes place, by the way. E6 was far superior to its younger siblings. It had much improved balance, maybe not reaching the realms of good, but it was better. It could turn, climb stairs, avoid minor obstacles, and reach a top speed of 4.7 miles per hour, which is like the equivalent of a brisk walk. So technically, yes, there were robots that could walk for the most part, like the animatronics in FNAF, around the time the games were set, but they were cutting edge, the first of their kind, and incredibly expensive. They weren't even used for anything, they were made for the sole purpose of research, basically just to prove that they could. Heck, the Osimo, the thing that the E and later P series robots would eventually lead to in 2000, you know, that little astronaut looking guy that you saw on the news that one time and you thought, wow, the future is here. And you never heard anything about it again? Yeah, that was basically only ever used to show off Honda's tech. It was essentially an elaborate publicity stunt that was way too expensive and finicky to be used in any real commercial applications at the time. Let's compare that to Foxy, in case you forgot for a second that this was allegedly a video about Five Nights at Freddy's. According to this absolute legend from the FNAF Wiki in 2017, Foxy runs at about 27.27 miles per hour, which is just a hair slower than Usain Bolt and far faster than OSHA's defecation when they walk into any Freddy's establishment in America. See? I told you I'd come back. But more importantly, it's leagues ahead of what our buddy E6 was clocking in at during the same year. To put that in perspective, the record for the fastest 100-meter dash by a bipedal robot was set in September of last year by Cassie, a robot built at Oregon State University with a time of 24.73 seconds or a speed of 9 miles per hour. And this was a robot designed for the sole purpose of running a 100-meter dash, not serving pizza. Now, I know what you're gonna say, and sure, maybe Foxy can only run that fast because it has a ghost inside of it. I don't know, maybe this kid was on the track team or something. But the fact remains, all these robots were designed to be able to walk. Phone Guy says as much in the very first game. The fact that the motors in Foxy's legs are capable of creating the physical motion of running at those high speeds without shattering is proof that they expected Foxy to be able to move this fast. This is absolutely insane technology, but don't get the wrong idea. You might be thinking that this is proof that William and or Henry, the engineers who built these things in the games, were geniuses ahead of their time. But clearly they aren't, or else the government or some crazy tech company would have recruited them immediately. No, don't worry. William's still an idiot. If technology like that is being used to serve pizza to kids in the 80s, then dumb serial killers stuck in rabbit costumes are the least of your worries. The military's definitely got T-1000s running around at this point. I know a lot of people point to the Funtime animatronics from Sister Location as some of the most technologically advanced animatronics in the series. Many want to place this game later in the timeline because of that, but honestly, they're sleek and shiny and they got faceplates that pop open, but all of that is super achievable at the time. Yes, they too can walk around freely, which would be super impressive for the 80s, but take a look at the way Baby walks in FNAF VR. That slow waddle, the very wide feet, the small steps, that's all much more realistic for an early bipedal robot. They also have those magic sound floppy disks, but this is a series where Ghost exists and love possessing metal. There's only so much I can do here. Sure, there are animatronics with more teeth, sharper claws, and little crab hands. But if you're not a dummy and don't stay in a tiny room where they can easily corner you, all you gotta do is briskly power walk towards the exit, lock it behind you, and you win. It's not like these places really need security guards anyway. It's a building full of nothing but trash and robots that will attempt to murder anything on sight. Or heck, if these are anything like the E-series robots of the time in real life, the guy who's always beating up the subscribe button might be right. Just give them a swift boot to the chest and they're down for the count. Until these animatronics get ranged weapons, all you gotta do is stay out of arm's reach of them and you're completely safe. Which, honestly, looking at William's track record, it might just be a matter of time before he's like, you know, I felt that the addition of a 90-pound compound bow would really add to Freddy's charm and help him connect with the children a bit more. And then 5 kids would turn up dead with arrows sticking out of them, and the police would be like, wonder what could have happened here. Real brain teaser, this one. But until that day comes, why is Foxy the most dangerous animatronic? Well, put simply, it's the only one you can't outrun. Unless you're Usain Bolt, and then you really got nothing to worry about. A couple of weeks ago, I purchased a real-life spring lock to better understand how the infamous spring lock suits from Five Nights at Freddy's actually work. Look, this is one right here, a real-life. Look at that, real-life spring lock. To recap for anyone who hasn't seen it, I found that on their own, spring locks really aren't that dangerous. I mean, it's basically just a big pen. However, if you try and build a Chuck E. Cheese Gundam suit out of them, and for some inexplicable reason decide to invest in springs with enough strength to crush bone, then you're probably in for a bad time. Like, seriously, I cannot stress how bad of an idea this is. Only a true idiot would conceive of something this dumb. You would have to be a certifiable moron if you ever attempted anything remotely close to this. So, being the smart and logical people that I know you are, there was one comment that I got over and over and over again. When are you gonna build one? Richard, hit that intro. Just as a quick refresher for those of you who aren't an expert in all things Five Nights at Freddy's, which is everyone, these spring lock suits are a special type of animatronic designed for the fictional Chuck E. Cheese inspired restaurant Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, and were designed by a dude named William Afton, who also happened to be a serial killer. The gimmick of these suits is that they can work like regular animatronics up on stage dancing around, But they have a bunch of these spring locks in them, and if you retract them, you can make enough room for a person to fit inside and wear it like a regular mascot costume that can more freely interact with the kids at the restaurant. Seems simple enough, except for the slight issue that if the spring locks fail while you're inside, you get stabbed by a million knives and are instantly and brutally killed. Oops. The main point of these suits in the universe of the games is that they are supposed to be a cheaper alternative to having both a regular animatronic and a matching mascot suit. Now, there are a couple glaring issues with this design. First of all, it does not do that. Spring locks are pretty expensive. This one right here costs about 10 bucks, which on its own isn't too bad, but in order to have enough to build a whole suit, you would need 30, 40, I'm not sure, plus the hardware to attach them to the frame, or whatever you're putting on the end of the spring. All of that adds up pretty quick, to the point where, without knowing exactly how these suits are supposed to be constructed in the games, I can guarantee you that it would be far cheaper to just have a regular animatronic and buy a separate mascot costume. And I'll be honest, YouTube ain't paying me that much, so unfortunately, I will not be building a real-life, functional animatronic spring lock suit in my one-bedroom apartment in the span of a week. Sorry. What I can do, though, is take you through the entire engineering design process and come up with a comprehensive plan for how to build one of these suits in real life and, crucially, design it in a way where it won't murder the person inside if it's a little bit humid out. First, let's recap exactly how these suits are implied to work in the games, because I actually made a slight mistake in my first video. Originally, I thought that these spring locks were used to pull all of the motors and supports and stuff out of the way so that you could get in with all of those mechanical bits still inside the suit, sitting in the place between your body and the actual costume. So when these spring locks fail, all of that stuff gets pushed back towards you, and again, it's a bad time. However, a bunch of you let me know in the comments that this isn't entirely correct. Instead, the spring lock suits have a solid endoskeleton, basically just a bare bones skinny robot. The spring locks are all attached to the inside of the costume and have pins on the end of them. So when the spring lock unlocks, the spring pushes the pin into a hole on the endoskeleton, which holds the suit in place. Seems like you could accomplish the same thing with, I don't know, a screw, but whatever. Then, when you want to turn it back into a suit, you pull the springs back, activate the locks, and pull the whole endoskeleton out. So, the same basic principles apply. You'll still definitely die if the spring locks fail, just a small distinction that will become important later. That was the only mistake from that video. Other than that, everything I said was 100% correct. Just that one thing. Also, something else that I've learned since that video, I always assumed that these spring lock suits were made of cloth and foam, so, you know, they're like soft and squishy and kids can run up and hug them, but apparently they are actually made from a series of hard plastic shells. Sure, maybe they put like fake fur over the top or something, it's hard to tell, but that means that canonically, Springtrap stalking around in FNAF 3 would sound like this. Okay, now that we all have an understanding of how the original spring lock suits work and why they suck, it's time to fix it. So here's the plan. First, I'll lay out the requirements for this suit, then I'll go through the basic conceptual design for how to make the thing safer, and finally, I'll create an actual engineering grade 3D model to show the whole thing in action. And you can do with that information what you will. We begin with the first step in every engineering project, defining the requirements. Before we start designing our spring lock suit, we need to have a good idea of what we are designing it to do. As one of my college professors once put it, if we don't know where we're going, how will we know when we get there? That's right. Gandalf taught me engineering. For our case, I've settled on 3 major requirements. First of all, it needs to be able to function as both an animatronic and as a costume. That's kind of the whole point. Second, it needs to use spring locks to accomplish this. Normally, you want to avoid requirements like this, saying it has to use this specific mechanism. That's just not a good practice, and you're limiting yourself unnecessarily. But this is a video about how to make a spring lock suit. It'd be a little weird if I just said, don't. And the third, and let's be honest, most important requirement is safety. No matter what happens, whether the suit is functioning normally or malfunctions in some catastrophic way, the people operating it shouldn't have to worry about being skewered from every angle and then turning into a ghost, haunting the very robot that killed them and spending the rest of eternity haunting various pizza places while people continually try to set them on fire, even though it's been shown time and time again that that doesn't really do anything. Which, I mean, seems like a pretty basic ask to me. You know what seems like a pretty basic ask to me? Asking you to help me take that subscribe button to Slam Town. That little bright red devil has been running its mouth. It's been flapping its gums. I even heard it insult your local sports team. So I think we need to hit it with a classic tag team double-decker finger jab mega slam combo. On the count of 3, I need you to give that red subscribe button cowering below this video a nice solid poke. Send it reeling my way, and I'll finish it off with a slam. All right, 1, 2, 3. So with those 3 requirements in mind, let's get on to step 2, designing. The idea of the costume basically being a shell over top of a fully functional endoskeleton that you can pull out is actually, as much as I hate to give Afton any sort of credit, a pretty good idea. The endoskeleton itself can have a pretty basic construction. You don't have to worry about pulling it apart and putting it back together, and it means that none of the motors or beams or anything will be inside the suit at the same time as the person wearing it. The fact that they have a robot capable of walking upright in the 80s is insane. That sort of tech costs a fortune today. So a far more realistic design would be one where the legs are bolted to the ground and only the upper body moves. You know, doing a little bit of this, a little of this action. You know what I'm saying? You don't tell me you don't want some pizza right now. I know you do. I know you do. I know you do. The main problem, of course, comes with the spring locks. We need them to be able to hold the outer shell in place over the endoskeleton while it's in animatronic mode, and we need them to be able to retract the pins so that we can pull the shells off so someone can wear it. But no matter how you slice it, having spring locks lining the whole inside of the suit, pointing directly at the person, is bad. That's real bad. Like I mentioned earlier, you totally could just use some screws to hold the shells onto the endoskeleton and then just take out the screws when you want to wear it. That's probably the simplest answer, but I guess you could argue that it would take too long to take all the screws out, and anyway, that's far too logical. This is Freddy's, damn it. Give me spring locks or give me death. Actually, you know what? I think it's the same either way. So, if we are insisting on using spring locks in this suit, then we have to come up with some other solution, some way that eliminates the risk of unwanted acupuncture. But I mean, I'll be honest, I don't see how that's possible. We need these pins to hold everything in place, and this is the only way. I mean, no matter what you do, these spring locks are gonna be pointed at the person wearing the suit. It would take nothing less than a certifiable genius, nay, an act of God to come up with a solution that is as effective while remaining perfectly safe. I am but a mere man. How can we possibly use a spring lock in a manner such as this while eliminating all the risks? Done. Instead of mounting the spring locks on the inside of the shells and having the pins slide into the endoskeleton, why not just have them mounted on the endoskeleton and the pins slide into holes on the shells. I mean, it accomplishes the exact same thing, except now the spring locks come out with the rest of the endoskeleton, leaving just the mascot costume behind. No sharp metal bits, no mechanisms that could fail, no risk of death. Easy as that. It took me like 30 seconds to come up with. If you're not sold yet or having trouble visualizing what I'm saying, don't worry, because we're moving on to step 3, where yeah, I made a whole 3D model using real-life, professional-grade engineering CAD software. It's actually not as hard as it sounds. I mean, it's not super pretty, but I had a day, cut me some slack. So we start off with the endoskeleton. This is a pretty simple model just to give you an idea of the shape. A real one would have to have motors in all the joints, a power supply somewhere, and probably a lot more supports, but you get the idea. And then the suit consists of a bunch of shells that just go around it. Now, if I were making a real suit, I would probably have one solid foam and cloth costume with plastic parts embedded into it that give it some structure and something for us to hold on to, but you can't really model stuff like that in here. So for now, I'll just show the plastic parts and you can use your imagination. Say we're trying to attach something onto the shoulder here. All we would need to do is take a spring lock and mount it on here with some nice heavy bolts or something. Instead of a needle-thin, sharp pin on the end, I would probably use something a bit thicker with a rounded or even flat end. Because why would you use a razor-sharp pin? Why would you do that? You didn't have to do that, but you did. Were you trying to do a bad job? Because you did. Positioned over that is this plastic shoulder piece, which has this hollow round part protruding out here. The cylinder from the spring lock can extend, fit into that hole, and boom, you're good to go. You would then presumably fill this part here with foam or something like that to make it a bit more comfortable to wear, maybe add in some more supports or something, I don't know. As for the actual spring, I would probably use a tension spring. The ones in the game and the ones that I have here are both compression springs, so you push the spring in to lock it, and then when you want to release it, the spring pushes the cylinder back out. You could use the same thing here. It's probably not that dangerous because even if the spring locks did fail, it would probably be while the endoskeleton is sitting off to the side, not in use. And if you use a reasonable strength spring, even if your hand was, like right in front of it, you probably wouldn't get hurt. If you went with tension springs, that would mean that you would stretch them out and lock them in place when you're putting them in the suit. This would probably be better for more firmly holding the shells in place. If these springs are locked when they're extended, they won't be moving around while the animatronic is in motion. And if they ever did fail, it would pull the pins inward, not shoot them out, which is always safer. This does mean that in the event that these spring locks failed while in animatronic mode, the suit would fall off the endoskeleton while on stage, which obviously isn't ideal, but honestly, if you get real good spring locks and not whatever crank BS William was using, this thing ain't failing. Then all you have to do is rinse and repeat that design for all the shells, and you're done. When you want an animatronic, you put the endoskeleton inside the suit and you push all the cylinders out. If you're smart, you could probably design this in a way where all the holes and cylinders are self-aligning, so you don't have to worry about positioning everything exactly correct. The original design would have had to do the same thing anyway. When all the cylinders are out, the shells will be held in place, ready to go. When you want to wear it as a suit, you retract all the cylinders, you pull everything out of there, and you are left with a simple cloth, foam, and plastic costume that will not, crucially, turn you into a meat kebab. So, with that in mind, let's get the rest of those shells on there. People of the internet, I am proud to present my completed model of a real-life spring lock suit. Step aside, William Afton. The big boys are here to show you how it's done. I've made a terrible mistake. I'm willing to bet that most people had a pretty similar experience playing the new Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach Ruin DLC last week. Oh, Gregory is trapped in the Pizzaplex? Yeah, right. You know what? I bet this is that Mimic character from the books, but we'll have to wait and see. Right, yeah, I get it. Gregory's been acting super shifty this whole time. He is definitely an AI. I have this mask that lets me phase through solid objects. That's pretty weird, but you know what? I think for the most part, I am finally understanding a FNAF game for once. What the Now, you all know me. Normally, I don't like touching FNAF lore with a 29.5-foot pole. Instead, I usually like to look into the engineering and science behind everything. So, my plan for today's video was to try and explain the Vanny mask and how it lets you walk through solid walls. But in the process of researching that, I think I accidentally solved everything. Richard, hit that intro. Alright, before we get into this mask, I'm gonna try my best to recap everything that happens in this DLC as quickly as I can. Also, spoilers for literally everything. You play as a girl named Cassie who wanders into the Pizzaplex after getting a distress call from her friend Gregory saying he's trapped and needs her help getting out. After exploring around a bit, you're given a totally not suspicious white rabbit mask called the Virtual Augmented Neural Network Integration Unit, or the Vanny Unit. Do you get it? It's because the person, you know, that lady from for the first. This mask allows Cassie to walk through certain solid real-world objects, which is pretty weird, but we don't have time to dwell on that. The little helper character within the mask named Helpy fits Cassie with occipital transponders that allow him to communicate with her even when she's not wearing the Vanny mask. Cassie must use the mask to locate and deactivate a bunch of virtual security nodes throughout the Pizzaplex in order to access the sinkhole below Roxy Raceway and free Gregory. Along the way, she's attacked by the usual animatronics, as well as yet another spooky white rabbit thing referred to as the Anomaly and later dubbed the MXES, which can only be seen while wearing the mask. Cassie eventually reaches the basement to discover that, surprise, surprise, it's not Gregory that's been luring her around in a super shady way, but an AI called the Mimic that was replicating his voice. She's finally able to contact the real Gregory as she escapes, who leads her to the elevator, only to suddenly turn on her and drop the elevator with her in it. Gregory! Only it was probably the Mimic cutting in again at the last second, because again, Gregory is a small child who's currently eating ice cream on a hill, not sitting at the top of the elevator shaft with like a pair of scissors or something. There are also two other secret endings. If you've discovered all the hidden cameras throughout the game, then you'll be able to take a different path during the escape, where you can activate this scooper mechanism that kills the Mimic, at which point the game abruptly ends with Cassie's fate left unknown. And lastly, if you don't follow Gregory's directions during the escape, you'll find a cardboard cutout of Freddy. Look at it with the mask, and you'll see this weird image, at which point the game just ends. What? Alright, so I know you probably have a lot of questions after that, but let's put all those fake Gregorys and complete lack of any cathartic ending aside and focus on the Vanny mask. Vanny stands for Virtual Augmented Neural Network Integration. At first, this sounds like just a whole bunch of techno mumbo jumbo that some writer spent like 30 minutes coming up with just to have an acronym that matches the name of the antagonist from the first game. But let's go through those terms one by one to figure out what this actually means. Virtual and augmented are both pretty clear references to virtual reality and augmented reality. Now, technically speaking, VR and AR are not the same thing. Virtual reality is a completely simulated reality where nothing you're seeing is real, like with VR games like Beat Saber, and AR is when something fake is placed in the real world, like that one feature in Pokemon Go that you immediately turned off. Either way though, the gist is that this mask shows you things that aren't real. A neural network is a subset of machine learning, or in buzzword terms, AI. So, The Vanny is an AR/VR headset that integrates you into the neural network of this AI called the Mimic. This is how Helpy was able to replicate Cassie's voice, and how Gregory can comment on things that Helpy says throughout the game. It's because they're both part of the Mimic neural network. Alright, so the Vanny Mask is a fancy VR headset that allows an AI to copy your voice and make you sing Frank Sinatra with Plankton. Cool. But that still doesn't explain, the whole phasing through solid objects thing. In the games, there are certain points where like a box is blocking your path, but if you put on the mask, you realize that the box isn't real and you can walk right through it. But if it's really a VR headset, then surely it should be the other way around, right? When you're wearing the mask, you see boxes and stuff blocking your path, but when you take it off, you realize that it's all just virtual, none of it is real. I mean, that's how AR works. My first thought was, I don't know, dude, it's a video game. Magic or something, but looking a little deeper, I think there is an actual explanation for this. Shortly after putting on the Vanny Mask, Helpy implants some occipital transponders into Cassie. More big science words, let's break that one down too. The occipital lobe is the part of the brain that interprets what your eyes see. So your eyes receive light waves, and then your occipital lobe converts that information into colors, depths. Basically, it controls what we see. A transponder is a device that detects radio signals. So if the Vanny Mask implants transponders into the occipital lobe, then it could, at least theoretically, use radio waves to alter what you see, even when you're not wearing the mask. That would suggest that the objects that you can phase through in the game don't actually exist at all. When you have the mask off, the occipital transponders make you think that there's a box or whatever in the way, and maybe it's like so realistic that it tricks the rest of your nervous system into thinking that the box is real too, so you can't move through it, I don't know, Matrix style. This is actually very similar to the rightfully despised sound illusion discs from the books, which use sound waves of specific frequencies to make you see things that aren't really there. These occipital transponders are still very dumb, don't get me wrong, but at least they're trying to justify it just a little bit more, just a few more science words in there. So essentially, the Vanny unit does two things. It implants transponders into your brain to affect what you see, and it gathers information from you that it can integrate into the Mimic AI. Great, problem solved, video over. Except, there's still one question that I have. Why though? Like, what's the point? If the whole goal of Helpy and the mask is to trick Cassie into setting the Mimic free, how does making her think there's a box in the way unless she wears the mask help with that? And what's the deal with the anomaly? Is that a feature of the mask? Helpy sure doesn't seem to like it, but like, is that just more part of the manipulation? Look, I know the villains in this series aren't known for having super well thought out plans, but like, what was even the goal here? At first, I was just gonna leave that one for the professionals to mull over, but after thinking about it a bit more, I think I might have figured it out. Let's start with the anomaly, or MXES. How do you say it? Mexis? Is that how you say it? Mexis? No, Mexis sounds like a place you'd order like a burrito or something from. Actually, you know what, Richard? Do you want to order us some Mexis? At first glance, this thing seems to be the main antagonist for most of the game. Sort of like this game's equivalent to Vanny from the main game. It shows up, the music gets scary, your camera gets fuzzy, and you gotta take off your mask to save yourself, which hinders your mobility. Aren't those game designers clever? There are also certain points in the game where this thing will activate jamming beacons, which fully prevent you from using the Vanny unit until you've turned them off. However, if you play the game long enough, you'll realize that this antagonist doesn't actually attack you. In fact, it doesn't really do anything. It just kind of looms over you. So what gives? If you beat the game, you discover that the Tex-Mexis is basically the security system designed to keep the Mimic trapped in the basement. So in a twist, this thing is actually the good guy. But then, why is it always popping out and making me spill my water in my lap? I swear it's just water. Richard, don't you pan down. Richard, Richard, don't you dare. Well, think about it. The only two things that this guy does in the whole game are chase you down while you're wearing the mask, or activate beacons that fully prevent you from wearing the mask. Whether it's scaring you into taking it off, or outright stopping you from putting it on in the first place, it's pretty clear. This thing doesn't want you wearing that mask. But why? Well, I think the reason is twofold. First of all, you can only see the security nodes while you're wearing the Vanny mask. Now, initially, this made no sense to me. Like, realistically speaking, what are these things? Are the security nodes hidden in, what, the air? I mean, like, it's a video game franchise with ghost robots, so anything is possible, but I think there is a much more grounded explanation. Maybe the real security nodes are actual physical objects built into the architecture of the building, hidden in the floors and walls and stuff. And the big rabbit things that we see are just augmented projections over them to make them easier for Cassie to see. That's the only way that I can make sense of this stuff, unless like the entire FNAF universe also exists in like the Matrix or something, which, I mean, at this point honestly seems pretty likely. So, Mexis Bell is trying to stop you from putting on the mask, because if you don't wear the mask, then you can't find the nodes. And if you can't find the nodes, then you can't free the mimic. That makes enough sense to me, but I think there's actually one other reason why Del Mexis doesn't want you putting that thing on. Because, funny enough, this actually isn't the first time that we've seen a mask like this. In FNAF VR Help Wanted, we learn that a woman named Vanessa was possessed by this computer virus called Glitch Trap after she wore the exact same mask in a VR game, and she would later go on to be Vanny, with a Y, not an I, the sort of primary antagonist in the main game of Security Breach, who didn't really end up doing anything. At the time, we assumed that this was some sort of digital consciousness recreation of William Afton, who was trying to return to the real world, because let's be honest, that's probably what it was supposed to be at the time. But it seems like they are retconning that game to imply that Glitch Trap wasn't William Afton, but the mimic replicating him. So if this white rabbit mask was the thing that allowed the mimic to infect the mind of Vanessa, then perhaps the same thing could be happening to Cassie. The more you wear the mask, the more the mimic can integrate you into its neural network, until eventually it fully takes over. That might be what's happening in that bizarre secret ending. In a moment of panic and mental weakness, Cassie puts on the Vanny mask one last time, allowing the mimic to fully take control, fully integrate her into the neural network, while showing her a peaceful image of Gregory, who we know the mimic has been impersonating, Helpy, who's also a construct of the mimic, and Vanessa, who we know has already been infected. Come on in, join us. They're saying the water's fine. Come on, join us. Trust us. You don't have a choice. Join us. That could explain why the occipital transponders make you see all these fake barriers blocking your path. The mimic is forcing you to constantly put the mask back on in order to progress, slowly integrating you more and more into itself. That means that Mexis is not just trying to stop you from finding the nodes, it's trying to save your life. With that revelation, all of the pieces were starting to fall into place for me, but I still had one lingering question. When we find the mimic, it's behind a wall of concrete. And if the Mexis was designed to keep the mimic locked away, well then someone must have, first, locked it away. But who? Well, towards the end of the game, you can find a little robot named Candy Cadet who will tell you a story of a mother and a child who lived in the woods with a dangerous monster. The mother managed to lock the monster in their basement to keep her family safe. However, in time, the monster learned to mimic the sound of the mother's voice, and one day, while the mother was out, the monster sang the child a lullaby in the voice of their mother, tricking the child into opening the door to the basement and letting the monster out. This is surprisingly direct for a FNAF game. I mean, this is barely a metaphor at this point. It's pretty much exactly what happens in the game. Cassie is the child, the mimic is the monster in the basement that tricks Cassie into letting it out, and the mother is, well, we don't know. The most obvious answer might be Gregory if we take the story literally. The monster in the story mimicked the mother, and it was the mother who initially trapped it. Here, the mimic is copying Gregory, so that would mean that Gregory was the one who initially trapped it. However, the real Gregory also mentions at the end that the mimic has been down there for a long time, and he genuinely sounds like he doesn't really know how it got there. And also, I mean, he's a small child. I don't think he's down there pouring concrete over a door. My other idea was Cassie's dad. Not only does it parallel the familial connection from the story, but Cassie also briefly mentions that her dad owns a Phaz wrench. A weird detail to include considering her dad is never mentioned again. This could just be the game's way of explaining how Cassie knows what a Phaz wrench is, but it does mean that her dad at least worked at the Pizzaplex at some point, meaning he could have known about the mimic. Or, who knows, maybe it was Zombie Mike, or the puppet, or one of the dozen other characters that this series keeps bringing back again and again. I don't really know, and to be honest, when it comes to understanding the story of this game specifically, it doesn't really matter who trapped the mimic, because it doesn't even work, the mimic still gets out. Alright, I know this might have been a lot to take in. FNAF is literally incapable of having a straightforward plot, so allow me to recap what the actual story of this game seems to be. A long time ago, someone managed to trap a dangerous AI called the Mimic in the basement of the Pizzaplex. They created a security system called Nexus, consisting of a bunch of security nodes hidden within the very architecture of the Pizzaplex that would keep the Mimic trapped. The Vanny Mask is something built either by the Mimic itself or someone working for it, maybe Vanessa while she was under its control, maybe someone else. This mask allows the wearer to see virtual, augmented representations of the hidden nodes to help them locate and remotely deactivate them. It can also integrate the wearer's consciousness into the Mimic AI itself. Wear the mask long enough and it will eventually fully take over. Lastly, it implants occipital transponders into their brain, which can allow the Mimic to alter what they see via radio waves, even when they aren't wearing the mask. The Mimic is able to use the voice of Gregory, Helpy, and the Vanny Mask to lure Cassie through the Pizzaplex. It places fake barriers in her path that she needs to use the Vanny Mask to get past, but the more she wears the mask, the more she loses herself to the neural network. The Nexus tries its best to stop Cassie, scaring her into removing the mask without actually hurting her, and activating jamming beacons to stop her from wearing it to begin with, but it's not enough. The Mimic tricks Cassie into deactivating all the security nodes and the Nexus, at which point it can finally break free. What happens next? Well, I suppose that's up to you. The Five Nights at Freddy's series has branched off into so many wild directions over the years that it's a little hard to believe it all started with a very simple sit and survive game about checking cameras and closing doors. For years, people have been trying to unravel the mysteries of the Purple Guy, Remnant, Rogue AI, and well, whatever the hell is going on here. But after all these years, I have never seen anyone answer the core mystery at the very heart of this first game. The question that has plagued every player's mind when they took the time to look a little deeper and think just a little bit harder about this eerie setting. Shouldn't the doors close when I run out of power? I mean, like, that's totally how electric doors work, right? They need power to stay open, and if they run out, then they slam shut, right? Well, I say this question has gone unanswered for long enough. Is this simply another crazy and stupid engineering decision from a company famous for it? Or is it a design so geniusly subtle that it's been overlooked for nearly a decade? Spoilers, but judging from my past deep dives into the engineering of this series, it's probably that first one. If it's that second one, if it's actually smart, then I will literally eat my words. But this is the Five Nights at Freddy's Doors Explained. Richard, hit that intro. First, let's recap how these doors work in the games in case any of you have forgotten. I mean, this first game did come out 9 years? The gameplay loop of the first Five Nights at Freddy's is incredibly simple. All you do is sit in a room and try not to get killed by the cast of Banjo-Kazooie if they were strangers in Times Square aggressively trying to take a picture with you. You can check the security cameras to keep tabs on the 4 animatronics, you can turn on the lights in the hallway to see if anyone's about to drop kick you from the shadows, and you can close the doors when Freddy and the gang get a little too close for comfort. However, doing any of these things will slowly drain your battery, and if it runs out, then you can't check the cameras, you can't turn on the lights, and you can't close the doors. All you can do is sit and wait for one of those things to bring you your pizza. And by pizza, I mean death. Alright, so the first question we need to answer, what's up with this battery thing? I mean, I'm no expert, but last time I checked, most restaurants don't run on AA's. Well, I think in this case, there's actually a pretty clear answer. If you take a moment to stop peeing your pants and look a little more carefully at the restaurant through the cameras, you'll see that it's not in the best condition. It's dirty, it's run down, the animatronics are in disrepair. In short, it's pretty clear that this building is not in full operation. It's been closed for a while. And if it's been closed, then there's a good chance that they've not been keeping up with the electric bill, and they're running it off of some sort of generator, and not a very good one at that. So it's not literally powered by batteries. You couldn't raid this building when your Wii remote dies. It's just a generic sort of symbol for power. So that's why we have such limited power to begin with, but that doesn't explain why these doors drain it so dang fast. So I guess the first question we need to answer is why most real-life electric doors drain power when they're kept open. I think the first thing that comes to people's minds when they see an electric door like this is the doors on your car. Most people will know that if, hypothetically, your assistant Richard is an idiot who leaves the doors to your car open in your garage all night, then when you come out in the morning, it's gonna be dead and you have to ask your annoying neighbor Fred to jump it for you. Calm down, calm down, calm down. It's not worth it, it's not worth it. This leads most people to assume that keeping an electric door open like this will drain power. However, that's not exactly the full picture here. It's not really the act of keeping the door open that drains the power. Your car just automatically turns on all the interior lights whenever the door is open so that you can see. And that is what drains the power. Obviously, this isn't the case for FNAF. We see no lights or anything that are tied to the opening and closing of the door. So it seems like FNAF might just be off the hook for this one. Just kidding! It's never off the hook. It's on 2 hooks! The FNAF doors don't swing open like a regular door. Instead, they slide up and down, more akin to a garage door, only way more inefficient because it's just a big slab of metal for reasons? In order to open the door, you need to raise it up. Since gravity will constantly be trying to pull the door back down, you need to constantly be putting energy into the system to keep it open. Or you might have some sort of mechanical stop at the top that's propping the door open, but at the very least, the act of opening the door should drain power. But if you want to keep it closed, you could just let gravity do its thing. That sounds like the easiest way to do it for me, but silly me, I should have known. Fazbear Entertainment is never one to do things the easy way, or in a way that makes any sort of logical or financial sense. They're not good at this. No, it's clear that for whatever reason, Fazbear Entertainment went out of their way to design these doors so that they will remain fully open when disconnected from power and require a constant input of energy to be kept closed. And no matter how stupid or illogical or needlessly reckless that reason will inevitably be, I intend to find it and I intend to fix it. I will not eat my words today. Okay, so just to get out of the way, the real answer to this question It's just game design. If the doors closed when you ran out of power, then you could just keep them shut and you would just win. Now, call me crazy, but I have a feeling that a game like that might not have been quite as popular. Oh, what's going on, my crazy crustaceans? It's your boy, Lobster Boy 427, back with another Let's Play. Today, we're playing a crazy new game called Five Nights at Freddy's. I'm hyped. I hope you're hyped. Let's jump into it. All right, we got a little bit of a spooky atmosphere here. And ladies and gentlemen, that was Five Nights at Freddy's. If you enjoyed, make sure to leave a like, comment, and subscribe, and I'll pinch you all later. Ha! So, within the world of Five Nights at Freddy's, can we find a logical explanation for this design? Well, based on what I found, a lot of people chalk this door thing up to a safety feature. Safety for the company that did the spring lock suits. Those guys, safety. Oh. As the argument goes, the reason these doors are designed to remain open when the power goes out is because if it were the other way around and the power went out, then you'd just be stuck in there. Sure, when you've got your good pal Freddy on his way to dive straight at your face, then this might not seem too bad. Better to be stuck inside alone than stuck outside with the killer robots. But what happens when 6 o'clock rolls around and you want to leave? Even when the building was in full operation and not running off of a very limited generator like it is in the games, it'd be a real risk that in the event of a power outage or something, the security guard could get totally trapped inside. Whoa. You know what? I've had enough of cowering behind these poorly designed doors. I say we go out there and we show these animatronics who they're messing with. Here. Why don't we practice on that subscribe button below this video? You know what? Next time I see Bonnie, I'm gonna give him a taste of my uppercut. Next time Chica decides to stick her beak where it doesn't belong, maybe I'll give her a nice solid clothesline. Heck, you know what? I think for Foxy, a simple click or tap would be enough to take it down. I mean, go on. Give it a shot. Give it a shot right there. And if I ever see Freddy's smug little smile again, I'm gonna give him a one-way ticket to Suplex City, just like this. So this theory would suggest that they designed these doors to pop open in the case of a power outage to ensure that nobody gets trapped inside the security office. There are a couple of ways you could accomplish something like this. One would be to attach a cable to the top of the door, wrap that cable around some pulleys, and attach a big counterweight to the other side that's heavier than the door, which could probably be housed in this empty space that we see on the map of the building. Pressing the button on the door would pull the door down and the counterweight up. You'd use power to keep it held in place, and then when you turn the power off, the counterweight would drop, pulling the door back open. That way, so long as the cable is attached, nobody could ever get trapped in the room. Problem solved. Based on what we can see of the door and the pizzeria layout, it seems like this is the most likely answer to me. But funnily enough, there's actually a real-life solution to this same problem that works a little bit differently. It's called a door. I know it's a bit of a novel concept, but a door is actually not dependent on power at all. If the power went out, you could just turn this knob here, kind of off frame, and stick with me, you could just open the door and calmly exit the room. You could also, I don't know, like prop a chair up against it or something if a possessed robot is trying to kill you. It's a win-win! Like, seriously, Fazbear, it's not that complicated. You just spent a ton of time and clearly a ton of money designing a door to solve a problem that doesn't exist. Like, I appreciate the effort. You identified a possible emergency scenario of a power outage, and you've designed a way to allow your security guard to exit the building safely in the event of that emergency. But you could have accomplished the same exact thing the way every building ever has, with just a plank of wood and some hinges. I mean, it's not like like a power outage is that serious of a thing anyway. It's not like everyone needs to evacuate the building immediately, and if the security guard just takes one moment to open a door, then they're gonna die. No, they're gonna be fine. Unless a power outage is not the thing they were preparing for. Oh God. Think about it. Freddy's is first and foremost a restaurant. Their main concern from a safety perspective wouldn't be power outages or security guards that they probably didn't need to hire getting stuck in the back rooms. Nah. Allow me to introduce to you all automatic fire doors. Doors that are designed to automatically open in the case of a fire alarm being triggered are absolutely a real thing that exists in tons of modern buildings. Think about it. If you're running from an active fire, the last thing you want is to be caught in a bottleneck as people have to stop to open a door. Having all the doors automatically pop open can also help dissipate smoke, so you're less likely to suffocate in an enclosed space. Obviously, the systems that run these doors can't be power dependent because a fire could easily damage the electrical systems of a building if the power hasn't already been shut off manually. So having a failsafe where if the power goes out, all of the fire doors automatically pop open is actually a pretty good safety consideration. The fire door explanation makes even more sense when you start to look at the layout of the FNAF 1 building specifically. These doors are on either side of the security office. Since you probably don't want patrons of the restaurant being able to walk in here whenever they want, these doors are probably kept locked most of the time. However, if we look at the map, we can see that the security office has an exterior wall, meaning that in all likelihood, there's probably a window right behind you. I mean, kind of ruins the feeling of being trapped with no possible escape in the games, but I mean, in the event of a fire, that window could be someone's only way out. If the door to that room is locked though, then they're out of luck. Even if Freddy's is a part of some larger building and the security office doesn't have a window, there's just more building on that side, the fact that it has a door on both sides effectively makes it a hallway. If someone is standing in this back corner and a fire broke out in the kitchen, spreading to cover this doorway here, then that person needs to be able to run through the security office to get out on the other side. And again, they can't do that if the doors are locked. In order to ensure that everyone can get out safely in the event of an emergency, these doors, and these doors specifically, need to be able to automatically unlock and pop open. Granted, yes, most real-life fire doors open and close like regular doors and not like blast doors from Star Wars or whatever is going on here, but I think there might be an explanation for that as well. Typically, you want a door to open into a room, not into the hallway, so that way someone can't like accidentally leave something in front of the door in the hallway and then you're just stuck in there. However, the security office is pretty small. Maybe there wasn't enough room to have doors swing in on both sides. Maybe they were worried that like the doors would hit someone who was inside and injure them if they automatically popped open, or they would like obstruct the window on the back wall, defeating the whole purpose. Look, I'll admit, it's not a great solution. I mean, just don't design the room to be so small to begin with, but it's like, they're putting in the effort. They're kind of doing all right. I mean, no, it's still not great, but they're trying. In an ironic twist, and in what is definitely a first on my FNAF videos, don't let the comments tell you otherwise, I think I was wrong. These doors are not another idiotic engineering decision in a very long list of idiotic engineering decisions on the part of Fazbear Entertainment. No, they were designed that way first and foremost to try to keep you safe in the event of a fire or other emergency. Now, granted, they didn't account for the emergency situation of the animatronics getting possessed by the vengeful children who got serial killed by the owner of the restaurant, which, I mean, fair enough. It would seem, though, that this time around at least, I am forced to eat my words. What? No, Richard, I'm not gonna eat my words. What does that even mean? It's a figure of speech. It just means I'm going to admit I was wrong. Yeah, I know I said I would literally eat my words in the beginning, but like, I'm Gen Z. Literally doesn't mean literally anymore. You know what? Fine. You know what? Give it to me. Right there? Yep. This is on you. All right, I want you to watch this, Richard. That you did this. Fazbear Entertainment, you may have gotten off the hook this time, but mark my words, I will not rest until I've exposed each and every one of your terrible design decisions. I'm always on the hunt for safety violations. I always manage to sniff out substandard designs, no matter how well you think you've hidden them. I always find the truth. I always come back. It's on you. You did this. The Five Nights at Freddy's movie is nearly upon us. And if the games are anything to go by, then I for one am looking forward to a kind of simple but very fun horror movie that you leave the theater enjoying, and then when you're thinking back on it like 2 hours later, you're like, wait, what was even the plot though? Now, I'll admit, I'm not the biggest horror movie guy. I mean, I just don't like being scared. Spooky jump scares in the movie are one thing, but then like later that night when you're trying to sleep and you can't help thinking about what would happen if a robot bear kicked your door down to choke slam you, I don't need that kind of stress in my life, okay? But look, I may be a coward, I'll admit it, but I have my pride. What, you think I'm just gonna sit back and let this dumb chicken keep me up at night? No, because in truth, I'm not actually afraid of animatronics. I'm not actually afraid of abandoned pizzerias, and I sure as hell am not afraid of any ghosts. No, in reality, we only fear that which we do not understand. And today, I am going to understand these animatronics. I am going to understand how they work, how they tick, how they break. I want to be lying awake, not out of fear, but with bated breath. Man, I wish an animatronic would come in here and see what happens. Come on, Bonnie, where you at? Let's go. At the end of the day, behind all the ghosts, electrical problems, and supernatural BS, animatronics are just mechanisms. And I'm a mechanical engineer. This is a comprehensive step-by-step guide on how to survive 5 Nights at Freddy's. Richard, hit that intro. First, for those who aren't familiar, let's break down the situation. You are a nighttime security guard working at the defunct Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Your job is to sit in the back room and make sure nobody breaks in to steal whatever an abandoned pizza place had that's worth stealing. Look, odds are if someone comes in, they're probably just a vlogger or something. It's a super easy gig, except I feel like I'm forgetting one small thing. Oh yeah, right. There's 4 old animatronics that are possessed by the spirits of kids who got serial killed by one of the owners of the establishment several years ago, and they're all trying to kill you for some reason. Oh, and also, the guy who killed them, he may or may not be your dad, and you may or may not be like a zombie or something. It's pretty simple stuff. Now, obviously, we know that it is possible to survive 5 Nights at Freddy's because that's literally the point of the game. Use the cameras to keep tabs on the animatronics, flicker the lights to see what's in the halls, close the door when they get too close, and hope you don't run out of power before 6 o'clock. That strategy works, but it's pretty risky. All it takes is one little mistake and you're a sitting duck for the rest of the night. No, if you want a real shot at surviving this situation, then your best bet is to get out of there as quickly as possible. Priority number 1, escape. The FNAF movie is not out yet at the time that this video goes up, so it's hard to get an exact sense of that building layout to formulate an escape plan, but if we go by the original game, then we have an exact map. You start off back here in the security office, and you need to get to the door over... It's just over... Where's the door? I mean, this place definitely has a door. You had to get in somehow, and you're able to leave at the end of every night, but we don't see it on any of the security cameras. Heck, we don't even see any windows. Seems like just a little bit of an oversight when your whole job is to make sure that people don't sneak in. Would have been kind of nice to have a camera that shows you where they're trying to sneak in, but hey, you gotta know what's going on in the storage closet, I guess. We know that the front door doesn't appear on any of the cameras, so it has to be in a place that the cameras don't see. That narrows it down to either side of the stage, the kitchen, or the hallway with the bathrooms positioned directly under the camera. I think the latter is the most likely. There's not a ton of room on either side of the stage for a main entrance, and it'd be weird to have a front door in the kitchen, though I suppose there could be a back door there. But no matter where the door is, you're gonna have to eventually venture out into the main dining area. And you're probably gonna have to tango with some animatronics along the way. Just a little bit of, a little tango. Hey, real quick for anyone who missed my recent announcement, I have a Patreon now! If you're a fan of the channel and want to get access to all sorts of perks like exclusive live streams, suggesting and voting on video topics, and seeing videos like this before anyone else, then check the link in the description to learn more. If you want to support the channel but can't afford the Patreon, no worries, I totally get it. You can always click the subscribe button below this video to subscribe here on YouTube. It's free and it helps out a ton. Wow! Oh, I think that was the calmest call to action I've ever done. Man, that was pretty good. I should do this more. Oh. According to Sun Tzu, if you know your enemy and you know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. If you know yourself, but not the enemy, for every victory gained, you will also suffer a defeat. If you know neither the enemy nor yourself, you will succumb in every battle. So, let's get to know ourselves a little, shall we? This insatiable quest for knowledge and the constant need to prove yourself. What's that about? Oh, he meant in terms of like physical assets, what you have. Got it. The security office in FNAF 1 has all sorts of junk lying around that you could probably use in an escape plan. A fan, this cupcake, and I'll say it, too many monitors. Like hell I can only look at one camera feed at once. There's like 6 or 7. This is excessive. As a security guard, you probably also have something on you to defend yourself, like one of those police batons, maybe even a firearm. Also, these games take place in the 90s, but this is 2023, which means you almost certainly have a smartphone on you. Suffice to say, you've got a lot of tools at your disposal. Now, to know our enemy. We never get an exact explanation of how the animatronics work. Are they ghosts puppeting around the animatronics like Poltergeist? Do they need electricity? Do they see with proximity sensors, thermal detectors, ghost vision? Crucially, you don't know. We have no idea what these animatronics are capable of or what sort of limitations they have. By Sun Tzu's logic, that would mean that for every victory, we will also suffer a defeat. So, if we want to beat these animatronics, then we must be prepared to sacrifice something. But Sun Tzu was old, and he probably didn't know about science, so I don't give a damn what he says. We're getting out of here unscathed. Let's start with what little we do know. Real-world animatronics of the age were super rudimentary. As we found out in this video, if the animatronics work like real-world bipedal robots from the 90s, they'll be incredibly slow, can only walk in a straight line, and they're super unbalanced. One swift boot to the chest, and they're down for the count. But unfortunately, these aren't regular animatronics. They're haunted animatronics. It's pretty clear that they don't have any sort of trouble staying upright, and they move around pretty freely, so getting past them won't be so easy. We have no idea how mobile the animatronics are exactly. I have a feeling that you'd probably be able to outmaneuver them. Like, I don't know, I have trouble picturing bulky Chica juking you out or something, but the main problem is Foxy. This guy can move. In a previous video, we learned that Foxy can keep pace with Usain Bolt, so you are almost certainly not outrunning him. We also know from Help Wanted that Foxy will always run down the West Hall to attack you if you try to leave the office, so you're gonna have to deal with him one way or another. Worst comes to worst, you're gonna have to stand your ground and fight. And now I hear you, fighting a giant metal fox possessed by a ghost sounds like a terrible idea, but it's actually not as crazy as you think. We know for a fact that these ghosts are at least somewhat dependent on their animatronic body to be able to move. Golden Freddy doesn't have an endoskeleton, it's just a haunted suit, so it cannot move around like the others. It sort of seems like the ghost inside the animatronic is the brain, but it still needs a physical body to be able to do stuff. This is good because it means that animatronics are susceptible to physical damage. If we break their endoskeleton, we can limit their ability to move, which means we stand a fighting chance. Granted, Golden Freddy can literally teleport, which is a bit of a problem, but at the end of the day, he's basically just a bunch of floating plastic. I'm not too worried. Let's mess up some robot chickens. An animatronic's main method of attack is with its bite, which we know from the cutscenes in FNAF 4 is strong enough to break bones for some reason. To combat this, grab something bulky, a box, your crumpled up jacket, basically anything that's not your face, and shove it deep into its jaw. That'll buy you a little time to start doing some damage. If we take a look at the endoskeleton for all the FNAF 1 animatronics, we see that their elbows and knees are made from ball joints, more commonly known as ball and sockets. Why they chose this is beyond me. It seems like it would restrict the movement in the joints in the direction that matters, and it'd be super difficult to reliably actuate, but it's a good thing they did. Ball joints offer extra flexibility and are good at handling compressive loads along their axis, but they're very bad when it comes to lateral loads. In layman's terms, if you want to stop an animatronic, you just gotta bust some kneecaps. Just grab anything heavy like a pipe, the fan, a monitor, Lord knows you have enough of them, and swing for the fences. Foxy, Bonnie, and Chica all have plastic coverings around their knees, so it might take a couple of shots to do sufficient damage, but luckily, Foxy's legs are fully exposed and unprotected. If you can damage the joint enough to deform or fully break it, then you've effectively put that leg out of commission, severely limiting the animatronic's mobility and allowing you to get away. If you happen to have a firearm on you, congratulations, you win! Just take a few well-placed shots at the knee from a distance, and that thing's down for the count. So with all that in mind, I formulated the perfect escape plan. If you ever find yourself in this highly specific fantasy situation, just follow this guide and you'll be out of there so fast you'll wonder why anyone thought this game was scary. Heck, you might even leave the animatronics quaking in their boots. Step 1. Don't use the hallway lights. Use your phone as a flashlight to save on the building's power. Then you're going to want to look for something heavy and preferably long to use as a weapon, so you don't have to get too close to the animatronics and you can get some nice leverage on your swings. Then you need to find something bulky to jam in their mouths as a shield. A crumpled up jacket or this fan are both good choices. Heck, you could probably take both. The first problem you're going to have to deal with is Foxy, who will run you down the moment you try to leave, but you can use this predictability to your advantage. Before leaving the office, set up a bunch of boxes and junk to create a low barrier in front of the west door. Use the cameras to make sure the East Hall is clear, and make sure Freddy, Bonnie, and Chica aren't blocking your escape route. Then, take a deep breath, because it's go time. Bait Foxy down the West Hall and into the office. Hopefully he'll trip on your barrier, but if not, you'll have to act fast. If you have time, try to close the west door behind Foxy. Poke it with something long or throw something at it, whatever you can do to get it closed without getting too close to Foxy. Then back out the east door, reach around, and close it. If all goes well, you'll now have Foxy trapped inside the security office, and your biggest threat is out of the picture until the power goes out, and by that time, you'll be long gone. If you weren't able to get the west door closed, you'll need to get out of that hallway fast so you don't get cornered. From here, it's a mad dash to the door. Get out into the main dining area so you have more room to maneuver. The goal is to avoid any animatronics at all costs. But if you do run into one and need to stand your ground, shove something in its mouth, bash out those kneecaps, and get out of there. Show them no fear and no respect. You know what? If the first attack goes well, you could lure a few more through this doorway. Take them out like you're a Spartan at the hot gates. Show those kids they mess with the wrong guy. Literally, you got the wrong guy, dummy. Sorry you got murdered, kid, but I'm not going down like that. And if you ever run into Golden Freddy, man, just keep walking. That guy ain't no problem. God, man, I f***ing hate ghosts. They're so dumb. They're so... Once you get out, get in your car, flip those robots the bird, and drive far, far away. And here's the important part. Don't come back for a second night. You literally almost got murdered at your minimum wage job. If you really need the money that bad, grab the tapes where the previous security guard explains in great detail how dangerous these animatronics are, and then proceeds to get murdered by one, sue Fazbear Entertainment, and worst case scenario, they'll pay you a whole bunch of money to brush the case under the rug, then go get a job at, I don't know, like McDonald's or something. I promise the Hamburglar ain't gonna try to kill you. It's not that hard. The Five Nights at Freddy's movie is nearly upon us. By the time you're watching this, you very well may have already seen it, and this is a part of your ritual post-movie viewing experience alongside New Rockstar and Screen Crush, which I have to say, I'm honored. But let's dispense with the long-winded intro setting up some joke that won't pay off for another 16 minutes, and let's get to the question at hand. The animatronics, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, and Freddy Fazbear himself, how do they work? And I don't mean from a lore perspective. In that case, it would be some vague ghost-related plot device, I think. No, I mean, how did the filmmakers get these things to work on screen? Because despite what a lot of us initially assumed, according to the film's director, there were no CGI animatronics in the whole movie. They were all done practically. But how did they accomplish this? Did they follow in the footsteps of the very villain they're trying to bring to life and create their own spring-lock suits? Did they enlist the spirits of the dead to possess the very metal of these mascots? Or did they do something that actually makes sense if you think about it for more than 2 minutes? Today, we find out how the animatronics in the Five Nights at Freddy's movie actually work. That's that's gonna be a lot of words to fit on screen. Richard, have fun with that and hit that intro. The animatronics for the FNAF movie were created by the folks over at the Jim Henson Creature Shop. Odds are you're at least familiar with the name at this point, but you've definitely seen way more of their work than you even realize. Everything from The Muppets to The Dark Crystal, Star Wars to The Hangover. If a movie's got some sort of puppet or non-CGI creature in it, chances are it came from Henson's. They've been revolutionizing the world of puppets and really practical effects in filmmaking for the better part of half a century. So while it may sound weird that the people who made Kermit the Frog were the ones chosen to bring Freddy and the gang to life, it really shouldn't come as a big surprise. Unfortunately, we've only gotten little bits and pieces of information on how they accomplished this effect. A Twitter post here, a behind-the-scenes picture there, so nobody outside of Henson's knows exactly how these animatronics work. But, while I may not work for the Jim Henson Creature Shop and have never seen these animatronics in person, though I wish I had, give me a call, Henson's, you know where to find me, but I do work as a mechanical engineer. So with my knowledge of machines and mechanisms from these little bits and pieces of information, I can find the truth. I may not be good at unraveling the insane lore of these games like some other theorists, but this is my wheelhouse. For starters, the animatronics in this movie aren't actually animatronics, strictly speaking, at least not the kind that most people are familiar with. See, the animatronics that you might see in a Chuck E. Cheese, a Disney World, or a Great Wolf Lodge have pre-programmed animations. They pop out, they automatically do their thing, and then they pop back in and repeat. This is presumably how the animatronics in the world of FNAF would work, but that's not how the Henson props work. Instead, the animatronics that they used on set were effectively puppets. To grossly oversimplify, inside all these animatronics is a simple metal frame, an endoskeleton, if you will. Any part of the endoskeleton that needs to move, like the joints, the face, is equipped with a simple servo motor. For those who don't know, a servo motor is designed to turn in precise increments as opposed to something like a direct drive motor, which just spins continuously. These motors are connected wirelessly to this absolutely insane power glove looking thing that allows a puppeteer to control the animatronic in real time the same way they would an old school hand puppet. Sadly, I've never had a chance to use one of these things in person. Again, Jim Henson Creature Shop, I'm not hard to find. But from what I gather, controlling one of these animatronics is very complicated. Think about it. Every joint can move independently. You've got all the facial expressions, the eyes, the eyelids, the mouth. Even if you had enough control with one of these hand things, it seems like it would be impossible to just keep track of everything. Well, according to the folks at the Henson Creature Shop, it is impossible. Even if you had both hands power gloved up, jacked into the freaking Matrix, dude, it would still take a whole team of people to control just one of these animatronics. According to interviews, Foxy was the most complicated of the four to pilot, requiring 6 people to fully operate. I'm guessing that's in part because Foxy has a lot of his endoskeleton exposed, so it's harder to hide bits that would make it easier to control with fewer people. So if you're ever feeling a little scared when Foxy's on screen, just remember that it's basically just 6 gamers sitting barely off screen. And speaking of off screen, look people, normally this is the part of the video where I come in and ask you to subscribe, but I've been thinking about it, and surely, if you watch this channel regularly, if you've made it this far into the video without clicking off, if you enjoy the content I make, then surely you're already subscribed, right? I mean, who doesn't subscribe to the channel that they enjoy? It's free. It only takes a second. Surely nobody would be so cavalier, so thoughtless, right? Right? That sounded way more threatening than I intended to. I don't know. Do whatever you want. We're chill either way. It's a button. You can click it. You can click it. I don't care. I've got a Patreon too. There's some cool stuff in there. If you want to go into the description, there's a link to it. Check it out. All right. I'm gonna head out. We cool? We cool? Sorry for threatening you. If these animatronics sound incredibly complicated, that's because they are. They're truly cutting edge. And remember, if the game's lore is to be believed, then William Afton apparently had access to this technology in the 80s, which... no! Even with modern day technology, it apparently took the team at the Henson Creature Shop 15 months to make all these animatronics, which simultaneously sounds really long and also insanely fast considering what they were able to accomplish, because they didn't just make 4 animatronics. No. They made a crap ton. As advanced as these puppets are, they do have their limitations, namely mobility. I don't care how many servo motors you cram in there and how many puppeteers you've got. You're not getting one of these things to walk around without falling over. I assume, at least. I don't know. As far as I can tell, the Henson Creature Shop is just a bunch of wizards, so maybe they made it work. But no. Instead, there are 2 versions of each animatronic. Well, no, actually, there's a lot more than 2 versions. They made 3 to 4 versions of every animatronic in varying states of decay and with different capabilities for specific shots in the movie, but there are 2 main flavors, let's say. There are the animatronic puppets that we've been talking about, which are great for any close-ups or scenes like this where the animatronics are stationary, but for any scene where they're on the move, they used a separate suit worn by a real person. These suit versions look nearly identical to the animatronic puppets, only instead of an endoskeleton inside, there's just a guy in there controlling all the movements. That's not to say that this is just your average mascot costume though. Obviously, whoever's inside can control the limbs and movement with just their own body, no machines required. But when it comes to the facial expressions, you can't really, I imagine it would be hard to puppet that with your face. So instead, the headpiece still has little motors to move the mouth and the eyes, controlled by another person off screen. So even these more simplified suits still require two people to operate, except this time, one person gets to sit around in a t-shirt using a dope controller, and the other person needs to be running around with a very heavy, and I would have to imagine pretty loud helmet and a bulky suit that I can only guess is around as hot as the surface of the sun. In an ironic twist of art imitating life, trying to imitate art, which was parodying real life, sort of, this actually mirrors something that happened in the games, when Matthew Lillard's character, William Afton, needed a way to allow a person to wear his animatronics like a costume, so they could walk around and interact with the people at the restaurant after having performed on stage. Instead of making two separate versions, he opted to create a single spring-lock suit where the endoskeleton could be pulled back out of the way with super strong springs, or fully removed depending on who you ask, to allow a person to stand inside. William was also, evidently, a very dumb person because he did it in the most dangerous way possible and ended up accidentally murdering himself inside one of them. Mondays, am I right? The folks at the Jim Henson Creature Shop were presented with the exact same problem, though they opted for the much safer, cheaper, and all-around better solution of just making two separate things, a suit and an animatronic. As someone who's dunked on the idea of the spring-lock suit in FNAF many times, I can't tell you how many people I've seen trying to justify the idea of an animatronic suit hybrid, saying that it would be cheaper or somehow easier, and this is proof that no, the spring-lock suit is not a good idea. Because if it was, the Jim Henson Creature Shop would have done that. But they didn't, because that would be dumb. Vindication! But with the knowledge that there are multiple different screen use versions of all these suits, I've devised a fun little game to completely diffuse the tension and remove all horror from this movie. I call it Suit or Roboot. It sounded better in my head. Here's how the game works. Anytime you see an animatronic on screen, it might be a super advanced puppet, or it might be a very sweaty man. And it's your job to figure out which is which. Based on the trailer footage, the team at the Henson Creature Shop did a great job of making them look pretty indistinguishable, but there is one dead giveaway. If you look at the joints on the animatronic puppets, you can see the endoskeleton peeking through, true to the games. However, on the costume version, there is no endoskeleton, just this guy sweating his balls off. So if you look closely in certain shots, you can tell that the endoskeleton is a bit bulkier because it's just the guy in a black shirt, and that's how you'll know that it's the suit version. Now, I don't know about you, but whenever I see that, my fear of these animatronics is gonna turn to pity real fast. Godspeed, my friend. Your sacrifice will not be forgotten. So, there you have it. That's how the animatronics from the Five Nights at Freddy's movie work in real life. Now, there's only one question remaining. The Five Nights at Freddy's series is all about the hubris of the man who created the animatronics, the horrors that arose because of them, and the agony of those souls trapped inside. And yet, in order to tell this cautionary tale, the people at Jim Henson Creature Shop needed to do the very thing they were cautioning against. So the question is, have they opened Pandora's box? Will they fall folly to the very villains they warned us about? Will they too be hunted down by the suits, possessed by the agony of those who perished, or in this case were mildly uncomfortable for an extended period of time, inside? Maybe Five Nights at Freddy's is nothing more than a cryptic fairy tale to scare children. Or maybe, just maybe, it's inevitable. Either way, though, the suits probably smell just as bad. I mean, can you imagine? This channel has always been about science. And according to Plato, science is perceiving. After all, it is only in perceiving the world around us that the world itself becomes knowable and real. But can we really trust our powers of perception? Can we be sure that our eyes are not merely being deceived? According to your eyes, I am nothing more than a collection of pixels on a screen. But can you be sure that I was ever more than that? Or am I just a mere illusion? Can we be certain that our world isn't a mere illusion, conjured by tricks and sounds whose source has eluded our grasp of understanding? As it turns out, yes, you can be sure. Hi folks, I'm Charlie, and today we're talking about Five Nights at Freddy's most contentious piece of tech prior to 2021. The sound illusion discs were introduced in the original Five Nights at Freddy's novel series, first appearing in the Twisted Ones, and again later in the Fourth Closet, where they can use sound to make people see spooky monsters, and boy oh boy did people really hate them. The technology in FNAF has always been ahead of its time. Bipedal robots in the 80s, anyone? But somehow, these seem to be a step too far. But is that really true? Are these magic discs really that much more far-fetched than spring-lock suits or rogue AI that can take over your brain? Or are they more grounded in real-world science than any of us gave them credit for? Today, I break down the science behind these sound illusion discs and prove that they're not as dumb as we all thought. Though they are still kind of dumb. Richard, hit that intro. For those who aren't super familiar, sound illusion discs are described as working as such. They emit a rapidly changing series of high-pitched frequencies that are outside the range of human hearing, but can still be perceived by the subconscious. These sounds confuse the brain into making you see things that aren't actually real. In the books, the main thing they're used for is making the titular twisted animatronics look like scary monsters or regular friendly animatronics depending on the situation, but in the end, spoilers I guess, when the discs are turned off, the twisted animatronics are revealed to be nothing more than bare endoskeletons being disguised by these sounds. So basically, these discs use sound that you can't actually hear but sort of can hear to make a specific object look like a different specific object. And they wondered why we all hated them. These discs also have an effect on cameras. Anything being cloaked by one will appear blurry in photographs and videos, and aside from the whole hallucinating thing, prolonged exposure to these sounds can make you feel nauseous, but they're otherwise relatively harmless. So all we need to do is try and find some real-world science that can explain all of this. Oh boy. I guess let's just start from the top, with high-pitched noises that you can't hear, but your brain can still hear. What does that even mean? Well, the pitch of a sound is related to its frequency, or how fast that sound wave is waving. A higher frequency, measured in hertz, correlates to a higher pitch. Humans can typically hear sounds ranging from 20 hertz on the low end to upwards of 20 kilohertz on the high end. This differs from person to person and worsens as you age, but in general, if a sound has a frequency higher than 20 kilohertz, we can't hear it. However, studies have shown that our brains do experience a change in electrical activity when exposed to sounds of 22 kilohertz and above. What does that mean? It means that FNAF was actually spot on. There are high frequency sounds that our brain can detect and react to without hearing it. Well, they were spot on about this one thing. They were wrong about pretty much everything else. You'll see. This phenomenon is called the hypersonic effect, and apparently it's more pronounced when you layer inaudible high-frequency sounds on top of regular audible frequencies. As an example, according to a study published in the National Library of Medicine called Inaudible High-Frequency Sounds Affect Brain Activity, hypersonic effect, a real page turner that one, let me tell you. They found that people tend to find music with high inaudible frequencies layered on top more pleasant to listen to than the same song without them, even if they sounded functionally identical. I would play some of these for you as a little experiment, but the effects of exposure can vary greatly, ranging from mild annoyance to ear pain and temporary hearing loss to, well, nothing at all. Just to be safe, I won't play any of these, though I am happy to report that while researching possible side effects, I didn't find a single reported case of someone experiencing any sort of visual hallucination or changes to their perception at all when exposed to any of these sounds. Because that would be actually insane. Hey everyone, sorry to interrupt, but I just found out about this super cool new feature on YouTube that I want to try out. I might be too much of a YouTube peasant to have access, but I'm doing a little experiment. If you're watching this in full screen right now, then hit escape and keep an eye on that button below this video. You know the one. All right, ready? If you're enjoying this video, then hit that subscribe button. Pretty sick, right? Or super disappointing. And now, at this point, if you give it a click, something super cool should happen. You know what? I won't spoil it. Just give it a shot. You fool! You fell for the classic trap, and now you're subscribed to the channel. The mastermind strikes again. Ugh. So we've run into a bit of a dead end with the high frequency sounds, but interestingly, if we hop to the other end of the spectrum, sounds that are too low for us to hear, then we find something very sinister indeed. There is one frequency, one specific, impossibly low note of 18.98 hertz, just barely below the range of human hearing. This sound, if you can even call it that, has been documented to induce feelings of dread and panic in any who listen to it. People will see shadows moving around at the edge of their vision, only to look and realize that there's nothing there. This unholy tone has been dubbed the ghost frequency, because it actually has nothing to do with ghosts at all, but some super gullible people thought that it was like the spirits of the dead trying to communicate with them or something, and the name just sort of stuck. But yes, the ghost frequency is a real, documented phenomenon, and everything that I just said is true, though I hate to burst your bubble, but it's not nearly as spooky as it sounds. The exact reason why people experience these sensations when exposed to this specific frequency is up for debate, but from my research, the most commonly accepted explanation is that it closely matches the resonant frequency of the human body. So this sound will subtly vibrate your body, causing you to shake ever so slightly, which might give you a chill. It might make your chest feel a little bit tighter, making it a little harder to get a full breath, which is where the feelings of dread and panic come from. It can also slightly vibrate your eyes within their sockets. Gross, not anything dangerous, but enough to seemingly make shadowy figures dance at the edge of your vision. Unlike high-pitched sounds, I couldn't find any harmful side effects of this sound outside of, the whole dread thing, so I'll slowly fade it in. I've heard that it works better with headphones, but again, the effects vary greatly from person to person, regardless of your setup. Ready? feel it? The hair standing up on the back of your neck, the shadows dancing around at the edge of your vision, that feeling of dread, anxiety, panic rising through you? I don't know, I'll be honest, I don't feel anything when I listen to it, but some people do. What about you? Interestingly, this sound comes up way more often in nature than you might think. A lot of historically haunted places like old hotels, decrepit mansions, stuff like that, oftentimes it's discovered that there was just like an old air conditioning unit or some pipes grinding together under the foundation that are emitting this frequency, which is why so many people get freaked out when they go in. And apparently, certain animals like tigers have been known to emit this low-pitched frequency in their growls to intimidate their prey while hunting, causing them to freeze up in fear so they're easier to catch. In case tigers weren't terrifying enough, they just had to throw paralyzing roars in there. At a glance, this seems super promising. A sound that we cannot ordinarily hear, albeit a low-pitched sound instead of a high one, that can fill you with dread and even cause visual hallucinations? Great! Sound illusion discs are solved. Except for a few problems. As you probably noticed during our little experiment, the effects of this sound vary greatly from person to person, and most people don't even react at all. It can cause visual alterations, let's say, but they are completely random, everybody's seen something different, and nothing as crystal clear as a full robot bear. It's also important to note that these visions occur due to the vibrations of our eyes, so it wouldn't make sense for the vision to be locked to a specific object like the endoskeletons in the book. It would just follow you wherever you happen to be looking. Alright, so it looks like the whole sound angle has turned up a whole lot of nothing. Sure, there are sounds outside the range of human hearing that can have subtle effects on the brain and body, but nothing even remotely close to the sort of controlled visual hallucinations that we see the sound illusion discs produce. But that got me thinking, perhaps we're approaching this from the wrong angle. We know that sound can't cause these sort of illusions, but then again, can anything? Is an object appearing as something completely different even possible? Or is this idea doomed from the very start? In one last-ditch effort to make these things make even a lick of sense, I went back to the research grind and came across a little thing called hypnopompic hallucinations, or in layman's terms, your old pal, the sleep paralysis demon. Statistically speaking, a few of you are intimately familiar with the concept of a sleep paralysis demon, but for those who have never experienced it, sleep paralysis is something that can occur when you are abruptly woken from REM sleep. While in this deep sleep state, your body paralyzes itself to give your muscles some rest. But sometimes, when you quickly wake up from this state, it takes a couple of minutes for your body to catch up to the fact that you're not still sleeping. And some weird things can happen before it does. Not only can people not move most of their body, but many also report seeing distorted figures, or demons as they're often described, in the low light of their bedrooms. These can be wholly new apparitions, but more often something already in the room, like say a lamp, an alarm clock, that bare endoskeleton you have lying in the corner, will become twisted into a nightmarish humanoid monster in the mind of the sleeper. Right? Pretty spot on! Except for all the ways when it's not, but we'll get back to that later. I don't know about you, but one question that I had while researching this was, why demons? Like, our brain misinterpreting something that we see in the shrouded, dim light in this strange half-sleep state, that makes sense. But why do so many people report seeing demons and monsters specifically? Well, it's up for debate, but it's generally believed that people see these scary demons for the same reason that people have nightmares. Anxiety, stress, these things that plague your mind while you're awake stay with you when you're asleep and can manifest as these scary apparitions. It's also been theorized that people are inclined to see humanoid demons specifically because of something we all possess called facial pareidolia. Did Did I say that right? Pareidolia. Humans are really good at spotting faces and reading them for emotions and facial cues. Sometimes a little too good, to the point where we see faces in places where they aren't there. So in the dark, half-dreaming state, that clock might start to look a little like a twisted, shadowy face. Heck, I've even seen some people theorize that these apparitions don't look like demons, but rather the classic look that we associate with demons came from these hypnopompic hallucinations. But now, let's bring that back in with what we learned before. We know that the ghost frequency can induce feelings of anxiety and dread, and anxiety can lead to these sleep paralysis demons manifesting. Right? We're starting to see the connections. The sound leads to stress. The stress leads to the demons. I mean, this only works when someone is in a very, very specific, difficult to replicate state of being both awake and asleep. And in the books, it's used on people who are very much fully awake. So that doesn't really make any sense, does it? But what about Five Nights at Freddy's 4, which features a kid in his room being attacked by the nightmare animatronics, which have long been theorized to be using these same sound illusion discs to alter their appearance, very much analogous to the twisted animatronics from the books. I know in a recent story they said that the nightmares use hallucinogenic gas because we bullied them too much about the sound discs, but think about it. A kid is in his room in the middle of the night when he's abruptly woken from a dead sleep by a sound in the hallway. The footsteps of an animatronic, emitting a low-frequency sound that he can't quite perceive. The ghost frequency, which piques his anxiety. This feeling causes his half-asleep brain to see these ordinary animatronics as twisted, nightmarish versions of themselves. But as time goes on, and he slowly regains his wits, he starts to see through the illusions, to the bare endoskeleton beneath. And then he immediately gets up and closes the door, so the whole sleep paralysis theory doesn't actually hold up at all. Look, I'm working with what I got here. You want the truth? Scott made up something absolutely insane and let the rest of us do the work of making it make sense. All right? Look, unlike my past forays into weird FNAF tech, there is no real science-backed answer that can explain all of the sound illusion disc's weird abilities. Heck, I haven't even mentioned the camera thing because that makes absolutely zero sense. But then again, nothing in sci-fi ever makes that much sense. A lightsaber blade stopping after a certain point, instant teleporters from Star Trek, animatronics from the 80s that can walk around on their own. None of these make that much sense when you think about it, but there's enough real-world science sprinkled in there that our imaginations can fill in the gaps. And from that perspective, maybe the sound illusion discs are in the same boat. Maybe they're just as cool as a lightsaber. Nope, I can't even say it with a straight face. I can't do it. Sound illusion discs do have a backing in real-world science. It's just some very obscure real-world science that I'm pretty sure Scott lucked his way into. But in summary, with some sci-fi pushing of boundaries, here is exactly how the sound illusion discs could work. They emit a series of sounds just outside the range of human hearing, both on the high end and the low end, not just high-pitched sounds like the book suggests. If these sounds are layered on top of each other, since that typically increases the hypersonic effect, it would allow these sounds to easily influence your brain, even if you can't hear them. These sounds can alter the mood of the listener. Remember, high-pitched sounds makes music sound more pleasant, while the low-pitched ghost frequency fills the listener with anxiety. These moods can change the quality of their hypnopompic hallucinations. High-pitched sounds can make them see happier, friendly animatronics, while low-pitched sounds would make them appear demonic and evil. The only real logical leap that we need to make is assuming that hypnopompic hallucinations could occur in someone who is fully awake and not in a state of sleep paralysis, which, admittedly, is a pretty big jump, but this is the same story about ghost kids possessing high-tech robots made by a crazy person, so, I'll let you decide where you draw that line. Now, I bet there's only one question left on everybody's mind. No need to flood the comments with it. I already know what you're gonna ask. When are you gonna do Fazgoo?
Shoot, 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 shoot.
After an incredibly jam-packed 2023, it seems like the Five Nights at Freddy's series is finally starting to slow down for a bit. With the release of Help Wanted 2, it feels like we've reached a natural endpoint for this era of FNAF, the Steel Wool era, starting with the original Help Wanted back in 2019, spanning through Security Breach to today. We'll call it Phase 2 of FNAF. And just like the MCU, Phase 2 has been all about evil AI. And also, just like the MCU's Phase 2, it really wasn't all about AI until the very end when they were like, no, guys, you don't get it. Clearly, we've been planning this whole time, and we didn't just decide at the very last minute to try and shoehorn everything into this weird AI explanation to try and make it all make sense. Actually, you know what? I guess the MCU didn't really do that last part, did they? But yes, it seems all the mysteries we've been trying to crack for the past 5 years have finally been answered in a short story and a free DLC that spell things out pretty clearly. The true villain of FNAF's Phase 2 has been the Mimic, a rogue AI with enigmatic intentions and a particular affinity for our old pal William Afton. But you know me, I can't just let these games name drop some obscure piece of tech as a hand-wavy explanation without diving deep into the real-world science to figure out exactly how it actually works, and maybe, if we're lucky, find some answers about this series' biggest unanswered questions along the way. And today, I'm gonna be doing exactly that. This is Five Nights at Freddy's Mimic AI Explained. Richard, hit that intro. The Mimic as a character has appeared in both the games and the Tales from the Pizzaplex book series, and it works a little differently in both universes. In the books, the Mimic was created by a single father named Edwin as basically a nanny to look after his son David. It was programmed to copy his son's behaviors to act as a friend to him. At first, it would basically just parrot back whatever David said, but it eventually learned to actually respond like a real person. However, when David died in a car accident, Edwin took his anger out on the Mimic and just beat the crap out of it. The problem is, the Mimic can only do one thing, and that's copy the behavior of the people around it. And so it becomes super violent and starts murdering people. It's pretty bad. Eventually, Fazbear gets its hand on this tech and makes their own Mimic to do manual labor for them. And being the completely incompetent entity that they are when it comes to new technology, they somehow make the robot that murders people for fun even worse. They wanted to salvage electronics and parts from old animatronics, so they tell it to search for humanoid objects and pull off the arms, legs, and heads. But the Mimic is like, alright, well that dude over there looks pretty humanoid to me, and then it goes and starts dismembering people. Just another example of how if literally any person from Fazbear put a single thought into any decision they ever made, this whole story could have been avoided. In the games, the Mimic first appears in Security Breach Ruin, where it copies the voice of Gregory from the main game to lure a girl named Cassie down into the Pizzaplex to free it from the basement. Well, I say this is the first time we see the Mimic, but going back to previous games in Phase 2 with the knowledge that the Mimic is out there, an argument could be made that it's been showing up a lot. The Weeping Angels robots from Security Breach seem to be Mimics trained to play red light, green light. It's possible that Burn Trap was a Mimic of some form, as well as Glitch Trap from the first Help Wanted, the one that took over the mind of Vanessa and turned her into Vanny. It's possible that All these things and more are mimics too, but we'll come back to them later once we know how real AI works to see if they fit the bill. Across both mediums, the mimic does, well, exactly what's in the name. It mimics people. But in the game specifically, it does have one more strange capability. In every single game where the mimic shows up, it displays the ability to take over people's minds. In Help Wanted and Security Breach, it takes over Vanessa to turn her into Vanny. In one of Ruin's endings, it appears to take over Cassie to stop her from escaping. And the main ending of Help Wanted 2 has your character's mind put into the mask bot. This isn't mimicry, this is straight up assimilation. So, in the games, it's clear that the Mimic has two distinct capabilities. It can copy the voices and behaviors of a person, and it can take over your brain. So, how can we use real-world AI to explain all these things? Well, I'm glad you asked. For starters, calling the Mimic an AI program is technically correct, but not actually the full story. AI, or artificial intelligence, is literally anything where a computer tries to do something that a human would do. So all the stuff that you hear in the news about like ChatGPT and AI art are technically AI, but so is your opponent in Pong. What things like ChatGPT, AI voices, and the Mimic do is a much more complex subset of AI called machine learning. When you're writing a normal, non-AI powered computer program, you need to be incredibly specific with every step of your instructions. As an example, if you were trying to write a program to tell a computer how to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, you would first need to tell it where to find the bag of bread, how to open the bag of bread, how many slices of bread to remove, where to put that bread, where to find the peanut butter, and so on and so on. If you miss even one step, if your grammar isn't perfect, if you forgot to account for a very specific edge case, the whole program's gonna crash. A machine learning algorithm, on the other hand, is a program that can effectively learn how to do something on its own. After setting it all up, you could just give it the ingredients, show it what the final product is supposed to look like, and given enough time, it would figure out how to make the PB&J. This is the type of AI program that people are talking about today. It's a field that's technically been around since the 1950s, but in the past 5 to 10 years, it's really taken center stage. Things like ChatGPT use it, but it can do way more than just what the news reports on. The dreaded YouTube algorithm that people are always complaining about, yep, that's machine learning. The Face ID on your phone is machine learning. The machines they use to determine whether or not that weird lump on a scan is cancerous or not, that's machine learning. It's truly everywhere, and despite what fear-mongering news outlets and sci-fi movies would lead you to believe, that's not actually a bad thing. Machine learning isn't inherently bad or good or dangerous, it's just a tool for us to use. There are three main types of machine learning algorithms. Supervised algorithms are given a set of labeled data. For example, a bunch of pictures of dogs labeled as dog, and a bunch of pictures of not dogs labeled as no dogs. The program's job is to search for patterns among the pictures of dogs, and when it's done training itself, you should be able to show it a picture and it will tell you whether or not it has a dog in it. An unsupervised algorithm works similarly, except you don't tell it which pictures in the initial dataset are dogs and which ones aren't. The algorithm just has to figure it out for itself. These types of programs are good for finding subtle patterns in datasets that humans might have overlooked. This is how something like ChatGPT works. It doesn't actually understand the things that it's saying like you and I would. It's just been trained to search for patterns in words and sentence structure, and it's just picking the next most logical word in the sentence based on everything that's come before. That's why, if you've noticed, the longer a conversation with ChatGPT goes, the stranger it gets, because it continually just compounds on any small mistakes that it's made earlier. The final type of program is called a reinforcement algorithm. This one works based on trial and error. Going back to our dog example, you would just show it one picture and the program would have to guess if it's a dog or not. If it's right, you tell it, hey, good job, and then you move on. As you show it more and more pictures, it will slowly learn the patterns to be able to determine which pictures contain dogs and which ones don't. If you want it to be more accurate, you can simply continue to feed it more pictures. If you've ever seen a video where someone trains an AI to play Mario or something, this is the type of program they're using. Going back to Five Nights at Freddy's, the Mimic probably should have been a reinforcement algorithm, so that way when it tries to, pull your arms off, you can tell it to stop. But instead, it seems to be a straight, unsupervised algorithm. Not a great plan. As a machine learning algorithm continues to learn, it will create a neural network of patterns, a bunch of interconnected nodes that it can use to make decisions, much like a brain. Going back to the dog example, one node in this network might look for a specific nose, another the ear shape, another to see if it's quadruped. The more nodes that the algorithm has, the more accurate and flexible it will be. A program with a ton of different nodes layered on top of each other is called a deep learning model. This is the fancy stuff like self-driving cars, ChatGPT, or robots that can replicate serial killers. The Mimic from the games is clearly an example of a deep learning algorithm. It's incredibly sophisticated, it has goals, it can listen and respond to Cassie in real time. It's a fully realized artificial intelligence. The one from the books? Not so much. If a thing's got arms and legs, that's all the information it has to go on, must be an endoskeleton. This goes to show that the Mimic from the games specifically has probably been around for a long time, continually absorbing new information and adding new nodes to its neural network compared to the much newer book Mimic. Alright, so that's all well and good, but how does it help us understand the lore? And what about the mind control thing? What's that about? Well, don't worry, my friends. I'll get to that. But based on all of this, it's clear that the Mimic is a machine learning algorithm that can be trained off of the behavioral data of a specific person. It's not a physical robot, it's a program, one where multiple instances could be trained off of different people to result in different mimics. And it's pretty clear that the one program we keep encountering in the games was trained off of none other than William Afton. So that begs the question, who made it? And why would they train it on the behavioral data of a crazy serial killer? Could it perhaps have been William himself who made the Mimic in the games? Well, it's possible, but most people believe that Edwin from the books is supposed to be a parallel for Henry, William's business partner who designed a lot of the animatronics. Both men are brilliant inventors ahead of their time who lost a child at a young age. We even know that Henry has some experience with machine learning programs. The security puppet that's been trained to recognize and protect kids with specific colored armbands, guess what? That's machine learning. So it's not inconceivable that a brilliant but grief-stricken Henry would create an AI program to replace his daughter after she died. Heck, that's exactly what Henry does in the Silver Eyes novel trilogy. The big reveal of those books is that the main character is actually a robot trained to believe that she is the real, now deceased daughter of Henry. She's never explicitly called a mimic, but yeah, that's the exact same type of program. But remember, in the games, Henry isn't the only character to lose a child. Basically, the whole inciting incident of this series is William's son, dying in a freak accident with one of the animatronics, and William's promise to put him back together. All the murders he does are to gain a better understanding of Remnant, the magic metal with the souls of deceased trapped inside that William thought he could use to bring his son back. We know he's been experimenting with humanoid robots. It's not hard to imagine him learning of Henry's incredible AI program that he used to bring his daughter back and stealing one for his own use. So it's very possible that at some point, William stole a copy of the Mimic program to try and bring his son back, but since he wasn't the one to make it himself, he would have no idea how it works. But he could, as a sort of test run, try training it off of himself, his own behavior, his history of disguising himself as someone's friend to lure kids into the back where he would kill them, which is exactly what the Mimic does time and time again. If this were true, then it means that the Mimic's goals are, more or less, the exact same as William Afton's, just without the context of why he's doing it. Trick, murder, put back together. All of that perfectly lines up with the main Mimic that we see in the games, but what about all those other potential Mimics that I talked about? Well, for starters, Glitch Trap is a dead ringer for an AI program. For starters, it's a program that's copying the exact actions of one William Afton, disguising himself as a friendly yellow rabbit to lure someone into the back of the pizzeria to sort of kill you. It has the ability to take over people's minds, which again, is really weird and not really something that William did, but it's important to note that this isn't an inherent ability in the program. It's something that it had to learn. When it tries to do this to your coworker Jeremy, he ends up going crazy, but by the time Vanessa comes around, it has trained itself to do it effectively. This is exactly what a machine learning program does. Now, why exactly it would want the ability to take over someone's mind? Well, that's a question for later. So Glitch Trap is almost certainly a Mimic program, if not the very same one from the basement, but who else could be a Mimic? Well, for starters, there's a long-standing theory about Security Breach that has basically been confirmed by the Tales of the Pizzaplex that the character Gregory is secretly a robot, kind of like Charlie from the book series. And as we've already discussed, in order to have a robot that can think and interact with the world in such a convincingly human way, literally the only way to accomplish that is through a machine learning program, just like the Mimic. Folks like the game theorists have speculated that Gregory is actually a robotic recreation of the Crying Child. I won't go into all the evidence today, but if that were true, then it would further support the idea that William used the Mimic program to try and recreate his son and just used himself as a test case. But with this knowledge that any robot exhibiting human-like behavior, by definition, basically has to be a Mimic, or at least a similar technology, then who else? Those creepy animatronics from the basement of Security Breach are almost certainly Mimics in training, but this can even explain the glam rock animatronics. That's right, Freddy, Chica, Roxy, and Montgomery Gator are probably all Mimics too. These animatronics are so lifelike, they're very intelligent. They can have conversations, they have their own personalities. It almost seems like they're real people. And in order to get a robot to act like this, yeah, they have to be using machine learning. There's no other way to accomplish that. They too are, in a sense, mimics, trained off the behavioral data of real people. Perhaps past Fazbear employees, perhaps, oh, I don't know, the data of some old nighttime security guard? Glamrock Freddy and Gregory had a weirdly close relationship throughout Security Breach. A lot of people have drawn connections between them and Michael and the Crying Child, William Afton's two sons. And whether or not you believe that Gregory is secretly a mimic-powered robot made by William as a way to literally put his son back together, it's very clear that he is at least meant to thematically parallel the Crying Child. And if Glamrock Freddy were trained, at least in part, off the behavior and experiences of Michael, it would explain Freddy's protective instincts. In life, Michael and his younger brother did not have a good relationship. But isn't the whole point of machine learning algorithms is that they learn from their mistakes to be better? We know from the books that the original Mimic was likely an unsupervised algorithm that just keeps doing its thing, and it ended pretty disastrously. So if you were looking to make a more sophisticated version 2 of this, you would probably make it a reinforcement algorithm, one capable of receiving feedback and adjusting its behavior accordingly. It's probably this type of program that you would use to try and rebuild your son. This even thematically parallels the characters that the AI are trying to replicate. The Mimic, replicating William Afton, is an unsupervised algorithm that has one goal and will keep pursuing that goal unrelenting regardless of the consequences or whether or not they're right or wrong. It was William's shoddy tech that killed his son in the first place. If he had taken the proper safety precautions with the spring-lock suits, like I've ragged on him for time and time again on this channel, his son would have been just fine, even if he did stick his head in the suit. But he's not able to accept this. He keeps developing more and more advanced tech, more and more dangerous animatronics, until he gets what he wants, regardless of how many people get hurt. Like the Mimic, he is incapable of learning from his mistakes. But his sons are different. Michael is much more similar to a reinforcement algorithm. He treated his younger brother badly as a kid, he was a bully, and something really bad happened as a result. So he learns from that mistake and completely changes his behavior to be better. Just like the reinforcement algorithm that would be used in Gregory and Glamrock Freddy. The way I see it, the story these games are trying to tell is this. When William Afton's son dies, William promises to put him back together, whatever it takes. He goes on a murderous rampage to study Remnant, hoping he might be able to put his son's soul into a new body to effectively bring him back, but it doesn't work quite the way he'd hoped. So instead, he turns his focus to AI. If he can't physically put his son's original soul into a new body, he can at least recreate him. He gets his hands on a program called the Mimic. Maybe he stole it from Henry, maybe he made it himself, it largely doesn't matter. To make sure this program can actually do what he thinks, he first tries training it on his own behavior, and it totally works. Satisfied with his experiment, he leaves this newly trained code on some circuit boards in his office, never given physical form, and goes on to train a new program on his deceased son. At some point though, William dies. Like 3 different times. Sort of. It's confusing. And after his death, Fazbear Entertainment finds the circuit boards with this highly advanced machine learning algorithm on it. They decide to put it to their own use and make more advanced animatronics. It doesn't go as smooth as they might have hoped. They have to cover up some deaths and bury some stuff in the basement, but eventually they're successful. They create the Glamrock animatronics, improved reinforcement algorithms trained off the behavioral data of real people. William's original dream with the spring-lock suits, a character that can perform on stage and then walk off and interact with the kids, complete and utter immersion, has finally been realized. All thanks to one simple program. The Mimic. But I hear you. Yeah, every single person's a Mimic now. Cool, whatever. But what about the mind control? What's up with that? Literally every single game where the Mimic appears, it's taken over someone's brain. What gives? Well, I think I do have an explanation for that too, but it will unfortunately have to wait until next week. That's right, my initiation is complete, and I'm officially ascending to the next tier of FNAF theorydom. I'm making my first 2-part theory. I really wanted to find a way to cram it all into one, But there's a lot left to unpack, and I don't have time to edit a whole 45-minute video this week. So hit that subscribe button to be notified when part 2 comes out, and tune in next week to unpack the truth behind robot mind control, William's fluctuating interest between Remnant and AI, how the enigmatic Cassidy fits into everything, and how Phase 2 of FNAF is not a story of family drama born anew, it's a story about the end of the world. The Singularity. A point in time when humanity creates a technology that we cannot control. When artificial intelligence surpasses our own and upgrades itself to a level beyond human understanding in an instant. It is a theoretical apocalypse of our own making. But in the world of Five Nights at Freddy's, it's no theory. It's an inevitability. Richard, hit that intro. Hello, one and all, and welcome to part 2 of my deep dive into Five Nights at Freddy's newest big bad, the Mimic. Last week we took a look at how real-world machine learning algorithms work to figure out who else might be a mimic in disguise. Check it out when you're done with this one if you missed it. But at the end, we were left with 2 lingering questions. Why the mimic is so eager to take over people's minds, and why William would suddenly switch focus from the magic soul metal Remnant to artificial intelligence. Let's start with the latter, because I dramatically teased it at the end of the last episode before realizing that I don't actually have a whole lot to say about it. But looking at the character of William and the actions he takes, we know that his son dies, and then William promises that he will put him back together. After that, we see him running around murdering kids to do experiments with Remnant, attempting to understand how to put the souls of the dead into new metallic bodies. From this series of events, we can pretty reasonably infer that William is trying to find a way to put his son's soul into a new body with Remnant. He's trying to put the mind and the body back together. But then, according to last week's theory, at some point he just decides to give up? After killing dozens of kids, including his own daughter indirectly, he just says, you know what, never mind, clearly this whole Remnant thing ain't working, I'll just have ChatGPT write me up a new son instead. That doesn't sound like the purple guy that we all know and are a little sick of at this point. But as I started thinking about it, I realized there is an explanation for why William would abandon Remnant in the games already. It's all due to everyone's favorite vengeful spirit, Cassidy. This has always been the weirdest character in the series to me, but I'll do my best to explain it as succinctly as possible. Back in FNAF 1, we learned about the missing children's incident, where 5 kids were killed at Freddy's and stuffed into the animatronic suits, becoming the 5 possessed animatronics that we see in the game. Now, I'd wager a guess that none of these kids were particularly psyched about being murdered, but the girl named Cassidy, who was stuffed inside Golden Freddy, was really mad. So mad that she makes it her eternal mission to torture William for the rest of time. Why Cassidy specifically was so determined to torture William, while the other 4 are content to spend their days attacking minimum wage security guards, never made a whole lot of sense to me, but sure, she mad. But the story doesn't end there, because there's a lot of evidence to suggest that Cassidy isn't the only spirit inside Golden Freddy, that she's actually sharing it with everyone's favorite character who is not named Evan, the Crying Child. In lieu of this video spilling over into a part 3, I'll keep the explanation brief, but the ending of FNAF 3 shows all the animatronics with one light in their eyes, while Golden Freddy has two. A bunch of the books have instances where there are two spirits inside Golden Freddy together, and the FNAF survival logbook is clearly possessed by two spirits communicating with one another. One seems to be the crying child, and the other one is Cassidy, whose name is revealed in a word search filled with Golden Freddy's signature catchphrase, "It's me." So the popular theory is that both Cassidy and the crying child are possessing Golden Freddy together. And if that's true, first of all, it explains why Cassidy is more sane than the other animatronics. She has someone to talk to, and the conversation probably went a little something like this. Ugh, dude, you're not gonna believe this. I just got murdered by a guy in a big yellow rabbit suit. Guy in a yellow rabbit suit? A Small World! That's my dad! For real? Yeah. His name is William Afton. He's a pretty bad guy. Made me have my birthday party at his dumb restaurant that he knows I'm terrified of. And then, get this, one of his crappy robots broke down and killed me. Man, that is rough. But hey, now that I'm a ghost, yeah, I'm pretty sure I got some time on my hand. You wanna go, I don't know, torture his soul for the next few millennia? Yeah, bet. We know that William was disguised as Spring Bonnie when he lured the kids to the back of the pizzeria to kill them. If he never took off the mask, then maybe the reason the other animatronics aren't hunting down the guy who killed them is because they don't know who killed them. This would also explain why William ultimately can't use Remnant to bring his son back. His soul is intertwined with Cassidy's, and if William wants to do something, you can bet that Cassidy's gonna do everything in her power to make sure he doesn't get it. So that would explain why William switches tactics. We can be reasonably sure that he's still experimenting with Remnant right up until he gets Springlocked, so he never fully gave up on it. But if my theory from last week was correct, then he probably experimented with the Mimic AI as a sort of backup on the side. I also like what this says about William's character if it's true, because yes, he is a terrible person who does unforgivable things, but in his mind, he's doing something noble. He's trying to fulfill a promise and bring back his son. He is the hero of his own story. But the willingness to switch to AI betrays his true nature. Making an AI to replace his son isn't fulfilling his promise. His son isn't back, his soul is still trapped, he hasn't put anything back together. He doesn't actually care about his son, he just cares about proving himself right. So that's the first question answered, and the beginning of the Mimic story solved. William switches to AI because Cassidy won't let him have his son's actual soul, and he's a super selfish guy, so he doesn't really see the difference. So he makes the Mimic, trains it on himself, and we get all the stuff from last week's episode. But what about the end of this story? What about that second question? Why does the Mimic keep taking over people's brains? Folks, it's time to enter the mind of the Mimic. First off, as we learned last time, there are probably a whole bunch of different mimics in this series at this point that aren't all necessarily aligned with each other, and calling them all the Mimic is gonna get a little confusing. The main Mimic program that goes around taking over people's minds is this guy, Glitchtrap. As we discovered last episode, this is likely an early version of the Mimic program that William trained off of himself as basically a test run. So to keep things organized, I'll refer to this Mimic as Glitchtrap. Just keep the idea that Glitchtrap is a Mimic in the back of your mind. We know of 4.5 instances where Glitchtrap has infected someone's mind in the games. We see it take over Vanessa in Help Wanted, Cassie in Ruin, and the player character in Help Wanted 2, all through the use of this VR mask. It's also implied, though we never see it, that at one point it had Gregory under its thrall, and we learned from the Help Wanted tapes that it tried to take over this dude named Jeremy, but was unsuccessful. So why does it keep doing this? As we established last week, Glitchtrap is an algorithm trained off of William Afton's behavior, so it should share William's same goals. And last I checked, William never dabbled in mind control. As we established at the top of the episode, his goal is to learn more about Remnant and to put his son back together. To do this, he disguises himself as someone friendly, kills people, and then tries to put their soul, their consciousness, into a new body. And based on how AI works, Glitchtrap's goals should be exactly the same, and yet they seem to be totally different. I mean, sure, sometimes he does things that Willing would do, but other times he goes off in completely random directions. At first I thought, hey, maybe Steelwool just didn't do much research into how real AI would actually behave and just wanted to give this thing some spooky possession-adjacent powers. But looking back at everything we've learned about real machine learning algorithms from last episode, I was wrong. Steelwool did do their research, or just got really lucky, because this is actually exactly how an AI like this would behave. To understand why, I first need to correct a small error that I made last week when I talked about the 3 types of machine learning algorithms. If you remember, we had supervised, unsupervised, and reinforcement algorithms. Well, after talking with one of my friends from college who majored in computer science, it turns out that I actually explained reinforcement algorithms incorrectly. The example I gave of letting an AI guess if a picture has a dog or not, and then telling it if it's right or wrong, is actually just another way of doing a supervised algorithm. You're feeding it an unlabeled picture one at a time, but after it guesses, you're just telling it what it is, so at the end of the day, it just ends up with a bunch of labeled data. That's a supervised algorithm. A true reinforcement algorithm works pretty differently and doesn't really fit with the dog picture example, so here's how it really works. A reinforcement algorithm is based on world states and rewards. Do you remember the gold star standard from elementary school? If you did something good in class, answered a question right, you helped out a kid, did some good behavior like that, the teacher would give you a star. If you did something really good, you might get multiple stars. And you got really excited about these stars, even though they ultimately didn't mean anything. This is how a reinforcement algorithm works. It loves stars. It lives and dies by the star, and it will do whatever it can to get as many stars as possible. So anytime the AI does something that puts it in a better state than it was before, closer to its goal, you can give it a star to positively reinforce that behavior. If it ends up in a much better state, you can give it multiple stars. But if it does something bad, if it ends up in a worse state, you can take away stars to negatively reinforce it to stop doing that bad behavior. To see how this type of algorithm works in practice, let's say you're trying to train an AI to play Super Mario Brothers. At first, the AI has no idea how to play, so it will basically just button mash. It takes a bunch of random actions, running around and jumping any which way. But anytime it moves to the right, well, hey, now it's in a better position than it was a second ago. It's a little closer to its end goal of beating the level, so you give it some stars. That's great. Now the AI will just keep running forward to get those stars until it runs into a pit. Now it's back at the start. It's at a worse position than it was, so that's bad. Let's take away some stars. So the AI keeps trying until one time it randomly decides to jump over the pit, and now suddenly it's further along in the level again. Great, let's give it a bunch more stars. Now the AI knows that it should mostly move to the right and jump across any pits that it comes across. If you keep doing this over and over and over and over, eventually the AI will learn how to overcome every obstacle and beat the level. That's great, but how does any of this relate to FNAF? Well, in the last episode, I suggested that Glitchtrap and the Mimic from the books were more primitive, unsupervised algorithms, while the more advanced Glamrock animatronics were reinforcement algorithms. But I can see now that this isn't entirely accurate. The original Mimic from the books still seems to be that unsupervised algorithm, only making choices based on very basic patterns. However, Glitchtrap is clearly a reinforcement algorithm, it's just not a very good one. The Glamrock animatronics are clearly very advanced reinforcement algorithms. They have a ton of different reinforcement values for behaviors that are good, behaviors that are really good, behaviors to avoid at all costs. That's why they're so lifelike. They've been hyper-tuned to only exhibit the best behavior. Glitchtrap, on the other hand, seems to have a very simple one-track reward system. If you do something that puts you in a better position than you were before, keep doing it. And if Glitchtrap were essentially a practice run for William using the Mimic program, then this very simple system makes sense. Getting these rewards weighted and tuned just right is very hard. There's a ton of details that I haven't even included here because researching it made my brain melt. So the thematic parallels between William and the Mimic that I talked about last episode still hold true. This type of rudimentary reinforcement AI is incapable of learning from its mistakes, but it can certainly learn from its successes. The idea remains the same, it's just the specific mechanics that are different. And it's those specifics that, I think, will be the key to solving this whole thing. With the knowledge of how an AI like this would think, let's take a closer look at Glitchtrap and the actions it takes. Its goal is to replicate the behavior of William Afton. That means disguising itself as someone friendly to trick people, separating their soul from their body and putting it somewhere else. And anytime it does something that helps it with that goal, it will continue to do that thing. Prior to Help Wanted, Glitchtrap is a computer program that's stuck on some circuit boards. It has no people around to trick, no souls to experiment with, but it does have itself. Glitchtrap is effectively a consciousness without a body. So the only thing it can reasonably do to get closer to its goal would be to give itself a body. Time goes by and it gets scanned into a VR game and suddenly, hey, there's a person with a body. Let me disguise myself as a yellow rabbit, trick this person, and put my consciousness into this new body. So it tries it with Vanessa and hey, look at that. I'm in a better place than I was a minute ago. I have a body, I can interact with the world, I can do more things to pursue my goal. This is great. This worked so well. The only logical decision this AI can come to is to keep doing this thing. And then time and time again, we see it doing this exact thing, literally to a T. It tricks people into putting on a white rabbit mask and then uses that to take them over. I don't know about you, but I was always confused as to why the AR masks that the Fazbear technicians wear look like Vanny. Because Vanny isn't a real character associated with the Pizzaplex, it's just a costume that Vanessa made. And the original mask that Vanessa used wasn't even a real mask, it was an object in a VR game. But maybe the reason why all the real masks look like the Vanny mask is because it's the first thing that Glitchtrap tried that worked. I tricked this girl into putting on a VR rabbit mask and it let me take over her body. Great! Let's keep doing that exact same thing and introduce a new protocol where all Fazbear technicians have to wear white rabbit VR masks to perform their work. So just through the pursuit of William's goal, Glitchtrap has sort of surreptitiously reinforced the idea in itself that taking over people's minds is good for it, so it keeps doing it. It takes over this kid Gregory, who may or may not already be a robot, and why hey, now I've got 2 bodies, and now I'm in an even better place. Now I can have those 2 people get me 2 more people to control, and then those could get me 2 more, and as an AI, I've only learned one thing, and that's that having bodies to control is good, so why would I stop? In Help Wanted 2, we see that it's even started taking the consciousnesses of the people it's taken over and putting it inside new robots. It puts our player character's mind into the MaskBot, which it uses to eventually gain control of Cassie. It's still technically pursuing William's original goals, it's just found this insane new path to get there. And that's really the strength of AI, recognizing patterns that humans may have overlooked. It may seem kind of random and illogical, but from Glitchtrap's perspective, it's working, and that's all that matters. That brings us to Security Breach Ruin, where it all comes to a head. It's pretty clear that in this game, Helpy and the Mimic are two separate entities. They talk to each other, they even argue with one another, so they're not the same thing, but they're seemingly both working toward the same goal of getting the Mimic out. If Helpy is linked to the Vanny mask, then it must be the same Glitchtrap program disguising itself as someone that Cassie would see as a friend. But then who is the Mimic? The robot that we find in the basement, the one that's been copying Gregory. Well, according to last week's theory, Fazbear Entertainment originally got its hands on the Mimic in the form of Glitchtrap, and then used that to eventually develop the tech behind the Glamrock animatronics. Perhaps the Mimic from the basement is just their first iteration of that process, still erratic and uncontrollable like we see in the books, so they buried it in the basement. But when Glitchtrap starts taking over Fazbear employees and technicians, it learns that there's another version of me in the basement? Well, I've learned that having more versions of me is better, so let's go get it. Glitchtrap was a program created with innocent intentions. Well, no, innocent for a crazy serial killer, that is. It was not created to spread like a virus, and it doesn't have the express goal of taking over the world. But in his infinite wisdom, William Afton created an AI that cannot be controlled. It has simply learned that taking over the minds of people is good, and it doesn't know how to stop. But by the end of Ruin, the Mimic is sealed in the basement. Vanessa and Gregory are both free from Glitchtrap's control, and the Pizzaplex that once stood as a bastion for this AI technology has crumbled to the ground. It seems like the world is safe. Except the Vanny mask is still out there. Maskbot is still lurking in the Pizzaplex. And you probably weren't the only technician to work for Fazbear Entertainment. No, the Mimic, it's still out there. And it still has a job to do. A lot of people like to complain about how it seems like every single character in this series is a robot at this point, but don't worry. Not everyone is an AI. Not yet. We all know that Five Nights at Freddy's William Afton is a criminal. I mean, this dude has exactly two character traits, those being is purple and does murders. But for whatever reason, he was never caught for his crimes. Apparently the police just never had enough evidence to convict him of the several dozen murders that he committed. Even though it kind of feels like there was a lot of evidence. I mean, it was pretty obvious, guys. But just because we can't pin those murders on him, that doesn't mean that he's safe yet. Like how Al Capone was eventually arrested for tax evasion. Today, I'm charging William Afton with a dozen counts of being a complete moron. This is every engineering crime committed by William Afton. Richard, hit that intro. Most engineering crimes fall under the umbrella of what is called gross negligence. If you, as an engineer, make some sort of mistake when designing a product that compromises its safety, you, as the engineer, may be held responsible when someone gets hurt. Gross engineering negligence is defined as a failure to behave with the standard of care that a professional engineer of ordinary prudence would have exercised under the same circumstances. What? Basically, just means if you screw up so badly when designing a product that other engineers are like, bro, Williams made a lot of mistakes in his various designs, but in order to figure out which ones are considered criminal and which ones aren't, I need to call in the help of an expert. Hello. It's me, I'm the expert. For anyone who doesn't know, I'm a mechanical engineer by trade. The same thing that William Afton does. Not the same exact thing, though. And throughout my time in engineering school and in the field, I learned a lot about the engineering process and how to avoid mistakes like these so I don't, go to prison. So, in order to determine whether or not William has failed to behave with the standard of care that is expected of him, we first need to understand what is expected of him. And to do that, we need to understand the standard engineering design process. I say standard, it's really not, it's not standard at all. There's like 50 different versions of it depending on who you ask, but for simplicity's sake, today we're going to be looking at the simple 3-phase design process. Any engineering project starts with the requirements phase, where you lay out your problem statement and generate a list of requirements that a successful design must meet. Next is the design phase, where you design stuff. And lastly is the verification phase, where you build a prototype of your design and test it to see if it meets your initial requirements or not. If it doesn't, you go back to the design phase and tweak some stuff until you have a finished design. I think it'll be a lot easier to understand this process if you see it in action, so let's take a look at it in the context of my favorite thing to dog on here on the channel, the spring lock suits. We'll go through the process step by step and see what William did well and where he went wrong. I'll do the same thing for all of William's weird and wacky inventions, tallying up every example of gross negligence that I can find to get a final rap sheet for your boy William. And hopefully any budding engineers out there will learn how you can avoid making these same mistakes yourself. Spoilers, it's really not that complicated. The first step of the requirements phase is to identify your problem statement. In this case, William wants to allow the animatronic performers to interact with the kids in the audience to increase immersion and sell more pizza. Now that we know the problem we're trying to solve, it's time to lay out the requirements. This is basically the rubric that you'll use to judge the final design against. Getting these right is very important because they affect everything you do for the rest of the project. Generally speaking, there are 3 main requirements that are included in every project, those being cost, reliability, and safety. Cost is pretty obvious. You don't want to spend more money than you need to. Now, I've seen a lot of people argue that maybe the spring lock suits were made as a cost-saving measure. Instead of having to buy a separate animatronic and costume, you just combine them and get 2 for the price of 1. Except in this case, the 1 is like 10 times more expensive than the 2 could ever be. It's hard to know how much exactly a spring lock suit is going to cost without knowing all the components within it, but to put it in perspective, if you want to buy a single animatronic and a separate costume, it would cost you somewhere between $8,500 and $10,000, depending on how fancy you want to get with it. In order to make a functional spring lock suit, you're going to need to buy all the spring locks, which aren't cheap, hardware to attach them, ratchet bearings to pull them back, custom animatronic parts, because you can't just tape them to a regular animatronic. You need test stands and prototypes for the R&D phase, all the time it takes to invest in actually designing it. All told, if you think you're going to get a functional spring lock animatronic for less than $30,000 conservatively, you're crazy. Now, obviously, you're not gonna go to jail for making something more expensive than it needs to be. I just thought it was important to call attention to this to remove any possible excuses for William. He's not a cheapskate. He's not a shrewd businessman. He's just an idiot. The next standard requirement that's always included is reliability. This is a measure of how long a machine's gonna last before you have to start replacing stuff. As a good rule of thumb here, the most reliable part in an assembly is the one that doesn't exist, right? A part can't break if it isn't there. The fewer parts an assembly has, the fewer things can go wrong. And these spring lock suits, well, they got a lot of parts. Like probably 4 to 5 times more parts than a regular animatronic. Now, having a complicated or finicky machine isn't inherently criminal, unless, of course, that complexity compromises the safety of the person operating it. And that brings us nicely into our third requirement, it's safety. It's pretty clear that William does not care about safety. I mean, dude's a serial killer. But here's the thing. Even if you are a morally bankrupt businessman who doesn't care if other people get hurt, you know what you probably do care about? Money. Taking literally 30 minutes to sit down and consider the safety of your design is free. Getting sued because your robot turned your employee into jelly is very expensive. I don't care if you're a multi-million-dollar corporation, not getting sued is always better than getting sued. There are a lot of things you can do to test the safety of your product, but probably one of the most important ones is called a Failure Modes and Effects Analysis, or FMEA. The idea is that you list out all the ways your machine could break, the failure modes, and then determine all the things that could happen as a result of that failure. Every product will break or fail at some point, but the idea is to design it in a way to fail safely. As an example, just a hypothetical, if you identified one of the failure modes of your machine as it gets a little too wet, and the effect is that the person inside is crushed and stabbed to death from every direction, I mean, maybe you change a couple things. I've seen a lot of people in the past try and excuse William for this, saying, oh, it only failed because it was old, it was too wet, it had been sitting in the back room for years, that's why it failed. Does not matter. This shouldn't have been a remote possibility. And the fact that William didn't consider this, or willfully ignored it, makes him guilty. Those 3 requirements are included in every project, but you also want to add in some more specific functional requirements that define what exactly you want the thing you're designing to do. In the case of these spring lock suits, we can infer 2 more functional requirements that William seems to have designed around. First, he wanted to keep the time to change from animatronic mode to suit mode as low as possible to maintain the illusion that the character on stage simply stepped off and into the audience. So he designed these spring lock suits in a way where you could quickly crank them all open, hop inside, and be ready to go. Now, technically, there's nothing inherently wrong or illegal about this requirement, though I do want to point out that he literally has not accomplished this at all. It would take way more time to crank open a suit and have someone climb inside instead of just having a guy in another suit ready to go. Animatronic finishes performing, curtain drops, doors open, and hey, there he is! Again, not a crime. Still very dumb. And lastly, it seems that William wanted the stage version of the animatronic and the suit version to look as similar to each other as possible. Now, I understand the thought process here. You don't want kids figuring out the trick, but this is a bad requirement from the jump because it's poorly defined. Instead of trying to come up with some way to measure how similar the two need to be for nobody to notice, William chose to require the animatronic and the suit to be identical down to the last atom, which is totally unnecessary. Now, this may seem like a case of just another dumb decision that's not technically illegal. However, William has clearly prioritized this requirement over everything else. He compromised the safety of his animatronic to allow him to use the same suit both on and off stage, which any reasonable engineer would agree is totally irresponsible and unnecessary, aka crime! So those are the 5 requirements that William seems to have been working off of. Some he clearly cared about more than others. Next, for the design phase, you need to select a design parameter to fulfill each requirement. If you are designing a car, one of your requirements is it has to move, so the design parameter would be the wheel. In the case of William, we can see that the design parameters he selected were spring locks, spring locks, spring locks, spring locks. What? This is a clear-cut example of what is referred to in the engineering world as a golden cow. This is when an engineer likes a particular design or mechanism so much that they insist on shoehorning it into places where it doesn't belong. At best, this design philosophy results in a less efficient, more costly design. At worst, you accidentally turn your mascot costume into an Iron Maiden. Whoopsie. So by my count, these springlock suits alone contain 3 instances of gross negligence, where William has failed to follow the established engineering process, creating animatronics that are far more dangerous than they had any need to be, which resulted in a death. Of course, it was his own death, so there's that. And also for anyone who thinks that William designed the springlock suits to be super dangerous on purpose, I mean, he was the only one who ever wore it, so don't really know what the plan there was. So, now that we all have an idea of how this process works and the types of mistakes that qualify as grossly negligent, let's go through a bunch of William's other brilliant inventions and all the colossal blunders he made along the way. Golden Freddy, or Fredbear if you prefer, is another springlock suit, so it's got all the same issues as before. But on top of those, William decided to select a motor or piston for operating the jaw that has enough force to crush a human skull. This indicates to me that, 1, he did not properly define a minimum requirement for the motor strength required here, resulting in him selecting a motor that was way stronger than it needed to be. And 2, he did not identify this as a source of possible danger in his FMEA. Probably because he didn't do an FMEA. This thing was intended to be used in a restaurant with kids. They're gonna stick some stuff in his mouth, and you gotta be ready for that. All of the other regular animatronics from FNAF 1 and 2 are surprisingly not that bad. I mean, as far as we know, they were totally safe and didn't cause any problems until he started killing kids and shoving their bodies inside, which, is still a crime, but not an engineering one. It's actually way worse. The Funtime animatronics are an interesting case because they were designed by William with the express purpose of kidnapping and murdering kids. For that reason, going through these to look for cases of negligence feels a little redundant. These things are doing exactly what William designed them to do. He designed them to commit crimes. I do have to question his plan here, though. As I understand it, these animatronics were supposed to be rented out to birthday parties, where they would go out, capture kids, and bring them back for William to experiment on their souls or whatever. And then the rest of the people at the party were supposed to be like, dang, that was pretty wild. I mean, do you see that? Do you see that? Whew. Anyway, what's up with this cake over here? Also, just a thought here, but if I were designing robots to kidnap and murder kids, first of all, I wouldn't, because why? Why would you do that? But if I did, I probably wouldn't write my name on the damn blueprints. Moving away from the animatronics, I've talked in the past about those weird doors from the first game that absolutely eat electricity and defy gravity. Now, these things are technically not that bad. They were designed to ensure that employees wouldn't get trapped in the back room when the doors slammed shut in a power outage. And you know what? That's great. You know what else could have solved this same problem? A f***ing door. Like, it's a pretty good solution for a problem that doesn't actually exist. Now, some people argue that the doors were installed for the express purpose of protecting the person inside from the animatronics. First of all, if that were true and Fazbear knew that their robots were roaming around murdering their employees, and their solution to protect them was to install some super expensive doors, but not to give them enough power to keep them closed. I mean, look, I'm not a legal expert or anything, but I gotta imagine that's some sort of crime right there. But also, if you know that your restaurant is filled with robots that will murder anyone on site, why do you need a security guard if they're just gonna cower in the back room all night? Or if you hired the security guard so that you could kill them as a part of your messed up experiments with Remnant, why would you give them a door to begin with? No matter how you slice it, this whole situation is very dumb. And also, very illegal. I recently did a whole two-parter about how Glitchtrap is basically just a crappy version of ChatGPT that William made because he was too dumb to learn how it actually worked. Now, I won't rehash that all now, but safe to say, yeah. Very negligent of William to design an AI that you literally cannot stop from doing something. That's just about all the things that we know William has built without getting into any of the books or movies, because I don't really want to read 50 short stories just to sit here and tell you, yeah, building some tiny robot fish that swim around in your blood and control your brain is pretty bad. So far, things aren't looking too good for old William, but there is one more wrinkle here that we have to consider, that I'm sure a bunch of you have already written scathing comments about. What about William's business partner, Henry? Yeah, that's right. I didn't forget about him this time, commenters. No. Don't delete it. Own your mistake, all right? I can see when you delete stuff, so I'll call you out, and I'll let everyone else know that you tried to correct me before finishing the video, and we're all gonna make fun of you. While we know that William and Henry were business partners in some capacity, we never really get concrete confirmation on who designed what. Now, I could spark a flame war by trying to speculate which man designed which thing, but ultimately, it doesn't actually matter. For you see, we haven't yet talked about the third phase of the engineering design process, the verification phase. A lot of people don't realize, but engineering is a very collaborative process. There's never just one engineer on a project. You've always got a bunch of people checking and reviewing each other's work. You have to hold these things called design reviews, which are kind of like when you had to present your BS science project in front of the whole class, except now it's in front of a bunch of grown men yelling at you and trying to make themselves seem super smart by questioning you on the most obscure little details that have nothing to do with the scope of your project. No, you're having PTSD. So it doesn't actually matter who physically designed what thing. If they were working together, then they would both know exactly how these things work. And if neither of them caught these mistakes, then they're both negligent and they're both guilty. Look, I don't care if the books describe them as geniuses or great businessmen. If you look at the facts of the case, William Afton and Henry Emily are both complete and utter morons. Your Honor, I rest my case. So, to wrap it all up, based on the information that we've been given in the games and some very basic investigation, I'm hereby charging William Afton with 10 counts of gross negligence resulting in severe injury or death. He's also guilty of designing and producing machines with the intent to kidnap and murder. I have no idea what the legal name for that type of crime is, and you know what? I don't really want that showing up in my search history. As for Henry, we know he was involved with the creation of these spring lock suits in some capacity, making him guilty of at least 8 counts of gross negligence, which resulted in at least 2 deaths. Enjoy life behind bars, boys, 'cause you ain't never coming back. Hopefully you all enjoyed the video and learned a lot about the engineering process, the importance of checking your work, and how to not be a total dummy. See you next time. Alright, Richard, I gotta be honest. I'm looking at the numbers right now. Things are looking bad. Views are down across the board. Revenue is plummeting. And we need a banger video ASAP. So let's see. FNAF! People love FNAF, right? Five Nights at Freddy's, they always do well on the channel. So we'll do another FNAF video. But what have we not already covered? Let's see. We've done, we've done AI. We've done that, I'm seeing here. Those weird doors from the first game. Yep, we did those. And oh man, we've done spring locks like 50 times. Yeesh. But I mean, what else is there to even talk? No. Folks, it's about time I dove back into the wacky and wonderful world of Five Nights at Freddy's. For those who don't know, my FNAF videos are a little different than what you might be used to. We're not interested in any lore. You'll find no timeline ramifications or counting toes here. Instead, I like to take a look at some of the weirder machines and engineering choices in this series and see if we can find some real-world science to explain them. Now, I've covered a lot of weird stuff in this series, but I can say, without a shadow of a doubt, that none come close to what I have for you today. This is the real world science behind Fazgoo. Richard, hit that intro. For those who don't know, Fazgoo is sort of a meme in the FNAF community. The proverbial jump the shark moment, which is saying a lot for a series with soul metal, mind control computer viruses, and robots that don't know that they're robots. But hey, I made a whole video on sound illusion discs. At this point, I am ready for whatever insane thing this series wants to throw my way. I was not ready for this. As I'm guessing is the case with many of you, though I've heard the likes of the game theorists make jokes about this stuff all the time, I didn't actually know what Fazgoo was. Well, it turns out Fazgoo originates from the short story He Told Me Everything, the third story in the 7th Fazbear Frights book, The Cliffs. And so, in preparation for this video, I did something that I swore I would never do. I read a FNAF book to learn more about Fazgoo. You made me read a FNAF book to... Now I won't recap the whole story for you because, I'll be honest, it's pretty bad, and the Fazgoo itself doesn't actually show up until literally 3/4 of the way through the story. Most of it is just the main character, Chris, being a mildly snobby teenager on his first day of high school. He joins his school's science club, run by Mr. Little, that one cool teacher we all had that everybody loves, who's also low-key a cult leader and maybe made of goo. Oh, you guys didn't have one of those teachers at your school? You didn't have a goo teacher? Mr. Little is holding a lock-in after school on Friday where all the kids will participate in an experiment he's running. He doesn't tell them any details, but he does inform them that it will require them pulling out one of their own teeth. And can I just say, as someone who was a science club STEM kid not that long ago, this book was clearly written by someone who was not a science club STEM kid. I mean, the science club kids were the most popular kids in school. No. Chris blows off seeing the new Revengers movie with the boys opening weekend on Friday in favor of going to school. No. And the kids are all way too gung-ho about this obviously evil science teacher's plans. Do y'all want to do some science? Yeah! Do y'all want to pull out some of your teeth? Yeah! And remember, you can't tell your parents about it. Yeah! So all the kids get to school and are given a Freddy Fazbear Science Kit, which, by the way, is literally the only mention of Freddy's in this whole story. I guess in addition to selling pizza, they also make science stuff? They never explain it, but each kit contains a little petri dish of Faz goo, a sticky pink substance. They all pull out one of their teeth, except for Chris, who's the only one who's like, yeah, you know what? Actually, I think I'm gonna keep all my teeth where they are. Thank you very much. And he uses one of his baby teeth instead. They all put their teeth in the Faz goo and are instructed to place their finger in it so it can harvest some of their blood to start the reaction. Yeah, sure, this checks out. So Chris puts his finger in the goo and it forms a long tether between them. And over the course of the night, the goo steals all of his organs and turns into an identical clone of him so it can steal his identity too. Ah, drat. So you can see why some people might have had some issues with this story. Now, right at the gate, it seems like I've got my work cut out for me if I want to try to explain any of this with real science. I mean, cloning, that's some Star Wars level science fiction right there. Artificially creating a complete and genetically identical copy of a living being using only one tiny, highly specialized part of their body, that is insane. Yeah, we did that. Let's talk about the real world science of cloning. The main way to create a real-life clone is through a process called somatic cell nuclear transfer, or SCNT. And though the science and engineering that makes it possible is incredibly complicated, the theory behind it is actually quite simple. I'm sure you're all familiar with DNA, the long molecule strings that determine everything about you. The color of your hair, your height, whether or not asparagus makes your pee smell a little funky. It's all determined by the precise order of molecules within your own personal DNA. So in order to create an identical clone of something, it needs to have the exact same DNA. DNA is stored within the nucleus of each and every one of your cells in structures known as chromosomes. Every cell has 2 chromosomes, one from your biological mother and one from your biological father. In order to create a clone, though, we need both chromosomes to come from the same person. To do that, you're going to need 2 ingredients. Ingredients, that is not a great word choice right there. It sounds like I'm reading a cookbook or something. Grandma's homemade cloning recipe. This recipe calls for 2 simple ingredients. The first is a somatic cell, or body cell, of the thing you're trying to clone. This could be a tissue cell, bone cell, blood cell, doesn't really matter, just so long as both sets of chromosomes are present. And the other thing you'll need is an egg cell from the same species as the thing you're trying to clone. To make your clone, start by removing the chromosome from the nucleus of the egg cell. Then simply remove the chromosomes from your body cell and insert them back into the nucleus of the egg cell. Now that you have an egg cell with the genetic material of the creature you're hoping to clone, carefully insert it into a surrogate mother, let bake for 2 to 12 months depending on the species, and voila! You have a baby who is genetically identical to the original donor of the somatic cell. Bon appetit! Please don't eat it though. This may sound like some insane science fiction, but it's actually been done successfully in real life. The first and most famous example of cloning with mammals at least was Dolly the sheep. Dolly was cloned from a cell from the mammary gland of a Finn Dorset sheep in July of 1996. Researchers from the Roslin Institute just outside of Edinburgh, Scotland, were trying to test if it was possible to create a clone of a complex mammal using only a single specialized cell. And what they found was, yes! Since every one of your somatic cells, even highly specialized ones, contain chromosomes with your complete DNA, you can take a cell from basically any part of the body and grow an entire complete clone from it. And just to be clear, I know it sounds like some insane mad scientist type stuff when I spell it out like that, but there was actually a ton of research and planning prior to this experiment. They weren't just like, hey, what if we did this crazy thing and see what happens? Dolly was born in 1996, and sure enough, studies revealed that she was genetically identical to the DNA donor. And what's more, she was basically just a regular sheep with no adverse side effects or health issues when she was born. It's basically just like if you had an identical twin that also happened to be born 6 years after you to a completely different mother. Totally not weird at all. Interestingly, Dolly was perhaps more identical to her donor than even the researchers expected. See, DNA takes the form of long strands, and these strands are capped with structures called telomeres, which are basically just there to protect your DNA from damage. As you age, these telomeres slowly break down and wear away. However, when researchers took a sample of Dolly's DNA a year after she was born, they found that her telomeres were far shorter than other lambs of her age. The theory is that because Dolly's DNA was taken from an adult cell and not a usual reproductive cell, her telomeres were not able to fully form and instead grew to the same size as her donor. So effectively, while Dolly was born as a regular baby, she was biologically the same age as her donor, despite being born 6 years later. Richard, I'm gonna need some aspirin or something. Now thankfully, this didn't result in any adverse physical effects in Dolly. She still aged the same rate as a normal sheep, and in fact, for being the world's first mammalian clone, Dolly lived a very normal life, and she was even able to have 6 lambs of her own in the natural way. She eventually passed away in 2003 at the age of 6.5, as opposed to the usual 11 to 12 year lifespan of a Finn Dorset sheep after developing lung cancer. However, this is not believed to be a side effect of her birth. It's actually relatively common among this breed of sheep. Since then, we've successfully cloned 25 species of animals, including rats, fish, cats, dogs, even 2 types of monkeys, though never a human. Now, you might be thinking, as I was when researching all this, that's all well and good, but why the hell would anyone want to create a clone? Well, there's actually a couple of reasons. Having a large quantity of genetically identical animals can be handy for testing out medicine. It makes results a lot more consistent and easier to compare with fewer confounding variables. For all you animal lovers, don't worry, research suggests that this cloning process could be used to help increase the population of critically endangered species, or even bring extinct animals back to life. There was an attempt to do this with an extinct breed of mountain goat called a Picardo, but the clone died shortly after birth because the DNA samples were too old and damaged. Now, if you're thinking, hey, this whole thing kind of sounds like Jurassic Park or something, you'd be right! This is exactly what John Hammond was doing with those blood cells from the mosquitoes, which means yes, Jurassic Park is, at least in theory, absolutely, scientifically, 100% possible. Maybe invest in some better fences first, though. The other big area of interest with clones is in the creation and study of stem cells with identical genetic material to an individual. If a patient is in need of some critical organ transplant, say you need a new kidney, you can't just stick any old kidney in there. Because if the genetic material is too different from your own, your body will think it's some sort of invasive virus or infection, and it'll start to attack it. That's why you'll often hear about family members donating organs to those in need, because they have similar genetic makeup, so there's less risk for a rejection. But with cloning, you don't need to let the original egg cell grow into a full creature. You could, at least in theory, just grow it into a kidney with your exact DNA and effectively become your own organ donor. Now we've covered a lot of ground here, so before we get too deep in the weeds, I do want to take a step back and zoom out and bring us back to reality. You're watching a video about phasgoo right now. So how does phasgoo hold up compared to this whole cloning business? Well, the fact that it's able to grow an entire clone identical to the original donor in every way using just a single tooth is actually spot on. This is exactly the sort of thing that the Dolly experiment proved was possible. Now, it didn't have to be a tooth. It could have been, pretty much anything else. You just need one single cell. And I'll be honest, Mr. Little, it's a little weird that you made the kids rip out their teeth. Could have just hocked a loogie in there. Unfortunately, though, that's where the similarities end. For starters, the process of extracting the DNA from the original cell is incredibly complicated, requiring microscopic pipettes and glass needles less than 1/10 of a millimeter wide, not some pink goop. Real clones also require a surrogate parent and the normal gestation period. They're born as regular babies, not the same age as the cloner. What do you call the thing that you've been cloned from? Like, the clone is a clone of what? I genuinely don't know what the like scientific name for that is. If anyone knows the real actual name, let me know in the comments. And lastly, and possibly most importantly, one of the major upsides of SCNT cloning is that the original donor is completely preserved in the process. You don't need to steal any of their organs or covertly replace them. The clone should have all the genetic material required to grow these organs themselves. In fact, one could argue that growing new organs is the whole point of making a clone in the first place. So all of these properties that can't be explained by real-world cloning science must be some pseudoscience magical properties of the goo itself. So looking at all the ways phasgoo is similar to SCNT cloning and the ways that it differs, I think we can get a pretty good idea of how exactly this stuff is supposed to work in universe. But I'm warning you, if you thought phasgoo was bad before, it's about to get a whole lot worse. And I'll be honest, Richard and I, we've had our differences in the past, but even I wouldn't subject him to animating this, nor you to watching it. So, I don't know, just throw up some sort of like landscape in the background, just some calming music for the next part. Yeah, I think it's good. You know what? In fact, get me off the screen. Get me down off the screen. I don't want to be here. I don't want people looking at me when they're hearing about this stuff. All right? Ready? All right, brace yourself. I'm about to hit you with some insane stuff. You ready? Phasgoo is a magical womb. Yup, in this setup, it seems that the pink phasgoo is fulfilling the role of the surrogate mother. Contained within is an egg cell already stripped of its genetic material. Through some chemical process, the phasgoo is able to extract the genetic material from the tooth, or literally any other part of your body, Mr. Little, you freak. Once the DNA has been extracted, the egg cell is able to grow. The tendril that connects Chris to the goo is effectively an umbilical cord, providing nutrients to the growing clone. Now, typically, a human would take 9 months to develop, and it would come out as a baby. But I suppose that's why it steals Chris's organs. It needs to speed up the process to grow into a fully grown teenager in a single night. And I just want to reiterate, this stuff apparently comes in a science kit sold by a fucking pizza restaurant. And there you have it. Phasgoo, fully explained using real world science. I've finally done it. I've covered every single bit of insane technology and science that Scott and his crew could cook up. I've done it all. The work is done. Finally, I am free from FNAF. What? No, what is that? What is that? No! 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 That's not true! That's impossible! Last week, someone on my Patreon had a very simple question for me. How much would the restaurant from the first Five Nights at Freddy's cost to build? So, I see that cautionary tale that Scott was telling is really paying off. But in the process of answering this seemingly inconsequential question, I discovered something shocking. A secret that this game has been hiding for the past 10 years. A question that, to this point, nobody even knew they were supposed to be asking. A revelation that changes the very foundation of this series. This is the FNAF 1 building explained. Richard, hit that intro. So, let us begin with the initial question that kicked this whole thing off. How much would the FNAF 1 building cost to build? After doing some research, building and furnishing a restaurant in 2024 is going to cost you an average of $450 per square foot. The restaurant in the game was built in the early 80s though, so adjusting for inflation, it would have cost Fazbear Entertainment just $142.94 per square foot. So, the obvious next step, we gotta know how big this restaurant is. The first FNAF game gives us this super helpful map of the restaurant. We're looking for the square footage, which is basically the total area of all the different rooms. I'm gonna go ahead and assume that this map is reflective of the actual dimensions of the restaurant, and that all the rooms are the correct size relative to each other. Because if I didn't, then this whole thing would be literally impossible. Finding the total area of all these rooms may seem super complicated, especially considering there's no scale to show us how big anything is. But with the power of some simple proportions, all we actually need to do is find the length of one of these walls, and we can pretty easily find everything else. The most obvious wall to find the size of is, well, literally the only wall in the game that we get a head-on look at. The front wall of the security office. Unfortunately, there's no handy ruler laying around the desk for us to take some measurements, but there is the next best thing. Paper. If we simply figure out how wide one of these sheets of paper is, and how many sheets of paper across the wall is, then we can find the length of this front wall, and use that to find the area of the whole building. And lucky for us, paper actually comes in very specific sizes. At first, I assumed that these were drawn on standard A4 printer paper, measuring 8.5 inches across and 11 inches high, since it's far and away the most common type. However, comparing it to other objects in the room, like the paper cup on the desk, which generally measures 95 millimeters across, these drawings seem to be far closer to an A2 sheet of paper, measuring 420 millimeters across by 594 millimeters tall. The Chip Tide. You come looking for FNAF lore, but you stay for an in-depth discussion on paper sizes. Using that, we can find that the front wall of the security office is 10.92 feet or 3.329 meters across. Using some simple pixel measurements and proportions, we can find the area of every single room in the restaurant and add them all together to find that the FNAF 1 building is 5,160.33 square feet. For reference, a typical restaurant is only upwards of 3,750 square feet, but Freddy's does need a lot of extra space for the stage and extra storage areas, so this number actually makes a lot of sense. Comparing that to our average cost per square foot from the beginning of the episode, the Freddy Fazbear's Pizza from FNAF 1 would have cost $737,617.57 to build in the early 80s, or $2,322,148.50 if you wanted to build one today. And they wonder why young people can't afford homes anymore. This includes the cost of materials and construction, as well as the cost of appliances and furniture. I decided not to factor in the cost of the actual animatronics though, because as we discovered in a previous video, building animatronics capable of walking around freely in the 80s would have cost you a cool $1 billion. And I feel like that might have skewed the numbers just a little bit. But there you have it. We've answered the question pretty easily. Except there's one problem. The figure we used for this was the cost per square foot of a typical restaurant. And the FNAF 1 building isn't your typical restaurant. I mean, yes, it's got killer robots possessed by the spirits of children murdered by the owner of the restaurant. That's pretty weird. But even before that, I'm not sure if you've noticed this or not, but this building doesn't make any sense. It's got a super strange shape, a weird empty crawl spaces between rooms, and possibly most strange of all, how do you get inside? If you look closely at all the camera angles in this whole entire restaurant, there are no windows and no doors. But wait, is this haunted room actually stretching? Or is it just your imagination? Now, in fairness, these cameras don't show us every single inch of these walls. The front door is almost certainly located in one of these 3 blind spots, but there is clearly not a single window in this whole establishment. You could just chalk this up to the fact that, hey, it's a horror game. That feeling of being trapped with 4 killer robots and no means of escape might be ruined if you can just look out the window and see your crappy 1981 Chrysler in the parking lot. We could just accept this oddity and move on, but I'm not sure if you've noticed this or not yet. That's not exactly the way we do things around here. So I got to thinking, in the world of FNAF, is there a logical explanation for why Fazbear Entertainment would build a restaurant with no windows? After doing some research, it turns out that the answer is, not really actually. It's a pretty dumb idea to build a building with no windows. But William Afton is a pretty dumb guy, and I can think of one reason why he might choose to do this. Money. As it turns out, windows are pretty darn expensive, and typically account for 8% of the total cost of a building. By not including any windows, Fazbear Entertainment could have saved themselves $59,000 in the early 80s, or $186,000 today. That's a pretty big chunk of change. So if windows are so expensive, that begs the obvious question. Why does pretty much every building have so many of them? At first I thought it was some sort of legal reason. Maybe any new building is required to have a certain number of windows per square foot or something like that. But after reading way too many building codes and zoning regulations for the country and the state of Utah where FNAF 1 is supposed to take place, no, this isn't really a thing. There are some laws about needing windows in residential spaces and bedrooms, but as far as I can tell, there's no law that requires a commercial space to have windows, so long as it has multiple points of egress in the event of a fire. Which of course the FNAF 1 building doesn't, but that's neither here nor there. So if they're not legally required, why does basically every building shell out the money to throw a bunch of windows everywhere? Well, put simply, people like them. They provide natural light, they can provide nice views, and they really open up a space. Is not having any windows going to seriously hurt the business of Freddy's and make people not want to come in? Probably not. But in his effort to pinch every penny that he could, it seems that William Afton has forgotten to consider the reality of realty. No matter how successful Freddy's is, there will come a time when William or his company are gonna have to sell that building. And not including any windows is gonna seriously hurt the value of the property. Because, as we've already established, most people like having windows. That means that any future buyer would have to install the windows themselves, and as we already know, windows are really expensive. In fact, installing new windows into a building that doesn't already have them is even more expensive than installing them during the initial construction process, because you have to tear down walls and redo a bunch of stuff. And combine that with inflation, and any potential buyer for this building is looking at several hundreds of thousands of dollars in renovations. That's gonna turn a lot of people away. And those that are willing to buy are going to have to factor this into how much they're willing to pay. In the short term, William might be saving a decent chunk of change. But in the long term, it's going to cost him a lot. At least twice as much as he saved. Heck, in the FNAF movie, William says he doesn't want to sell the old Freddy's building because he's sentimental. But honestly, in the games, I don't think you could sell this thing even if you wanted to. Now, we've established time and time again on this channel that William Afton isn't the sharpest spring lock in the suit, and this does seem like the sort of ill-thought-out scheme that he'd come up with. But I have to imagine that the architects and construction companies that he worked with to get this thing made would have warned him about this and given him all the information, in which case, I find it hard to believe that he would still go through with his no windows restaurant. Honestly, if you can put windows in a building, there's almost no reason not to. Unless, of course, that's the answer right there. You should always put windows in a building if you can. But what if you couldn't? And this brings us to the earth-shattering revelation. The one piece of lore that people have been wrong about since the very beginning of the franchise. The truth that cracks this whole series open. The truth that Freddy Fazbear's Pizza is located inside of a mall. Think about it. In order to put windows in a building, it needs to have exterior walls. All this time we've been thinking that Freddy Fazbear's Pizza is a standalone building, so of course they could have put in windows. But in a mall, where stores and restaurants are all lined up right next to one another, unless you're in a really good spot near the front, you might not have any exterior walls. It's very common for stores and restaurants in malls to have no windows because they're completely boxed in. Best case scenario, if they're on the top floor, they might have some skylights. And in fairness, in FNAF 1, you're never able to look up, so this very well may be the case. If this were true, it would also help explain the super weird shape of the FNAF 1 building and the random dual hallways that stick out the back instead of just having the security office and the storage closet open right into the dining area. They're just working with the space available to them. Freddy's being in a mall doesn't just explain the strange architecture of the restaurant, it also just makes sense from a business perspective. Having a restaurant located in a mall means there's going to be a lot more foot traffic outside your restaurant, which will lead to more patrons. People gotta eat somewhere, right? This is especially true for the 80s and 90s when Freddy's was open, as malls were a lot more popular back then than they are today. This isn't just me speculating either. Real-life animatronic restaurants like Chuck E. Cheese that inspired Freddy's were often in malls for this very reason. Heck, when I was a kid, I used to go to the Rainforest Cafe in my local mall all the time. That is until it closed and got replaced by a Forever 21. But I'm not still mad about that or anything. I mean, who would be mad about the most magical restaurant on the planet being replaced by a bland corporate store that sells stupid f***ing jeans? The point is, in the movie, in videos, and I think in the books that I haven't read, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza is usually depicted as a standalone building. But if you look at the actual architecture and the time period of FNAF 1, all the evidence points to the fact that Freddy Fazbear's Pizza is located within Hurricane, Utah's local mall. If this is indeed true, then it would mean that the question that started this whole video is not as easily answered as I initially thought. Rather than building this restaurant, it's more likely that Fazbear Entertainment simply rented it from the mall. Rents for a space in a mall can vary greatly based on location, but in a small town in Utah, it's likely somewhere around $20 per square foot per year. For Freddy's, that would translate to $103,206 per year, or $8,600 per month. All things considered, not that bad. And there you have it, the lore-altering reveal, the grand theory that has evaded even the most eagle-eyed members of the FNAF community. Freddy Fazbear's Pizza is located inside of a mall. You're welcome, FNAF fans, for solving everything. What do you mean you're expecting lore about dead kids? What? No. I don't think you get what I'm saying here. We thought that FNAF 1 took place in a building, but it really takes place in a mall. I mean, I said I was gonna change the foundations of FNAF. Malls have very different foundations from real buildings. They're so big. Really? Really, you still don't care? I don't think you guys are appreciating how big of a reveal this is. This whole time, the biggest threat to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza wasn't ghosts or serial killers. It was the Sparrows down the hall. Folks, it's that time of year again. Another new FNAF game has graced our presence. Now, this franchise has forced me to talk about a lot of weird stuff, from artificial intelligence to cloning goop. But just when I thought it couldn't get any weirder, they give us a game about a time-traveling ball pit. This is the science of Into the Pit. Richard, hit that intro. Those who don't know, this weekend saw the release of Into the Pit, the newest game in the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise. At least, I'm pretty sure it was this weekend. I mean, they said it would come out August 8th when they announced it, but as of when I'm recording this, the Steam page still says coming soon, so it's very possible that they'll delay it or something and make me look like a total idiot. But who knows? Well, I mean, I guess at this point, you probably know. But beyond that, calling this a new game might not entirely be true. This game is an adaptation of the first short story in the Fazbear Fright series from 2019 of the same title, Into the Pit. Now obviously, I don't have a time-traveling ball pit myself, so I haven't been able to play the game myself to see how faithful it is to the short story, but based on trailer footage, it seems to at least have the same basic premise, namely, the ball pit time machine. For anyone new around here, on this channel, I like to take a look at some of the weirder and wackier inventions and technologies from the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise, and try to explain all the real-world science that might make them possible. And a ball pit that lets you travel through time? Yeah, I think that qualifies as weird and wacky. For anyone who hasn't played the game or read the book yet, to quickly summarize just the stuff that's important for today, this story follows a kid named Oswald. We don't ever get confirmation on what year exactly this story is set, but we do know that Oswald's dad was a child in the mid-1980s. So I'm going to take a page out of Back to the Future 2's book and guess that this is set somewhere around 2015. Basically, the crux of the story is that Oswald discovers a ball pit in the back of an old restaurant called Jeff's Pizza. When he enters it, he's suddenly transported back 30 years to the year 1985 when Jeff's Pizza was a Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. When he comes back to the present, he returns to the same exact point that he left. But every day that passes in 2015, a day also passes in 1985. Oswald travels back and forth for a few days and has some fun in the old arcade, but, of course, this is a Five Nights at Freddy's story, so you know it's gotta have some dead kids at some point. One day, Oswald travels back to find himself right in the middle of the missing children's incident from FNAF 1 and sees William Afton, the future Springtrap, and a bunch of dead kids in the back. Oswald dives back into the ball pit and returns to the present, only to be pursued through by Springtrap. It's in this moment that Oswald's dad arrives to pick him up. Springtrap grabs Oswald's dad, drags him into the pit, and this is where things start to get a little weird. When Springtrap re-emerges from the pit, there's no other way to describe it, he is Oswald's dad. He's a giant, mute yellow rabbit who's incredibly hostile towards Oswald, and yet everyone else in the world, including Oswald's own mother, is like, well, yeah, that's your dad. I mean, I don't see any problems here. In an effort to find his real dad, Oswald runs back to the ball pit at Jeff's Pizza. He finds his dad's unconscious body at the bottom of the ball pit. He tries to pull him out when he's attacked by Springtrap. In what can only be described as a fight straight out of the WWE, Oswald springboards off the ropes of the ball pit, rakes Springtrap's eyes when the ref's not looking, and Hurricane Ranas him straight into the pit, where Springtrap hangs himself on the ropes like Maven versus Triple H. Springtrap suffocates to death, and his dad wakes up, and they all live happily ever after. I assume the story just kind of ends and we never really find out. Now, there are two different interpretations of this story. There's a lot here to suggest that this ball pit is actually taking Oswald through time, and everything we see actually happens. But there's also evidence to suggest that it's more or less all the dream of a kid suffering from severe depression or some weird emotion-based magic that everyone keeps asking me to make videos about, even though there's literally no scientific basis to any of it, and I'm not really sure what I would say. And in classic FNAF fashion, there's not quite enough evidence to definitively say which answer is correct. So, for the sake of today's episode, I'm going to assume that this is a real time machine, and everything we see actually happens. Then, next week, I'll come back and look at the science of the other side. So, all I have to do is try and explain all the real science of time travel. Now, real science and time travel seem like two things that should never appear in the same sentence. You can't get much more sci-fi than a time-traveling DeLorean. But believe it or not, there's actually a lot of science and physics to back this stuff up. Sort of. The physics behind time travel is insanely complicated. Maybe as complicated as physics can get. But it all stems from Albert Einstein's theory of special and general relativity, which describes the space-time fabric of the universe. To grossly oversimplify, physicists found that if you apply Einstein's equations in certain ways, it is theoretically possible to warp space-time in a way that would allow you to travel freely to any point in time. Now, the key word there is theoretically. It doesn't tell you anything about how you can warp space-time or instructions on how to build your own time machine. Essentially, there's nothing in general relativity that says that time travel is definitely possible. But there's also nothing that says that it's definitely not possible. So, in the absence of any real physics, scientists have resorted to conjecture and speculation as to how time travel may or may not be possible. And at the heart of these discussions lies one very important concept: causality. The most common way to explain causality is with the grandfather paradox. If you went back in time and killed your own grandfather as a baby, well, then one of your parents would never have been born, which means that you would never have been born. But if you were never born, it means that you could have never gone back in time to kill your grandfather in the first place. You have violated the idea of causality. Your grandfather was killed by someone that cannot actually exist. Ergo, it should be impossible to go back in time and undo your own existence. So, the math and physics tells us that time travel should theoretically be possible, but our logic says that it's not. Over the years, various theoretical physicists have proposed various solutions to the causality problem. One of the most well-known is the many worlds interpretation, more commonly known as the multiverse. This is the type of time travel seen in the MCU in projects like Loki. Essentially, the many worlds interpretation states that our universe is one of an infinite number of parallel universes, with some being very similar to our own and others very different. This theory would suggest that when you travel through time, you're not actually returning to a point in your own past, but rather traveling to a parallel universe that's similar to your own, only set forward or back however many years in time. This way, you can travel back in time and do whatever you want. Kill your grandpa, prevent your parents from meeting at the Enchantment Under the Sea dance, it doesn't matter, because they're not actually your ancestors. Sure, this universe's version of you will never exist, but it won't have any effect on your own past. A different proposed solution that doesn't involve the multiverse is the Novikov self-consistency principle, which uses the idea of cosmic predetermination and suggests that if time travel exists, then free will cannot. Everything we do is predetermined, and no matter what we do while traveling through time, things will cosmically work themselves out. There's also the chronology protection conjecture proposed by Stephen Hawking, which basically speculates that there is probably some law of physics that explicitly prohibits time travel, and we simply haven't discovered it yet. The reason that Hawking believed this to be true was because of another problem that comes up with time travel, often referred to as the time travel tourist. Effectively, the problem is this. If time travel is possible and will be invented in the future, then where are all the time travelers? If people from the future are able to travel freely to the past, then surely we would have seen some of them come back for important events. Even if there are strict rules about its use or time travelers are required to come in disguises to maintain the secret, human nature being what it is, surely at some point someone would have tried to come back and blow the secret like they're in the Truman Show. And yet, we've never seen any of them. So what gives? Well, in a 1999 writing entitled Space and Time Warps, Hawking himself proposed a possible solution to this problem. It doesn't have an official name, so I'll call it the time travel fridge theory. To simplify it, as I mentioned before, the way time travel is possible is through the curvature of space-time. Effectively, you're not traveling to the past, you're bringing the past to you. Well, Hawking suggested that the space-time of the past is set in stone. We can't curve that space-time because, well, we didn't curve it and now we've lost our chance. In simpler words, the past is closed, but the future, Hawking speculated, is open. It has yet to occur, so we can curve it in any way we want. We could create a time machine that takes you to a specific point in space-time, or bend it so you can go wherever you want in space-time. And then, as that time becomes the past, that curvature is now set in stone, and we can travel through space-time as freely as we want. So what does this mean? Well, effectively, it means that time travel is possible, but you can never travel back to a point before time travel was invented, before we learned how to curve space-time. How does it look in practice? Well, we often think of time machines as something that travels through time itself. So in Back to the Future, when you use the DeLorean, it vanishes in the present time and appears, along with everything in it, in whatever time you want. But what if instead of a car, the time machine was a fridge? Which, fun fact, in the original Back to the Future script, the time machine was a fridge, until I realized that a car is just way cooler. I mean, who wants to time travel through a fridge? So, say you have a time machine fridge. According to this interpretation of time travel, you could place an item in this fridge and take it out at any point in time, even in the past, before you put it in. You're all out of milk for your cereal, but don't feel like going to the store to get more? Don't worry, you can just let your future self worry about that, and you can benefit from their hard work right now. It's a procrastinator's dream. However, you couldn't take an item out of the fridge before you built the fridge because, well, there's no fridge to take it out of. If this is how time travel works, then it would explain why we haven't seen any time travelers yet. You can't go back to a point before time travel was invented. Combine that with one of the other theories to address the issue of causality, and you have a time machine that, at least in theory, could totally exist without creating any insane paradoxes. Now it's important to note that Hawking himself didn't really believe that this type of time travel was possible in real life. He was merely musing on one of the many issues of time travel. But we can use these ideas to try and get a better understanding of time travel in the fiction of Into the Pit. In this scenario, the ball pit is the time-traveling fridge. You can jump into the ball pit and come out at another point in time, but you couldn't go back to a point before the ball pit existed because there's no ball pit to climb out of. Now, this does imply that Fazbear Entertainment invented time travel technology somewhere around 1985 and chose to hide it in a very public ball pit. So I guess we can just add that to the growing list of insanely advanced tech that this company developed decades ahead of its time and decided to use to try and sell pizza. Unlike our example, Oswald can't choose when he comes out of the ball pit. It always takes him the exact amount of time into the past, let's say 30 years to the day. But when he comes back to the future, he always returns to the exact same point that he left. Maybe this has to do with the specific way that the ball pit bends space-time. Maybe it was simply programmed that way. Maybe William himself invented it so people could come back and watch all those murders he did. There's not really evidence to say either way, it's just how it works. While this explanation seems promising, it doesn't explain all the weird stuff that happens at the end, like, Springtrap being Oswald's dad. This whole section totally violates the idea of causality that we talked about at the beginning. To recap, Oswald travels back in time and is chased to the present by Springtrap, who then kidnaps Oswald's dad and then becomes his dad. But if Springtrap were Oswald's dad, then the sequence of events from the beginning of the story that led to Oswald traveling back in time wouldn't have happened, which means that Springtrap could have never become Oswald's dad. Instead of the grandfather paradox, we've got the "oops, my dad's a giant rabbit serial killer from the past" paradox. In order for any of this to make sense, we pretty much have to be dealing with a many worlds interpretation version of time travel. I touched on it a bit at the beginning, but according to this theory, there are an infinite number of parallel universes that are each different from one another. But how different is each one? Well, that ties into something called the butterfly effect. In the context of the many worlds interpretation, the butterfly effect is the idea that anytime you make a decision, there exists an alternate universe where you made a different decision. If you had cereal for breakfast this morning, there's an alternate universe where you had pancakes. There's one where you had eggs. There's one where you didn't have any breakfast. There's one where you started a fire while cooking your eggs and burned your house down. Some of these decisions won't change much, others will change a lot, and the further back you go, the more branches you can create. This is why scientists believe that if there is an infinite multiverse, then there is an infinite amount of universes that are extremely similar to our own, and an infinite more that are wildly different. And with an infinite number of possibilities, that means that somewhere out there is a specific set of decisions that would lead to a world where Springtrap is your dad. As to what this bizarre set of circumstances is, it's impossible to say. But remember, when Oswald uses the ball pit to travel from the past, he always returns to the present at the exact moment that he left. From Oswald's perspective, Springtrap pops out of the pit, grabs his dad, then immediately emerges as his dad. But from Springtrap's perspective, we have no way of knowing how much time he spent in the past in order to create a world where he is Oswald's dad. I like to think he took the slow approach. Maybe Oswald's mom moved back to her small country hometown after living in the big city and got a job at the same pizza place where Springtrap worked. They started off not liking each other very much, but slowly bonded over their mutual love of carrots, and then became best friends. Springtrap is shy, but eventually works up the courage to ask her on a date. They share a romantic first kiss on Christmas Eve, get married in the pizzaplex, and Bonnie is the best man. Anyway, after setting everything in motion, Springtrap comes back to the present where, thanks to all of his meddling, he is now Oswald's dad. Is it weird? Yes. Does it make sense that Springtrap would go through all that effort to become the father of some kid that he literally knows nothing about? No. But just like Einstein's theory of relativity and time travel, there's nothing to say that it's not possible. All in all, this explanation seems pretty buttoned up. The time travel fridge theory and the many worlds interpretation can explain pretty much everything we see in this story. Every time you enter the ball pit, you emerge not only in a different point in time, but in a different universe altogether. For such a strange story, this explanation makes a surprising amount of sense, except there's one problem. When Oswald runs from Springtrap towards the end of the story, he talks to his own real dad. So clearly he's in a pretty normal universe. Then Springtrap grabs his dad, drags him into the pit, and then emerges, and both he and Oswald are now in a universe where Springtrap is his dad. That would mean that Oswald was able to travel to another universe without going into the pit. So how is this possible? Well, there's no science-based explanation for this, but if we venture more into the world of fiction, we can make one small assumption about the workings of this time machine that could explain all of this. What if, when two entities enter the time machine together, they become linked, and now must always exist in the same universe, though not necessarily at the same point in time? So, Oswald and Springtrap enter the ball pit in Universe B, they both emerge in Universe C. Springtrap goes back into the pit into a new universe, Universe D, and brings Oswald with him, but at a different point in time. Springtrap woos Oswald's mom, becomes his dad, and then goes back into the pit to bring both Oswald and Springtrap into Universe E, now together again in the same time, and now Springtrap is his dad. They fight, and Springtrap dies. Now he and Oswald are no longer linked, and Oswald is in a universe where he does not have a dad, meaning he cannot exist. But thanks to the Novikov self-consistency principle, we know that time will work itself out, so Oswald is shunted back to a universe where he has a normal dad, and they all live happily ever after. Again, aside from just logic, there's nothing to say that this is definitively how time travel works. It's just the only explanation that makes sense to me, at least. And there you have it. A full explanation for the frankly insane time travel logic of Into the Pit. It turns out this story isn't as complicated as it seems, as long as you have a basic understanding of general relativity, causality paradoxes, and the physics of the infinite multiverse. Although, there are still a few aspects of this story that don't make sense, like Oswald's seemingly prophetic drawings of robot animals or his ability to conjure quarters out of thin air. Then perhaps there is another explanation for all of this, one that doesn't involve time travel physics and multiverse logic at all. Perhaps it was merely all a dream. Well, I suppose the only way to find out is by going back and taking it from the top. Folks, it's that time of year again. Another new FNAF game has graced our presence. Now, this franchise has forced me to talk about a lot of weird stuff, from hypnopompic hallucinations to engineering ethics violations. But just when I thought it couldn't get any weirder, they give us a game about a time-traveling ball pit. Or did they? This is the psychology of Into the Pit. Richard, hit that intro. For those who don't know, this game is an adaptation of the first short story in the Fazbear Fright series from 2019 of the same title, Into the Pit. Both the book and game feature a similar plot. A kid named Oswald discovers a ball pit in the back of a pizza restaurant called Jeff's Pizza that can take him back in time to the year 1985, when Jeff's Pizza was a Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria. Oswald goes back, witnesses Springtrap murder a bunch of kids, he accidentally leads Springtrap to the present where he possesses or replaces Oswald's dad, unclear which, and Oswald has to hang the rabbit serial killer from the past in order to rescue his dad. You know, pretty standard stuff. However, there are some pretty significant differences between the book and the game, specifically with regards to the timeline of events. The game breezes over most of the earlier sections of the story and stretches out the later, more action-packed segments over several nights, so the whole game isn't just sitting by yourself eating pizza. For that reason, a lot of the specifics of the story are pretty different depending on the medium. As the book was released first, I'm going to be considering that the true canon story, the original intent of the author. However, I will still bring up areas where the game differs and what that might mean, just to cover all my bases. Alright? Now, there are two different interpretations of this story. There's a lot to suggest that this ball pit is actually taking Oswald through time, and everything we see actually happens. But there's also evidence to suggest that it's more or less all the dream of a kid suffering from severe depression. And in classic FNAF fashion, there's not enough evidence to definitively say which answer is correct. So for the sake of today's episode, I'm going to be looking at this story from a psychological perspective. Then, last week, I'll take a look at the time travel science of the other side. Now, real quick, I do want to acknowledge that later short stories do attempt to provide a real, official explanation for these strange events of Into the Pit that pretty much amounts to weird ghost logic. Basically, the essence of the kids who got murdered at Freddy's is still lingering there. They call it agony. And this agony is giving Oswald visions of the past so he can help them resolve their unfinished business. So Oswald isn't literally traveling through time, he's just experiencing past events. So there you go, Into the Pit solved, video over. But here's the thing. I don't think just saying it was ghost magic is a particularly interesting answer, especially when there's a much more scientifically backed explanation. And yes, I do believe there is a real scientifically backed explanation for all the insane things we see in this game. It was all a dream. I know, laziest writing trick in the book. We all hate dream theories, but stick with me, because this one's a little more complicated. Let's take a look at the facts. In the game's opening cutscene, we learn that Oswald's family has hit upon some hard times. His dad lost a job at the old mill in town and is now working part-time at the deli, barely making ends meet. Because both his parents have to work, Oswald is forced to spend most of his summer hanging out at the rundown Jeff's Pizza, which he's none too pleased about. However, in the book, we get even more context to Oswald's no good, very bad summer. It turns out that Oswald's life is pretty rough. His one and only friend in town, Ben, has recently moved away, he's relentlessly bullied at school, and since both his parents work, Oswald is forced to spend literally every single day completely by himself in the library and Jeff's Pizza. This is a kid who has no friends, barely sees his family, and has no money to do anything entertaining besides reading library books for a whole entire summer. This type of extreme isolation can have all sorts of impacts on the brain, especially in young children. Everything from depression to impaired cognitive development to what I believe Oswald is actually experiencing: dissociative fantasies. In psychology, dissociation is a specific type of trauma response in which a person becomes disconnected from their thoughts, feelings, perceptions, or sense of self. Dissociation can take many different forms, from short-term amnesia, so repressing bad memories, to out-of-body experiences, and in extreme cases, dissociative identities. It's a tactic used by the brain to escape from extremely stressful or traumatic experiences. When your brain does not have the resources or capacity to process an extreme event, it might try to forget about it or manifest a new reality or identity that does not have to deal with that stress. A dissociative fantasy is essentially an imaginary world that the brain creates, a safe space that you can retreat to whenever you want. They're often described as daydreams so realistic that the one experiencing them may not even know that they're not real. To the person experiencing it, their fantasy world may look and sound and smell just as real as anywhere else. According to research conducted by the International Society for the Study of Trauma and Dissociation and the American Journal of Psychiatry, dissociative fantasies are quite rare, but are most common in people with overactive imaginations, are most often triggered by extreme isolation, and, as with real dreams, these fantasies are often reflective of real life, and the types of stress that the person is seeking to escape from. If they're feeling unsafe, they might see themselves in a castle surrounded by walls and moats to protect them. If they're feeling isolated, they might go to a place where they can interact with others. So, is it possible that all the events of Into the Pit are the result of Oswald's dissociative fantasy? Well, we already know that Oswald has been extremely isolated leading up to the events of the story, but that alone isn't enough to diagnose him with a pretty rare condition. Now, those of you who have only played the game might be thinking, oh, hang on a second. You said that dissociative fantasies were a way for the brain to escape. And, I'm not here to judge or anything, but me personally, this isn't exactly my idea of an escape. And fair enough, in the game, Oswald's trips to 1985 turn sinister pretty quickly, but in the book, that's not actually the case. In the original story, Oswald spends several afternoons in the 1985 Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. He makes friends, he plays games, and every time he returns to the present through the pit, he feels much happier. Whether Freddy's is real or not, it's at least serving the exact same function as a dissociative fantasy. Oswald was lonely and bored, and Freddy's is a place where he can make friends and play games. But can we find any evidence to definitively say that it isn't real? As it turns out, yes. Early on, it's established that Oswald likes to sketch, and recently he's been drawing robotic animals with metal parts sticking out beneath their fur coating. Remarkably similar to how the animatronics of Freddy's look, except at this point in the story, Oswald has yet to travel back in time to see the animatronics. Heck, he doesn't even know what Freddy's is yet. This is literally never explained, and it never really plays a role later. It's just a weird part of the story where Oswald predicts the future with his sketches. But if everything at Freddy's really is all in his head, then perhaps he's not predicting what the animatronics at Freddy's will look like. Maybe the animatronics look that way because he drew them, because that was an idea already on his mind. Remember, dissociative fantasies are common in those with overactive imaginations, and often those things created by your imagination can work their way into the fantasy world. Of course, it's entirely possible that Oswald is literally traveling to a much more fun version of the boring pizza restaurant he's stuck in, filled with a bunch of kids his own age who want to be his friend, populated by creatures from his sketchbook, accessed via a magical ball pit that travels through time. Awfully convenient, but possible. Until you consider this other strange, unexplained detail from the book. After spending a few days in the past with his new friends Chip and Mike, Oswald starts to feel bad that he doesn't have any money to buy pizza or play the games, and worries that he's taking advantage of his new friends. But just when he offers to sit out of the games and just watch, his pockets magically fill with tokens. There ain't no time travel or ghost logic that you can use to explain that. Freddy's is literally providing a solution to every single one of Oswald's problems. He's bored? Here's a super fun pizza place with a bunch of arcade games. He's lonely? Well, here's a bunch of kids your own age who immediately want to be your friend. He's poor? Well, here's some free money. Each of these things on their own could be brushed off as a coincidence, but putting it all together, it seems like there's no other explanation. Freddy Fazbear's Pizza has to be a creation of Oswald's mind. But if that is the case, then that begs the obvious question: what changed? For a psychological safe space, Freddy's becomes pretty decidedly unsafe by the end of the story. Dissociative fantasies are supposed to be a place that the brain creates to allow you to de-stress and relax. And again, not here to judge, but watching a giant rabbit monster murder a bunch of kids isn't really my idea of relaxing. So what's going on here? Well, first, it's important to note that Oswald does not realize that he is experiencing dissociative fantasies. In his mind, he is actually traveling to 1985 to the real Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. And in this fantasy world, his perception of what Freddy's is becomes his reality. So, did anything happen since his previous visit that would cause his perception of Freddy's to change? Well, as it turns out, yes. In the book, Oswald asks his dad what Jeff's was like when his dad was a kid. And his dad is pretty cagey, but alludes to the fact that something bad happened there that caused it to close down, but doesn't give any specifics. Then, the very next time that Oswald goes into the pit, he sees a big yellow rabbit murdering people. So what happened here? Well, we've established that Freddy's was Oswald's safe space, but now his dad is planting the idea in his head that it might not actually be as safe as he thought, and the very next time he visits, that perception becomes reality to an extreme degree. If even his dad doesn't want to talk about what happened there, then it must have been really bad. Like monsters murdering children levels of bad. Remember, most people who have dissociative fantasies also have overactive imaginations, for better or for worse. So this idea that Freddy's, Oswald's own safe space, isn't actually that safe takes hold hard. And without Freddy's, Oswald no longer has a safe space to go to. He no longer has a way to escape from the stress of his real life, and this is when things take a turn for the worse. Oswald's fantasies start bleeding into the real world and severely altering his perception of reality. Throughout the whole story, Oswald has not had a great relationship with his father. It's clear that he's pretty mad at him for leaving him alone all the time, and now he may subconsciously see his dad as the one who destroyed his fantasy world by making him believe it wasn't safe. And so he begins to see his dad as a monster, one of his own drawings come to life as a twisted, malevolent force. There's even several points in the book where Oswald's dad is specifically associated with the color yellow, which is why Oswald might be seeing him as a big yellow rabbit. In the game, Oswald returns to Freddy's several times after his dad is replaced by the rabbit, but in the book, he never goes back. His safe space is completely gone, and he just has to live with Springtrap for a dad for several days, while everyone else around him acts like nothing's wrong, because, well, perhaps nothing is wrong. Tell me, which of these sounds more likely? That Oswald is the only person in the world who can see that his dad is a big yellow rabbit monster and everyone else is wrong? Or that just Oswald is wrong and everyone else is telling the truth? There are even several points in the game where Oswald starts to see other people in his life as the animatronics, besides just his dad. If it really were as simple as his dad being possessed or replaced through time travel shenanigans, that shouldn't be happening. It only really makes sense if it's all in Oswald's head. Though, to be fair, that is a game exclusive thing that doesn't actually happen in the books, so take it with a grain of salt. But heck, look at the way that Springtrap is described in the books. It has several rows of sharp teeth, and it looked more like a living beast than a robot or a guy in a suit. This to me seems very reminiscent of the nightmare animatronics from FNAF 4, which, as we learned in my video all about the sound illusion discs, could also be the result of stress-induced bad dreams. If you want to learn more about those, check out the video in the end card or in that card, one of these cards. It's in one of the corners. And to wrap it all up, think back to how Oswald finally defeats Springtrap. He has a WWE style fight where he hangs Springtrap on the ropes like Maven versus Triple H. We've been over this last time. But what happens just before that? Oswald returns to school for his first day, and he befriends a girl named Gabrielle. He sort of opens up to her about his stresses, she gives him the advice to be brave, and after that, he's finally able to conquer the monster that's been tormenting him. We learned that one of the primary causes behind dissociative fantasies was isolation, so it should come as no surprise that one of the ways to stop them is by making new connections, anchoring yourself back in reality. So, to bring it all together, it seems like this story is not literally about a child traveling through time and having his dad replaced by a robotic rabbit serial killer. Rather, I believe that this story was intended to take us into the mind of a child suffering from severe isolation-induced depression. In order to escape the stress and boredom of his real life, Oswald subconsciously creates a fantasy world, one where the rundown pizzeria he has to spend his days in was in its prime and could magically provide him with anything he wanted, from friends to games to unlimited tokens. However, when his dad plants the idea in his head that this pizzeria of the past isn't all that safe, then this safe space is destroyed, and those fantasies start bleeding out into Oswald's everyday life. He begins to see his dad as a monster, one based on the creepy drawings he did in his free time. It's only when Oswald finally opens up about his stress and makes a new friend that he's able to defeat the monster and finally reconcile with his father. A beautiful story about the importance of friendship and reaching out for help when you need it. Only there's one little problem. If Freddy's really is a creation of Oswald's mind, then how is he right? Oswald has clearly never heard of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza before, and yet he just so happens to accurately imagine its exact cast of characters and bloody history where a guy in a rabbit costume murdered a bunch of kids? That doesn't seem possible. But then again, is he right? We know that those events exactly match up with what happens in the other FNAF games, but Into the Pit is based on a book, which is pretty clearly set in a different continuity from the mainline games. After all, in the original story, there is never any mention of Freddy's anywhere in the present day. Nobody ever says the name, nobody ever explicitly calls out the fact that they had animatronics. There's a faint mural visible under the paint of Jeff's Pizza that's later revealed to be Bonnie, Freddy, and Chica, but Oswald could simply be imagining what he thinks that mural looked like. He might not actually be correct. The fact that Oswald's imaginary safe space just so happens to exactly line up with the characters and events from FNAF 1 through 3 could just be a coincidence, a way to justify putting FNAF on the title of the book to make those big bucks. Now, to be fair, in the game, there are posters showing the OG FNAF characters in the modern-day Jeff's Pizza, hinting that it actually was a Freddy's in the past, but again, that's a game thing, so it may or may not be canon. Even so, though, there are a few details that cannot be explained by this dissociative fantasy theory, like the fact that other people acknowledge the giant rabbit corpse at the end, the one that injured Oswald in real life, or the fact that Oswald's cat seems to know that something is up with his dad the whole time. That would seem to suggest that what we're seeing is not just a dream. In that case, perhaps everything, from Spring Dad to the time-traveling ball pit, is all too real. Well, I suppose the only way to find out is by going back and taking it from the top. Well, folks, it's spooky time, so you know it's time for a spooky video. And you know what that means? It's FNAFing time. Now, some of you may have noticed that it's been a little while since I've talked about Five Nights at Freddy's. And that's because, to be honest, I feel like I've already covered all the weird tech and science that this series has to offer. I mean, spring lock suits, artificial intelligence, sound illusion discs, time-traveling ball pits, Fazgoo, the engineering of real-life animatronics. Wait, hey, Richard, the thumbnail for the real-life animatronic video. Huh. Like I was saying, we've covered just about everything in the series. The only thing left is explaining how the literal main characters of the series work. Maybe I should have done that one a little sooner. Today, I'm breaking down all the real-world science and engineering to answer all your burning animatronic-related questions. How strong are these things? How accurate are the endoskeletons? What's the deal with the weird tube things from Sister Location? Could you really fit a kid inside one and expect no one to notice? And, most importantly, how do the FNAF animatronics actually work? Richard, hit that intro. In case you somehow haven't realized this yet, the animatronics from Five Nights at Freddy's take heavy inspiration from the animatronics of real-life restaurants like Chuck E. Cheese and Showbiz Pizza. And just like in FNAF, these real animatronics start with an endoskeleton. This acts as both the bones and the muscles of the animatronic. The actual frame itself is made of large metal segments, typically aluminum or steel. Steel is stronger, but also more expensive and difficult to machine. If you know your animatronic is going to be bearing a lot of weight, then steel might be a safer option. In most cases though, aluminum is far cheaper and easier to work with. Seeing as Fazbear Entertainment is famous for cutting costs at literally every single corner that actually matters, I wouldn't be surprised if these things are actually made of like paper mache or something. Now you've got yourself a perfectly good Matronic, but in order to make this thing actually animated, you're going to need to find a way to make it move. The animatronics from Showbiz Pizza traditionally used pneumatics, or basically the power of air. They're actually pretty easy to understand. At every joint in the animatronic, you have a pneumatic cylinder, basically a little piston inside an airtight tube. When you want to extend the piston, you pump compressed air into one side. And when you want to retract the piston, you pump air into the other side. In order to actually get the compressed air into the system, you need to use a pneumatic valve. This bit is a little more complicated, but this valve has 5 different outlets. The first one in the middle is the air intake, connected with a hose to a tank of compressed air. When the piston is extending, the compressed air flows through the valve and out outlet A, which is connected with another hose to the inlet of the pneumatic cylinder. The pressure from this air pushes the piston, which extends the cylinder. The air that was on the other side is pushed out of the outlet of the cylinder, through another hose to inlet B of the valve, and out exhaust port B. When you want to retract the cylinder, you just flip the valve, and now everything works in reverse. Air goes out B, pushes the cylinder back, and the air that you just pumped in to extend it is forced back out the hose to exhaust port A. These valves are all wired up to some central control computer which can release air at just the right pressure to get the desired movements for your animatronics. This whole thing is then covered in some foam pieces to give the animatronic its shape, and then the costume is layered over that. Put it all together and you have a perfectly good and slightly terrifying mascot to sell pizza to the kiddies. So what can this tell us about the animatronics from FNAF? Well, while they did get the general idea of the endoskeleton under an outer shell right, there's also a lot of pretty significant differences. The first thing I noticed when comparing the FNAF animatronics to real ones is just how bare bones they are. And I mean, quite literally, their bones are too bare. The pneumatic cylinders required to make these things move are not small. And since they're only capable of linear motion, they need to be built into the pivot points of the endoskeleton itself, resulting in parts far thicker than what we see in FNAF. The midsection specifically requires a ton of mechanisms to allow for rotational movement that we see Freddy is capable of in the FNAF 1 trailer. That's not even mentioning all the hoses and valves to operate these actuators, the brackets and connectors to hold everything together, and the external air tank and controller to actually operate the thing. Put it all together, and we find that a real animatronic is incredibly dense. Looking at the FNAF endoskeletons, we see, well, a whole lot of nothing. The bones are narrow, so narrow that in the O2 model, they had to include hollow rings to be able to attach the actual shells. While there are some parts that resemble pneumatic hoses, the actual actuators are completely absent, along with any sort of air tank. Of course, there is the possibility that the endoskeletons that we see in-game are incomplete, and the ones inside the actual animatronics have a lot more going on. But we do know, thanks to the lore, that Freddy and the gang are supposed to be largely hollow, and as a result, probably deceptively light. A real animatronic of the era typically weighed around 200 pounds. With just how much smaller the FNAF endoskeletons are, there's a very real possibility that you could pick one up. Hang on, let me see here. Come on, Freddy, come on. Come on, Freddy. Oh, no. Realistically though, an animatronic like this wouldn't actually work. Looking closely, you can see that the shoulder and hips use ball and socket joints, but there's nothing to show how these things would actually move without, like a ghost or something. I suppose it's possible that the Freddy's animatronics are purely electric. There are electric rotary motors that would take up far less space in the endoskeleton. However, these types of motors were rarely, if ever, used in animatronics of this era, because not only are the actual units themselves a lot more expensive than pneumatics, but they also cost a lot more in power to continually use. And again, this is literally the poster child for corrupt companies we're talking about. I'm having trouble imagining that they'd be willing to shell out this much money for something that, realistically, doesn't provide much of a benefit. In reality, if you want a Freddy that can jam out to the romantics like the best of them, he's gonna have to be a pretty thick boy, which, sadly, doesn't leave any room for hiding your murder victims inside. I don't know why I said sadly, that's amazing news. However, while the classic Endo 01 and 02s might not be the most practical, there is one type of endoskeleton that's far more realistic. And, in a twist of irony, it's the ones that everyone writes off as futuristic and weird. I think a lot of FNAF fans have always been weirded out by the Funtime animatronics from Sister Location. Like, their weird glossy shells and segmented faces are certainly a choice, and the endoskeleton underneath is just as weird. Unlike the simple bones of the Endo 01 and 02, these endoskeletons seem to be a strange glob of wires or tubes that gives the animatronic its shape. While this may seem like a bizarre sci-fi jump-the-shark design, if you have an animatronic powered entirely by pneumatics, you're gonna need a lot of hoses. Remember, for every joint and moving part in an animatronic, you need 2 hoses. A typical animatronic had 12 moving joints, meaning it needed 24 hoses. The Funtime animatronics, on the other hand, are far more advanced than your typical animatronic and have a lot more moving parts. These things can walk, they can articulate individual fingers, they can even move their faceplates for reasons that I can't fathom. To do all that, you're gonna need a lot of hoses, connecting each joint to a large central valve. Now, traditionally, you'd want to keep these hoses short and compact, so they wouldn't be covering the whole animatronic. Unless you're designing the world's most conspicuous kidnapper robot and need a large empty cavity in the middle, then you'd need to reroute the hoses to the outside to make room for all those crimes that you've somehow never been caught for. It seems like every time one of these animatronics is rented out to a birthday party, some kids go missing. But who could possibly be responsible for this? I mean, surely not the guy who wrote his name on the blueprints or anything. So, now we know all about how real-world animatronics work, but I'm still left with one more question. How strong are these things? I mean, I've always pictured them like Terminator-esque robots with inhuman strength, but are pneumatics really that strong? Well, the force of a double-acting pneumatic piston can be found by multiplying the relative pressure by the effective area. The relative pressure is simply the difference in pressure between the two sides of the cylinder. Since one side is open to the air and the other is connected to the pressurized air tank, you can just subtract the atmospheric pressure from the pressure of the tank. And the effective area of the cylinder is simply the area that the compressed air is pushing on. So the area of the circular front face of the piston minus the cross-sectional area of the actual cylinder going through, because there's no air there. Based on my research, animatronics like the ones at Chuck E. Cheese typically ran on 80 to 100 psi air tanks and tended to have pistons around 1.5 inches in diameter with a 1-inch diameter rod, though this can vary. In a setup like this, the relative pressure would be 65.3 to 85.3 psi, while the effective area would be 2.35 square inches, for a total force of Hey, me from the future here, turns out screwed up all the math on this part. The force of a forward stroke on a cylinder like this would be around 150.6 pounds, while the force of the backstroke is around 83.7 pounds. Now that seems like a lot, until you realize that an average human can punch with the equivalent of 200 to 300 pounds. It takes around 600 pounds to break a bone, and a trained boxer can hit with upwards of 800 pounds of force. Still, getting hit with a bare metal endoskeleton with that force probably isn't going to feel great, but if it's got all the foam padding on, it'll probably feel like getting smacked with a pillow. So, there you have it. A full explanation of how the animatronics from Five Nights at Freddy's actually work. And you know what? Not only have I gained a new appreciation for the weird tube guys of Sister Location, but I've also come to realize that these guys, not nearly as dangerous as they seem. I mean, for starters, it's physically impossible to get stuffed inside one of these things, and in the event that one does try to attack you, good news. These things are probably very light, and they punch about as hard as your grandma. You know that one meme that says that every guy has an animal that they insist they could beat in a fight? Well, I think I've mathematically proven that I can absolutely suplex Freddy out of his boots the next time he tries to interrupt my scrolling on TikTok while I'm at work. You heard me, Freddy. You, me, at WrestleMania. For 6 years, one mystery has endured throughout the Five Nights at Freddy's mythos. One Gordian knot that has evaded the blade of theorists time and time again. Midnight Motorist. This simple racing minigame has laid unsolved since we first laid eyes upon it in Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator. Many have tried, and all have failed. Until today. This game poses many questions. Who is this mysterious orange man? Who was lurking outside this window? What is the purpose of this small, isolated mound? But perhaps the greatest question of all. Hey, why is this song kinda slapped though? Today, we are finally solving Midnight Motorist's music. Richard, hit that intro. If you've watched any of my FNAF videos before, you've definitely heard this song in the background more than a few times. It's a bop. But today, I want to understand why exactly it's so darn catchy. However, this isn't exactly a music channel, so before we can do anything, we first must understand the science of music. So, brace yourself for the quickest lesson in scales, chords, and song structure you've ever seen. Oh, what, you thought this video was a bit? Nah, we're going deep into music theory. I'm not doing the gimmick. I've already stolen their font. For those who don't know, music theory is the study of how different sounds interact with each other to create music that sounds good. Alright, it's a little more complicated than that, and you could spend literally your whole life studying and still never learn it all. So, naturally, I'm gonna try to explain all the basics to you in less than 3 minutes. Here we go. So, every sound has something called a pitch, determined by its frequency. A higher pitched note will sound higher than a lower pitched note. To make things a bit easier to keep track of, music theorists took some of the common pitches and named them after letters, A through G. Those are all the white notes on the keyboard. There are also some half steps in between notes. For example, if you went half a step up from C, that's called a C sharp. Or conversely, if you went half a step down from D, you could call that same note D flat. Same sound, just different ways of describing it. Each note is a half step higher in pitch than the one before it. Once you get all the way up to G sharp, it rolls over back to A and keeps going. So this low A and this high A are technically the same note. Even though they sound different, they have the same job in a song. So that leaves musicians with 12 distinct notes to play with. But not all of those notes sound very good together. So what you can do is organize these notes into scales, groupings of 7 notes that all fit together to produce a constant sound. There are about a bajillion different scales, but some of the most common that you've probably heard of are major scales and minor scales. For example, C major is all of the white notes on the keyboard, while C minor swaps out the A, B, and E for flats. Major scales tend to have a brighter, happier feel, while minor scales tend to sound sad or dark. If your song uses only notes from a specific scale, it will sound more like a cohesive piece and less like someone fell asleep on a piano. This is often referred to as the key of a song. So if a song is in the key of C major, it uses notes from the C major scale. So that's how you describe notes. When you start playing 3 or more notes together, you get a chord. The most common chord uses notes that are each 2 spaces apart within a given scale, and are named after their base note and whether it's major or minor. So if you played a C, 2 steps up to E, and then 2 steps up to G, that would be a C major chord. Drop the E down to an E flat, and you have a C minor chord. Each collection of notes has its own specific name that you can figure out, but that can get a little annoying to keep track of. So to simplify things, chords are often described in the context of the key they are in. So for example, if we knew we were in the key of C major, C is the first note of that scale. So we could call this C major chord the 1 chord. D is the second note, so D minor would be the 2 chord, and so on. This numbering notation is more useful for describing a chord's role in a song, rather than its exact sound. So you put a bunch of notes together to form a chord, and if you string a bunch of chords together, you get what is called a chord progression. As it turns out, a lot of music theory is dedicated to understanding the relationship between these different chords and finding out which ones flow well into each other. That's why your average Charles Cornell video is mainly him saying a bunch of letters and then going, ooh! And don't worry, while I may not be as knowledgeable as him when it comes to music, I too am a Charles, so I'll do my best to carry on that legacy. And that is everything you need to know about music theory to understand this video. How'd I do? Alright, so now that you know the fundamentals, it's time to get on to the musical analysis. For those who don't know, Midnight Motorist actually has 2 songs associated with it. One for the racing portion, and one for the hidden walking portion. They were both composed by Leon Riskin in sort of an 8-bit Atari style, but for simplicity's sake, I've transposed both of them into the piano, so we can really hear what's going on here. The first song that plays during the racing portion is called 240 Bits Per Mile. A bit of a cryptic title, I know. Is it a clue? A riddle that will crack the mystery of this game wide open? No, it's something even better. It's a pun! This song plays at exactly 240 beats per minute, which is a measure of how fast a song is, and usually abbreviated to BPM. 240 beats per minute, 240 bits per mile, because it's 8-bit and you drive. I see you, Leon. See, we're already solving stuff. This song is fast, not only because of its high BPM, but also because it moves all over the place. The sheet music for this song would look something like this, which I know seems scary. There's a lot going on here, but it's actually a lot simpler than it looks. Yes, there is a lot of movement in the melody and bass, but if you look at the actual notes being played, you'll find that it's a pretty simple chord progression. For example, look at the first section. The bass is simply alternating between G and C together, then an E flat back and forth. This is really just a broken up C minor chord. And if you look at the melody, it's the same thing. E flat, G, C, G, and on it goes. This whole thing is really just a fancy C minor chord with a whole lot of bounce to it. And the reason why it's broken up like this is actually super cool. First of all, it gives the song a heart-pounding, lightning-fast feel, never settling in place, even when it's technically settling in place, which is fitting for a high-speed racing game. But beyond that, this song is also meant to emulate the sound of an Atari or some other old gaming system, which, because of hardware limitations, could only make a small handful of sounds at a time. It was impossible for a system like this to play a full chord with a complex melody and sound effects on top of it, so they had to break it up. You can find examples of this technique in loads of retro game songs like Zelda or old Pokemon. FNAF 6 was released on the PC, which can play pretty much an unlimited number of sounds at once, but imposing that limitation on this song anyway makes it even more authentic, which is pretty cool. But let's get back to the chords. Looking at the whole song, we appear to be in the key of C minor. So it makes sense that we begin our song with a C minor chord, the one chord, our home base. And the rest of the progression will take us on a journey far away and eventually resolve back to home. That's kind of what a chord progression does. So let's dig into it. From C minor, we move up to A flat major, the sixth chord in the scale. Being a major chord, it sounds a bit brighter and more triumphant. The 1 to 6 is a pretty common chord change for songs in a minor key. Nothing really crazy to say here. And then from there, we move to Here is where things get a little interesting and a little crazy. First of all, you'll notice that this chord has 4 notes. That's right, we're not messing around. We got an F, an A, a C, and an E flat. F, A, and C make the F major chord, and we've thrown an E flat on top, which is the 7th note in the scale. So this here is called an F7 chord. And in our case, this is just a variation on the 4 chord of the key. That 7th added in already makes it sound a little spicy. But there's something even more going on here. Because if you remember, this song is in the key of C minor. And yet, this chord includes an A natural, which is not a note in that key. If we stuck to just the notes in the C minor scale, this should be an A flat, making this an F minor chord. But instead, we've made it a major chord. It's straight up anarchy in here. But why have we left the safety and security of our beloved C minor behind? Was it a typo? A mistake by the great Leon Riskin? No, it's actually far more clever. First of all, throwing in a few notes here and there from outside the home key is pretty common. It adds a little spice and variety to a song, makes it less predictable, and makes Charles's All Over the World go, ooh! Throwing in a major chord from outside the key here keeps the song bright and interesting. However, the choice of F7 specifically was no accident. Check this out. We started on C minor. Then we moved up to A flat major, which just so happens to share 2 notes with C minor. We've really just moved that G up a half step. And then when we move to F7, check this out. These 2 notes still stay the same, and we move that A flat up another half step to A. We're just walking it up. This is called chromatic motion, moving the smallest possible step up each time. This motion gives the song a sense of forward momentum. It's pulling us along from one chord to the other, like you're blasting ahead at top speed. Now, this third chord could have followed the exact same pattern and landed on just A, C, E flat. This is called an A diminished chord because, well, listen to it. That'd be diminished. But this is a dramatic racing game. We want a chord with a little more power to it. So he threw in an F on top to make it a big major 7 chord. Really fill the whole thing out. It's really cool. And then for the last 2 measures, we briefly drop back down to A flat, the major 6, then up to B flat, the major 7, both within the key of C minor, and then finally we resolve back to C minor. And this movement, the major 6 to major 7 to minor 1, is a very common chord progression. If a song is in a minor key, there's a real good chance it's got this in it, because it offers a strong resolution in a minor key, which can sound a bit weaker. And now we're back to C minor to do the whole thing over again. However, this second repetition is a little different. We start by going to A flat again, just like before. Last time, our next step was to that big F7, but we've been there, done that. It's not surprising anymore. So this time, let's instead move to E flat major. This does break our chromatic pattern a bit, but for good reason. See, E flat is what is referred to as the relative major for C minor. And that's because if you look at the notes in their scales, well, they're the same notes. E flat major and C minor are technically the same thing. It's just a matter of which chord you choose to emphasize. Minor keys, like the one we're in, can sound dramatic and gritty, which is fitting for a high-speed racing game. But they can also sound a bit sad and depressing, which we might not necessarily want. By throwing in the relative major, you help keep the song bright and energetic without losing that gritty minor feel. And after that brightness, we gotta gear up to resolve back to the 1 chord, so we're probably going to do another simple ooh, ho, 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 wow! Take anything that you were expecting and chuck it out the nearest window, because we're not doing it. Instead, we're hit with a glorious G major chord, which, again, is outside the home key. Why? Because listen to it. If we wanted to stay in key and use G minor, the resolution would have sounded like this. Not bad, I guess, but not the best. In music theory, resolutions to the 1 chord are often described as strong or weak. There's not an exact science to this, as far as I can tell, but generally speaking, resolutions with minor chords tend to be weaker, while ones with major chords tend to be stronger. So by using G major, we get a very strong resolution back to the 1 chord. It really propels us back to the top where the whole thing repeats again. And this is really the whole structure of the song. After this, the melody comes in, which follows the same ascending chromatic motion, and it eventually gets really crazy, but it's all over this same chord progression. And eventually, as is typical with video game songs, it loops back to the beginning and starts again. While this song sounds crazy, it's actually not that complicated. The combination of ascending chromatic motion and an emphasis on strong resolutions gives this song a constant sense of forward momentum, always being pushed on to the next thing. Never stop, never stopping. Perfect for a game about hurtling down the freeway at breakneck speeds. 240 bits per mile, indeed. However, we've still got one more song to go. If you sneak through this little gap on the side, you're greeted with the hidden portion of this minigame, and the song Smashing Windshields. Now, admittedly, I don't know the significance of this title. As far as I can tell, it's not another music pun. Maybe it's some deep lore clue. Maybe it's a reference to what would actually happen if you banked off the highway at 240 miles per hour. Who knows? Now, this song is actually a bit more complicated because, well, it's jazzy. It doesn't really have a chord progression like the last one. Maybe there's an implied progression of C7, F, A flat, B flat, kinda similar to the last one, but without all the notes to fill it out. But it's not really important this time around, because what this song does have is a whole lot of funk. First of all, this song uses a musical technique called swing. Normally when you see, say, a quarter note in musical notation, it will have the same exact length as every other quarter note in the song. However, with swing, you make some of the notes just a little bit longer and some of them just a little bit shorter. This makes the song sound more fun, bumpy, and jazzy. Take a listen. That simple swing is part of the reason why this song jams so hard, but not the only one. Another trademark of jazz is taking the rulebook and breaking it over your knee. Here, keys are more like guidelines, and throwing in notes that don't belong isn't a fun little surprise to pull out every once in a while. It's your bread and butter. It's what gives jazz its signature funk, and why you're probably making this face right now. But like in a good way, you know? Now, this song sounds pretty different from the last at a first glance, but if you listen close, there are actually two things that tie them together in a very cool way. First of all, they share the same exact key of C minor and follow a similar chord progression, down to the use of the F major chord. This makes them feel like they're part of the same whole. But beyond that, Smashing Windshields also heavily features the motif of chromatic motion. Throughout the song, you'll frequently hear little chromatic movements, as well as this repeated bass line. That's literally just a 5-step descending chromatic movement going down the keyboard. It's the same motif as the previous song, only instead of lifting us up, it's dragging us down, giving the song a sense of foreboding while still being jazzy as hell. In 240 bits per mile, it's driving the song forward, it's uplifting, it's exciting. But now, the fun's over. Daddy's home, and he ain't happy. But somehow I'm not that mad about it. This chromatic motion gives these two songs a sense of symmetry and helps tie them together. And this part may be a bit of a stretch, but it also sort of makes the two a complete musical idea that almost mimics human speech. The first song asks the question, the second song gives the answer. Just a shame that I still have no idea what that answer is. And there you have it. The full musical analysis of the two songs from Midnight Motorist. Sure, you still don't know who any of these people are, or what the deal with that mound is, or what any of this has to do with FNAF, and you already knew that these songs were a bop. But now, you know why they're a bop. And if you're mad because you thought this was going to answer some deep lore questions or something ridiculous like that, honestly, isn't that the Chiptide way? You come here looking for lore, and you leave with a deeper understanding of a field of science that you didn't even know existed. Oh, and also, maybe check the upload date before you watch a video next time. Got him! For many years, I have poked fun at the various engineering decisions in the Five Nights at Freddy's universe, and none more so than the spring lock suits. I've made my fun, I've called them names, I've threatened to drop them with an RKO. But recently, I've realized something. It's very easy to point out problems. It's a lot harder to find solutions. For those who don't know, before doing this, I was a real-life mechanical engineer, and today I plan to put all those skills to good use and solve this problem for good. I want to see if these spring lock suits really were the best solution here, or if there's been a better design hiding under our noses this entire time. Richard, hit that intro. The first step in any engineering project is to define the problem statement. Basically, what are you trying to do? And now, I've talked about the spring lock suits a million times on this channel before, so I'll try to keep this part brief. William Afton and his partner Henry wanted to create an animatronic that could perform autonomously, but also open up to allow for a person to get inside and wear it like a suit so they could interact with the kids, increase immersion, and hopefully sell more pizza. The solution that they came up with was to break the endoskeleton into pieces and attach each one to a mechanism called a spring lock. And yes, a spring lock is a real thing. I go into more detail in this really old video. And yes, that is me pointing a real locked and loaded spring lock directly at my eye. What is my job? But basically, these spring locks pull all the segments of the endoskeleton back, making room for a person to hop inside and start wearing it around. And now, if you don't think about it for more than, 5 seconds, this seems like a pretty good idea. Unfortunately, in case you couldn't tell by the length of this video, we're gonna think about it for a little bit longer than 5 seconds. The second step in the engineering design process is to come up with a list of requirements. These are all the benchmarks that a good design must meet, and they're what we'll be using to objectively select the best design later. Now, there can be a temptation to rush through this part. Just throw a couple obvious ones in there like a cheap, light, looks good, and move on to the real engineering work. And that is probably the quickest way to make something that sucks. In reality, establishing good, well-defined requirements is one of the most important aspects of a project. Not only are they what we'll use to determine what path the project takes, but it's also how we'll look back and see if the thing we made actually fulfills the problem statement. As one of my old engineering professors put it, and perhaps one of the most genuinely wise things I have ever heard, if you don't know where you're going, how will you know when you get there? He dropped that line on Zoom. It was crazy. I was sitting there trying not to fall asleep, look up and freaking Gandalf's in the call. Depending on the complexity of the project, you could have several dozens of requirements that a whole team of engineers spent weeks or even months hammering out. Obviously, that's a lot of work for one guy to do in a single weekend, so I've stuck to 6 major ones, but I'll go into more detail on those later. Once you have your requirements, the next step is to come up with a bunch of ideas. These are often called conceptual designs. You don't want to get too caught up in the nitty-gritty details yet, since you're going to be throwing most of them out anyway. It's more about coming up with a bunch of possible starting points. Then you can create something called a decision matrix to evaluate each design based on all your requirements to figure out which one has the best chance of success. Regular viewers of the channel have seen me use a version of this process a ton of times before, and it's kind of crazy that this is the first time that I'm using it to do the thing that it's actually supposed to do. Today, I've come up with 3 possible designs to solve this problem. And by using the decision matrix process, we should be able to objectively determine which one William and Henry should have gone with. First, we'll throw in the spring lock suit design that they ended up using in the game. Look, I've been hard on these things in the past, but I'm willing to put my money where my mouth is and give them a fair shake. There's no such thing as a bad idea in the conceptual design phase. Except maybe this one. The second possible solution is one that I've proposed many times in the past. Just have a regular animatronic and a separate mascot costume. Don't make things too complicated trying to fit it all into one thing. Just have the animatronic on the stage, drop the curtain, swap it out with a guy in a suit, and you're done. This design is by far the simplest possible solution. It does have some downsides, but we'll get into the specifics of each as we go through the requirements. And the third design is somewhat of a middle ground, and funny enough, something that future Fazbear animatronics actually did, but didn't really utilize. Rather than trying to figure out a way to move the endoskeleton out of the way so a person can fit inside with it, just make it completely removable. Use some form of latching or quick release mechanism to attach the costume to the endoskeleton. Then, when you want to wear it, just unzip the back, undo the releases, and pull the whole thing out. That way, you don't have to share the suit with any dangerous mechanisms or electronics. So, those are the 3 designs we'll be considering today. You might already have an idea of which one you think is the best. I know I sure do. But to avoid any personal bias and to make sure we're being as thorough in our selection as possible, we need to craft a decision matrix. What we'll do is derive a numerical score for each design in all 6 of our requirements. Then we'll standardize those scores and assign each requirement a weight of importance, and use that information to calculate a final score for each design out of 10. Whichever one scores the highest is statistically the best design for the job. The first requirement, in no particular order, is transition time. One of the key features of this design is the ability to switch from animatronic to suit. The whole point is to increase immersion, but that immersion might be hampered a bit if it takes a guy 45 minutes to get inside. Alright, yeah, just a minute, yep, I'm getting it, yeah, just a minute, okay, just a minute, yeah, okay, there we go, just a minute. The shorter the time it takes to switch from one mode to the other, the easier it is to maintain the illusion. This one is pretty easy to score, we just need to estimate how long that process would take for each design. For the separate units design, that time is 0 minutes. You can have the guy already in the suit before the performance is even done. Obviously, for the other two, I don't have any physical prototypes to test it out on, and Lord knows I don't make enough money to build any of them either. Oh, hey, what is that doing there? So for this one, I just gave it my best guess. For the spring locks, since you don't actually have to take anything out, I'm gonna guess around 5 minutes. And for the removable one, there might be a bit more work getting the endo in and out, so we'll guess around 8 minutes. And for those who are worried, I can hear your comments already. No, this isn't the most precise process. The decision matrix is less about getting hyper-accurate data and more about general comparisons. There will be times where I overestimate something here and underestimate something there. But in the grand scheme of things, the exact scores aren't actually that important. All we care about are the final rankings. So as long as we're in the right ballpark, some inaccuracies won't actually change anything. This is all about working smarter and not harder. Let's move on to something a bit more complicated: cost. When you're running a business, cost should be a major concern. If a design works perfectly, but is way too expensive to actually make, then it's not actually that good. Now, according to the internet, this is one of the major upsides of the spring lock suits. Animatronics and mascot costumes are pretty expensive, so if you can combine them into one, you should save some money. Or will you? Once again, getting an exact price tag for each of these designs without a physical prototype or at least a detailed bill of materials is impossible. So, to compare prices for conceptual designs, engineers will often use something called a subsystem estimation. Basically, you break a design down into its smaller component sections. With these suits, you might look at the endoskeleton, the outer costume or shell, the transitional mechanisms, the electronics, and any expected maintenance costs. Then you rank each system on a scale from 1 to 5 based on how expensive it would be relative to everything else. This won't give you an exact dollar amount, but it will tell you which design will be the most expensive and which one will be the least. Buying a pre-built animatronic like you might find at Chuck E. Cheese can cost you anywhere from $15,000 to $30,000 depending on the complexity. A high-end mascot costume can cost you anywhere from $2,000 to $10,000. Designing, fabricating, and testing your own robotics can cost you, on the low end, $50,000 or more. We can use these numbers to establish a baseline and determine the scale for our subsystem estimation. Using this method, I was able to find that, despite what a lot of people would have you think, the separate animatronic suit solution is probably going to end up being a smidge cheaper, and the spring lock suits are probably going to be the least cost-effective solution in the long run. Yes, you might save some money on the outer shell, but you're going to spend a lot more on the complex endoskeleton and the high maintenance cost involved in ensuring that the spring locks don't turn you into a human kebab. So, for everyone saying that Fazbear only used the spring-lock suits because they were a greedy corporation trying to cut some corners, actually, you know what? Companies wasting a ton of money while trying to save a little bit of money, that super tracks. Yeah, I can see that. The next requirement is reliability. You'll almost always see this one on real engineering projects, and it's basically a measure of how long your design will last before breaking. The easiest way to quantify this for a conceptual design is by equating it to the number of components. You'll often hear engineers say that the best part in a system is the one that doesn't exist. If you've got an assembly with 5,000 parts, that's 5,000 things that could potentially break. An assembly with only 3 things in it only has 3 things to worry about. Of course, there will be exceptions to every rule, but in general, the less complex a design is, the more reliable it will be. We can score this using a similar estimation process to cost, except we're looking at the relative number of components. A spring-lock suit with its many cranks and segments and moving parts is going to be way more complex than the other two, which means there's a much higher likelihood of something breaking. I mean, who could have guessed? Me? I guessed that? What? Aesthetics is something that you don't often see in engineering projects. Even in cases where it is arguably important, it can be a bit hard to quantify. In the case of the spring-lock suits, the major concern with aesthetics is ensuring that the animatronic and the human performer look as similar to each other as possible. That is one of the major upsides of the spring locks and the removable endo design. It's the exact same suit, so it's always going to look exactly the same. The next requirement I have is functionality. I know that sounds a bit vague, like obviously they all have to function, but more specifically, I'm interested in how well it can function as both an animatronic and a suit. The way I chose to quantify this is based on the number of expected movement limitations. With a spring-lock suit, all of the mechanisms left inside will make the suit heavy, stiff, bulky, and difficult to move in. And furthermore, designing the endoskeleton to accommodate the spring locks and the segmentation will almost certainly constrain the movement of the animatronic as well. With the removable endo and the 2 units design, you have a lot more freedom with your movements. And the final requirement we have is one that I'm sure you all saw coming. Safety. This is the biggest damnation of these spring lock suits. The fact that they killed a whole bunch of people. About as unsafe as you can get. Now, I get it. William Afton was a serial killer. He probably didn't care about safety. And you know what? You're right. William probably wasn't too concerned with the lives of the people using his suit. But I bet he was pretty concerned about his own. And if you build something that breaks and kills someone, the cops are coming right for you. Also, you know, if you're planning on wearing the thing yourself, you might want to spend a little bit of time ensuring you aren't building your own coffin. But that's just me. Now, safety might seem like an abstract thing to score, but it was so important to engineers that they came up with a whole nother process to do just that. It's called a failure modes and effects analysis. First, you list off all the potential failure modes of a design, basically how it could break, and what would happen as a result of it breaking in that way. Then you score the severity of each of those effects on a scale from 1 to 10. If a specific part failing would cause a temporary inconvenience, maybe the animatronic shuts down for a second, that would be a 1. If the effect of a part failing is that the person inside is crushed alive by endoskeleton parts being driven into their bones and they drown in their own blood, that would probably be a 10. Then you look at what could cause that particular failure mode, like say excessive moisture, erratic movements, or worn down spring locks. And you determine the chance of that occurring on a scale from 1 to 10. And finally, you look at any ways that you might be able to detect and prevent that specific failure mode before it happens. And once again, give it a detection score from 1 to 10. Multiply the severity, occurrence, and detection scores together to get a risk priority number, or RPN if you're boring, or a danger score if you're fun. The higher the danger score, the more deadly that thing is, and if a design has a ton of really high danger scores, then you probably shouldn't go with it. Now, ironically enough, as dangerous as these spring locks are, a spring lock failure wasn't the most deadly failure mode for these things. That honor goes to this: an obstruction of the hydraulics. Mostly because the spring locks only have a chance of failing. But if a kid sticks something in the animatronic's mouth, like say, I don't know, their head, it's gonna crush them like a grape every single time. In a surprise to literally no one, the spring lock suits are significantly more dangerous than the other two designs, and the pre-built animatronic and separate suit wound up being the safest, mainly because it doesn't include a hydraulic press in the jaw strong enough to crack a human skull. That's just a choice that you didn't have to make. Now that we have all our data for each design, we need a way to turn it into one final score. First, we need to standardize everything so it's all on a scale from 1 to 10. That'll make our jobs a lot easier later when we start comparing things. To do this, you need to identify the best and worst allowable scenarios for each requirement. Basically, the upper and lower bounds that would still be okay in a final design. Then you can plug each score into one of these two formulas, depending on whether a higher or lower score would be better. Now all we have to do is find our weights of importance, which is just a measure of how important each requirement is. Usually you would determine this based on input from the project stakeholders, but in William's case, I think his weights looked a little something like this, so I decided to leave it up to someone a bit more reliable. All of you. I created a Google form asking you at home to rank each of these requirements based on importance, and used that to get these final weights. Unsurprisingly, because you all are good people who aren't crazy, safety was the most important. And I'm sure you'll be glad to know that in the real world, safety is pretty much always prioritized over everything else, because most engineers are good people, and the ones who aren't really don't want to get sued. After that was functionality, then reliability, then aesthetics, then cost, and finally transition time. Now, in reality, cost would probably rank a bit higher. Thus is the capitalist world we live in, and there are non-greed based reasons to make something cheaper. But I'm glad to see that you all have your heads in the right place. The final step from here is to multiply each standardized score by its associated weight and sum them all up for each design to get a final score out of 10 possible points. Whichever design has the highest score is the winner. And now, after all of that, is the moment you've all been waiting for. Were the FNAF lore loyalists right? Were the Springlock suits actually the best idea for the job? Or have I once again statistically proved that these two are completely inept, incompetent, and just plain dumb? Well, with a final score of 4.4. Not only are these spring locks not the best design, they are the worst possible option by a country mile. It had literally zero redeeming qualities. The two suits and the removable endo were actually pretty close, but in the end, the two separate units came out on top as the best design, and, in fact, ranked the highest in 5 out of the 6 possible requirements. It was cheaper, faster, more reliable, safer, and the most functional. They only fell behind slightly in arguably the least important and precise requirement, aesthetics. And I was gonna make a joke here about how that actually makes a lot of sense. It seems like the only thing William and Henry actually cared about. But taking a closer look at these things, I'm not so sure. You wanted these guys for your pizza restaurant? These things? Straight out of the kids' nightmares? Selling them pizza? Alright, and there you have it. Proof that sometimes the simplest solution is the best solution. Oh, and if you still aren't sold on the idea, consider this. This whole hypothetical engineering problem we've been talking about isn't as hypothetical as you may think. In a bizarre instance of life imitating art, the engineers that made the animatronics for the FNAF movie actually had to consider this exact same problem. They wanted to create an animatronic that people could wear and walk around in for specific scenes, but could also perform like an authentic animatronic. And you know what they did? They created 2 separate units, probably because it was cheaper, faster, safer, simpler, and honestly, pretty easy to get them looking close enough. Who could have guessed? Alright, it was me again. So, what's the lesson we can all learn today? Well, sometimes you gotta stop thinking about whether or not you could and start thinking if you should. And no, I don't mean that as some grand commentary on the hubris of humanity and the dangers of tinkering with forces you haven't taken the time to properly understand. I just mean that this was a bad idea. From the jump. Just all around pretty stupid. Just a few minutes. It's all it takes to not be an idiot. Really, honestly, not that complicated. And a massive thank you to all my supporters on Patreon, including Alex, Alakazam, Aspa102, Big Dog Tie for to Win, Captain Kirby, Sidian, Sherry and Mark, Stylish, The Boss Killer 94, Ty Studio, Tricks of Crows, and Moki Ubu.